Hey, Sydney and Zach. Hey, we've been working nonstop for the past 30 minutes since we've been here. We haven't had time to film any round robins.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at a live look at a flooded San Diego hotel. Looks like a reporter is about to do a live shot, so hopefully we'll be getting an update from the scene in just a few minutes. We just got these live images in. Again, this is San Diego, California. Flood waters have risen. Several guests at the Premier Inn in Mission Valley stranded by floodwater. Again, a flooded hotel. Guests stranded inside at the Premier Inn in Mission Valley in the San Diego area. Once again, you are looking at live images of this hotel in San Diego where guests are trapped inside, guests stranded due to the severe flooding in Mission Valley. Looks like the reporter is just getting ready to go live on the newscast. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And good morning, I'm Heather Lake in Mission Valley, where lifeguards and swiftwater rescue teams are on the road here helping out. We'll bring you a live report coming up.
All right, it looks like she was just doing her live shot tease. That's where she does a live hit, teasing it before the newscast goes to commercial break. So we just watched her do that. She just stepped out. Looks like she'll be doing a live hit for us again in just a few minutes. We'll be getting an update from the reporter that is live at the scene. Again, guests stranded at the Premier Inn in Mission Valley. You can see lots of flooding in the San Diego area, severe storms in Southern California. We're dealing with the storms as well here in Arizona. We got a lot of snow here in Arizona, specifically in the Flagstaff area. Lots of rain in the Phoenix area. Here's a quick look at the snow. Let's go back now to our flooding coverage in San Diego. And once again, that reporter getting ready to go live on the morning show at Fox in San Diego. So we are taking that feed from our sister station there in San Diego. Again, flooding at a San Diego hotel. As a result, many guests stranded inside. It is pretty crazy out there. in San Diego. Again, looks like this reporter will be going live in just a couple seconds. Stand by.
Yeah, I guess you could call it a rescue. I would call it being transported from one side to the other, because what's happening right now is the roadway behind me, which is right off of Hotel Circle in Mission Valley, completely flooded. And the folks out here from the Swiftwater rescue teams and the lifeguards say that these waters can move quickly, because if you take a look at it, when we first got out here, it was about 7 o'clock, and the water was up to their knees. Now about down to ankle deep, where you would think, well, couldn't someone just walk across and get to their vehicle? They're saying not necessarily, and they want to take every precaution as possible, because the San Diego River is very high. You can see from the river, that's where a lot of the water is coming. The river's right behind the Premier Inn here. The water's rushing into this roadway, and before, right when we got here, it was even higher than it is now. And so they've been using this kind of rope that's tackled down to a tree over here, and then they're putting people in these rafts and moving them from place to place. The folks by twos and threes are putting on life vests, being moved from one side of the hotel and then to the other side so that they can get in their cars or get transportation out of here. A lot of people not wanting to stay in place. This all happened as of last night. They lost power at 7 p.m. and instead of starting last night with all of the rescues, folks said to stay in place. The police officers out here and the lifeguards said stay in place, and then tomorrow morning we'll work on getting you to drier ground. But right now things are really wrapping up. They're moving a couple of hotel guests one by one. You can see some folks coming from the corner there. The lifeguards have been going up and doing some checks to make sure that they've gotten every single person out of the hotel. This is a mandatory evacuation. So far, they've counted about 30 people. So folks staying at the Premier Inns overnight were having to leave no matter what this morning. They need to get out and they need to come over here, and they have to make sure that everyone is okay. Because while this rescue was going, you might hear a chopper overhead. There were reports coming in that there was a man spotted in the San Diego River. And so a lot of different search rescue efforts happening this morning, a joint effort by lifeguards and Swiftwater rescue teams as they get out here and get very busy for the morning. We spoke to one woman who was very shooken up just a little bit ago, talking about how she didn't know how to swim. So as you can see, and a lot of people from home, obviously living in San Diego where we have a lot of water around us, might think, well, the water is only ankle deep. Why is this such a problem? Really a precaution for a lot of people, but for folks that can't swim, even getting put into lifeboat, a raft like that is a scary situation. She was very shooken up. Some folks had their pets and belongings that they didn't want to get wet, so you could imagine if these waters were moving quickly that you could get knocked over fast. I want to take you to the other side though. As these people start to get their life vests on, we can see, actually let's just stay on this and we can watch these folks right here. It looks about 3 hotel guests are going to be put, and one woman has her small dog there, into these rafts, and we can see how throughout the morning they've been being transported from side to side. A lot of folks' cars still underwater on one side of the road, so even once they get over here, they're going to have to find transportation to wherever they want to get, whether it's their home. A lot of folks were actually visiting. We spoke to someone who was visiting from Arkansas a little bit earlier today. We spoke to a daughter and father who actually said that this wasn't scary at all, that they had a good time. So at least seeing the lighthearted part of all of this. But throughout the morning, this has been happening for about an hour now, where they've been transporting folks from one side to the other. People kind of nervous. The last people here getting into these rafts and making sure that they get safely to the other side, even though it does look like about a foot of water. For a lot of folks who don't know how to swim or aren't comfortable in this kind of situation, could be a very scary situation for a lot of people. And some people, as we can even see in the distance there, this man has a lot of luggage, probably doesn't want to get it wet, so trying to transport things from one side to the other, especially if you have all of your belongings, can be a little bit more difficult, as we can see there. But folks waking up, there's even sandbags at the front lobby of the room, waking up with about a foot of water in the lobby, and people saying that their walls and some of the areas around their room were wet, but not flooded inside, so they were able to sleep okay overnight even without power. But waking up this morning, they're definitely trying to get to drier ground. As we can see here, we'll see these women go to the other side of the street there, and we can just follow them along and send it back to you guys in the studio to see how all of this is working. But a very, very good job by our lifeguards and Swiftwater Rescue team. Very busy. As I send it back to you guys in the studio, I do want to let you know that I talked to someone from the National Weather Service out here, and they said that this kind of water, while this is a flood-prone area, has not been like this since 2010. That the actual water count for the San Diego River, Raul and Christina, 14.1 feet. And it's not been that high since 2010. So I know as reporters we stand out here and let's go see these women as they get over to the drier ground. I know a lot of people say, oh, you know, all the reporters, they're in Mission Valley, it's flooded. Yes, we know. Well, this is actually a very significant event and has not happened in quite some time. No, you know what? This is something kind of Mother Nature takes its course as far as what's going on here. We've actually seen the waters recede a couple of inches even in the past half hour. So this is something that will happen over time throughout the day. And I'm sure that everyone here, as far as folks staying in the area and the lifeguards, fire, rescue, everyone who's working on this is just happy that there's no rain in our forecast for the rest of the week. I think I redeemed myself a little bit from my plan.
All right, guys. Well, we'll continue to bring you this live feed of the scene at the San Diego hotel where guests are stranded because of the flooding. The camera is a bit shaky again. Just a reminder that this is a raw feed. Looks like the cameraman has gotten a little tired and has put his camera down. Hopefully he'll be raising his camera momentarily to get us more live video from the scene in San Diego.
I was doing Mardi Gras, and it was really good. Was it? It's always like McFarland's fine. They always bring like a lot of stuff to feel like they're trained, but then like it's like, we need to go live now. There's no music. And I'm like, why is there no music? And they're like, the guys just not set up yet. I'm like, what? Set up? Yeah. Like, how long is that?
Again, guys, this is flooding in San Diego that you can't really see because the cameraman has put the camera down. We'll go back to the scene in a minute. I do want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the snow in Flagstaff. Looks like Fox 10's very own Christy Siefken there. She is about to do a live hit with the morning show, so she is in position. She will be speaking with the morning show in just a second. But I do want to give you guys this quick look at Flagstaff. As you can see, the rain not only hit Southern California and the San Diego hard, but it also hit here in Arizona quite a bit overnight. Lots of rain in the greater Phoenix area last night and this morning, as well as in the Flagstaff area. I believe Flagstaff reporting 19 new inches of snow there on the ground. Christy Siefken live at the scene. We will go ahead and listen to her live report as soon as we can. Actually, it looks like Ron is talking about the weather situation right now. We are going to actually check in with what he is saying on the morning show. Let's go ahead and listen in.
neighborhood flooded out enough that folks could not get through those fast-moving waters. So you've got an apartment building here. But let me tell you, this flooding that they're seeing over in that part of Southern California is not isolated to this one area. I've been seeing images, let's see, over there it's 8 o'clock in the morning. They realized first thing this morning that it rained so hard overnight that their Major League Baseball stadium is flooded, Petco Park. So that's several miles away from what we're showing you right here, where the rescuers are on scene. So they're dealing with this in the suburban parts of San Diego, and they're dealing with it literally right in the heart of downtown San Diego. The entire outfield of Petco Park looks like a lake right now. So we've got all of that going on, and we're going to keep track of, as we said so many times before, epic droughts end with epic floods, and California is proving it this winter. Let's go to a different part of the country. On top of all the weather we're covering, did you realize it's Fat Tuesday? I wanted to show you what it's looking like in New Orleans this morning. Thousands are already camped out for one last night, the biggest night of them all here for Mardi Gras. Families, tourists, and lots of locals gathering there on in the famous French Quarter along Bourbon Street. People have also been dressing up in their elaborate costumes. At midnight tonight, police will descend on Bourbon Street, as they always do, to clear the crowds and mark the official end of Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday, the beginning of Lent, 40 days. What are you going to give up? And tomorrow morning, you guys, like we always do, we'll have the pictures from downtown New Orleans. It'll look like a ghost town.
That is true.
Some guy down there with a big sweeper.
I know.
And, you know, all the trash and all that stuff.
But for what, about 13 more hours? Biggest party in the country.
All right.
You got that right.
Yep.
Thank you, Ron.
Sure.
A lot going on today.
I know,
right?
yes. We're still continuing to follow weather.
Best pictures of the day, I think, coming from Christy. And here we are again. Hey, Christy.
Good morning to you guys. I think the best pictures, hands down, of beautiful Flagstaff. The snow continuing to fall this morning. It is crisp and beautiful out here. And coming up, we're going to take you on a little tour of downtown and talk to some locals who are absolutely loving this snow. We'll see you in a bit.
And we'll see how long it's going to last. We still have showers on the move through the desert parts of the state, and the snow is still flying for others. The full forecast in just a few minutes.
Hey, Arizona, looking for a good time?
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this. We do have live images coming in from Riverside, California. We covered this story extensively yesterday afternoon. A plane that crashed into a home in Riverside, a very deadly plane crash. We are awaiting a press conference that is about to start any minute now. Again, plane crash in Riverside. We are awaiting a press conference to give us details regarding yesterday's deadly crash.
I know how they're just deciding who's going to talk first. What are you going to say? I don't want to step on your toes, so you deal with, I'll talk about this. Good morning.
I'll give a quick little update. We're planning on doing a little bit more thorough one at about 11 with the fire department. They're the lead on this, but we're helping them out, of course. It's Ryan Railsback, R-A-I-L-S-B-A-C-K.
Can you say that too when you start?
Yeah. Okay.
And what's your title, sir?
Police officer, PIO.
So what are you going to tell us about it?
Just that, you know, how the NTSB is here and what, you know, that they arrived here this morning, and just kind of confirming that they're, you know, the 3 deceased, we have their genders and adults. Yeah.
Okay. Can you give us a minute, though, because we're going to take you live.
No,
so if you want to go stand up there.
Yeah.
Are you taking us live, Eric?
And have they gone back and done another sweep like they were going to do today?
They're going to be doing that.
Oh, okay.
Now that NTSB is here.
Hi, do you guys want to get ready for the live?
Okay. All right, thank you.
He's ready. I'm just holding him.
Yes.
And you said about their snow here, is it because they're buried, or is there investigation?
Do you want to go stand at the mic and we'll give you a cue?
Are the two here because they're buried, or
they're still in the wreckage?
Oh, and then in the plane?
Yeah.
The plane's still here then?
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, we have a lot of live feeds today. We are waiting for this press conference to begin. Stand by.
We're going to take it live. Eric, are you taking it live?
Yeah, you want to say your name and spell it?
Not up to me.
Sir, could you get
Okay, do you want to just wait a couple of seconds in? Hi, how long?
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Okay, they're coming to us now then.
You want me to say it
Yes.
now, though, for my name?
Yeah, you can.
It's Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Railsback.
And we are about to hear from the Riverside Police Department getting an update. This is Officer Ryan Railsback. Go ahead, officer.
This morning, the National Transportation Safety Board has arrived a little while ago, and they are now going to start their portion of the investigation. The only update we have is that they are here on scene. Right now, we do have, it looks like, 2 of the deceased still in the wreckage of the plane. They have not been removed yet. One who was declared deceased yesterday, that body was removed by the Riverside County Sheriff Coroner. So the coroner's office will be coming back here shortly to work with the NTSB in removing those other 2 deceased persons. It looks like we have is an adult male, 3 adult females, and then 1 female teenager who were in the plane. And it was the adult male, 1 adult female, and the teenager who were the 3 who perished in the crash. We will have an update, maybe a little bit more thorough update at about 11 o'clock with the fire department. The Riverside City Fire Department is the lead in this incident. The Riverside Police Department is assisting with just kind of the scene safety and perimeter and any other things. But the NTSB will probably be the taking over the whole investigation here shortly.
Are you going to go through the whole thing? The ones that aren't destroyed?
Yes, last night people were starting to be let back into the homes. The Red Cross did respond out here fairly quick, and the ones who have the homes that burnt, they were at least 1 family or person was put up in a hotel through Red Cross last night, but the electricity and power was turned back on, and as far as we know, most of the residents have returned back to their homes.
Officer, how are the survivors doing?
The NTSB is with the fire department will be doing kind of a secondary search or sweep of the house just to verify that there's no other victims inside. From what we understand last night, the residents of the main home that caught on fire, where the wreckage is, they were not home. But we do want to make sure that there was nobody else there. They have said that there should be nobody else, so they're going to double check that here this morning.
Were law enforcement contacted by the air traffic control tower as the plane was going down?
The tower contacted our emergency dispatch center once the plane was down. That's the first alert that they got, that the plane actually had crashed.
So there was no emergency call?
As far as we know, we don't have all that information. The FAA and NTSB will figure that out, but our emergency dispatch center was notified once the plane went down by the airport.
Officer, how are the survivors doing? And is one of them, was she the pilot?
We don't know who the pilot was still. We're still trying to figure that out. We have 1 patient that's in stable condition at a local hospital here in Riverside, and the other patient is in critical condition with severe burns at Arrowhead Regional Medical Center in San Bernardino County.
Did she undergo surgery?
I believe both have undergone surgery is what it sounds like, but I know the one who's in critical has.
And as to the relationship between everybody aboard the plane, what can you tell us?
The FAA and NTSB are still figuring that out. There may have been some type of relationship. We don't know exactly what it was, though.
How remarkable do you think it is, based on what you know, that nobody on the ground was hurt or killed?
Oh, it's extremely remarkable. There was actually 1 person in this first house behind me at the time of the crash, and he was able to get out unharmed. But yeah, very remarkable that nobody else was injured. There are parts of this airplane that have kind of spread out along the whole street, so fortunately nobody was injured outside of those who were in the plane.
Is there a neighborhood along the flight path, or are planes usually veering off to the right?
You know, I don't know for sure. It's in the general area. As you can tell, the airport is easily within a mile from here. So I don't know if this is in the direct path or not. Okay. Thank you.
All right, you were listening live there to Officer Ryan Railsback with the Riverside Police Department, and as we speak, investigators are at the home right now. As you heard, they're going to do a secondary sweep just to confirm there was no one inside the home. 5 people aboard. We have now learned an adult male, 3 adult females, and a teenager. Of those 5, only 2 adult women survived. That teen did die along with the man and one of the adult women. What their relationship to each other are unknown right now. We originally heard that it could have been a set of grandparents or parents traveling to this competition, some kind of a cheer competition that was held this weekend at Disneyland. There will be another media briefing. Of course, we'll have all that information on the Fox 11 newscast at noon. That briefing set for 11 a.m. and that will be led by the NTSB, and we do expect to learn a little bit more as to how or why the plane crashed. That will likely take months to determine. We are live in Riverside this morning. We'll send it back to you.
All right, everyone. So you just heard from the Fox 11 Los Angeles reporter there giving us an update following that press conference. Riverside officials holding a press conference to update the public on this devastating story. We covered it live for you here on News Now yesterday afternoon. An airplane crashed into a home. Unfortunately, 3 people killed. There are 2 survivors. 1 in stable condition, 1 in critical condition. According to authorities, there will be another press conference update later today. We'll be sure to carry that for you here on News Now. And it looks like we have lost that feed from Riverside now, so we are going to switch things up a bit, take you to New Orleans. Here's a live look at the Mardi Gras celebrations there. Today is Fat Tuesday, and this is a live feed coming in from Fox in Louisiana.
From Todd.
Yeah. This isn't The Bachelor, Carl.
Star Wars Bachelor.
Different show, different
show.
show.
Sorry.
You know, and I know we heard Archbishop Amon say it, but I love it every year when I hear people say, everywhere else, it's just a Tuesday.
Let's take a listen to the mayor greeting the Queen of Zulu.
You look spectacular. The ball the other night was just great. Your reign has been spectacular. On behalf of my wife, the First Lady, and I, and the council members who are with us, Nadine Ramsey, Susan Guidry, James Gray, and your mama. Your mama's here. Your mama's with us. Your mama and them. The Archbishop, Tom and Gail Benson, and the entire city, and you know what? The entire world are here to toast you as Queen of Zulu 2017 with your wonderful court, ladies. Y'all have acquitted yourself really well. Kelly, you're looking good too. So we're going to raise a glass to you. Everybody say, Hail Queen Zulu.
Hail Queen Zulu.
Hail Queen Zulu.
Hail Queen Zulu.
One more time, Hail Queen Zulu.
Hail Queen Zulu.
We have a key to the city for you as a token of our appreciation. God bless you, and may you have a wonderful reign.
As did her male counterpart, the Queen rightly and dutifully drank that first drink.
My sunshine, you are my sunshine. John Papillon is so proud of you in heaven.
All right, everyone. We are going to be periodically dipping in and out of Mardi Gras coverage. We are going to take you to the White House in just a second. President Trump meeting with attorney generals. We'll show you that as soon as that feed begins.
We're having a wonderful time. The sun is out. It's the great Mardi Gras. We're celebrating the city and each other in friendship and revelry. So hails the blue and happy Mardi Gras.
All right, and that was Queen of Zulu here, Donna Glapion, her and her mom exchanging some love, obviously. Rightly so. It's a great day for it.
Well, and that's what's so special about this. Having her mother there to see her in front of Gallier Hall. Mardi Gras really is a time to enjoy with your family and get out there, relax.
Yeah, and especially for New Orleanians who've been growing up seeing this, what an honor to be in the crew, but when you are the queen, you are the queen.
Yes,
what
indeed.
a great honor.
And there she goes, continuing on down St. Charles Avenue.
Yeah, and a sign of the times, a selfie stick right next to
I know, I love
Zulu.
that. Got the GoPro and the selfie stick.
Yeah, we are a city of
document
traditions
this.
and apparently a city of technology as well. Both can coexist, everybody.
All right, everyone.
Fat
As I
Tuesday,
mentioned, we are going to cut away from Mardi Gras celebrations to take you to the White House. Donald Trump meeting with attorney generals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. We're going to go out the way you came in. This way. Thank you. Sir, you're going to go out the way.
I know.
All right, so it looks like that was a very brief feed. Let's take you back now to Mardi Gras in New Orleans.
Test out our ability to.
I think today is the day of the layers that will be going to get the coconuts.
Some dancing in the street going on here.
And you will usually
Hear that
find,
music?
not surprisingly, Mr. Mayor dancing away. In the black t-shirt, he is right there dancing away.
Yeah, the mayor's got some moves. It's
Oh,
good
yeah.
to see him shake it.
Yeah, usually we see him in those news conference settings and
A little more formal.
a little bit more buttoned up, but this is Fat Tuesday, folks. Fat Tuesday, even the mayor has to unwind and unbuckle a little bit.
Yeah, he's off today. He can do whatever he wants.
That's exactly
Yeah.
right. He turned over the keys to the city. It is not his responsibility right now.
Nope.
Yeah. And what a great day for parades, too.
Go on, Mitch, get down.
Yeah, today, we're seeing Zulu first. Obviously, Rex will follow. Two of the most famous crews in the city. And if you are seeing this for the first time, folks, any visitors, tourists, this is what our city is about. This is what we're known for. We roll out the red carpet. We party. We throw all the colors.
Yeah.
Well, and I know we can't
invite
say
you
it
to
enough how nice this weather is, but really, in comparison to the last 3 or 4 years, it has just been so chilly, and so it's such a difference to see the crowds out here today.
No frostbite, no heavy coats. And if you're watching at home and you have relatives somewhere else, tell them to get online, WWLTV.com, or go to our WWLTV Facebook page, and they can watch too from any parts of the country or even the world.
Well, and Carl, I know you were saying that we could get up to a record high today. It is very nice to be on the shady side of the street right now.
Yes, it is on the shady side. You got that breeze blowing several times. So.
The mayor is talking to you right now, Carl. Look down there. He's saying, "What is that, Carl? What is that?"
I'm Slave Leia. Slave Leia. I told Mr. Mayor, I saw him a couple of weeks ago in the studio, and I told him, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I might have to disappoint you again on this year's costume. It might be disappointing for you.
Well, if the mayor's disappointed, then he is the only one. I know all of the pictures we posted on social media. I think every comment's been about Carl.
Well,
I think that was meant for him too. There's
People are always impressed. You did the Jasmine costume. That was a big hit.
Yeah, we did the Kiss.
Kiss was great.
Yeah, Undertaker.
Carl, you have a
Undertaker was a bit buttoned up for you on that.
I had a coat on, which was thankful. I had the coat on. That
well,
was
we need no coats today.
No, not at all.
But a running streak
it's been an interesting progression from the past 3 years, and we had some dicey weather. Last year we were kind of in the middle. It started off cold, and then the sun came out in the afternoon. It was decent.
Yeah.
But today, man,
amazing.
there is no excuse for anybody not to be here.
Right, I know, and like I said, people are going to stay out all afternoon into the evening hours. The weather's going to be great all the way through the evening, so this party is going to keep going overnight until midnight, right?
Yes, and remember, everybody, pace yourselves, be safe, party very responsibly. Party, but party responsibly.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yes.
Right.
And don't forget your sunscreen. It's really hot out
I
there.
do have sunscreen on.
I did too, yes.
My mother drilled that into my skull.
Let's check in with the morning crew to see if they got their sunscreen over at the Advocate.
Hey,
guys, how are you?
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this Mardi Gras celebration. We are going to take you live now to Gulf Shores, Alabama, where a vehicle has hit several kids at a Mardi Gras celebration there in Gulf Shores, Alabama.
The car next to this Blaylock car. It's a white SUV.
It's in the parade, right? You know which one it was?
It's the
Is it American Legion?
Order of Military Officers. The National Order of Military Officers. I don't know. That's what the banner is on the vehicle.
So it's our understanding that a car crashed into a marching band. Several children hit in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Again, this is a devastating look at the scene. No word on the number of injuries that have resulted because of this crash. Again, this is breaking news out of Gulf Shores, Alabama. A tragic start to Mardi Gras Day on the Gulf Coast. A car drove into a crowd of people before the start of the parade. The number of injuries is unknown at this time, but there appear to be multiple injuries. We know that a marching band was in the area of the crash. Interestingly enough, our affiliate there, also Fox 10. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We have a hooked up bait and tackle and fresh market seafood. Yeah. My name's Christy Wallace, but I don't normally do this. And I look
guys, I'm here with Christy Wallace, and Christy, can you just kind of tell me what you saw from your vantage point and what you know at this time?
I looked back and seen kids screaming and running, and I turned and a van was running over them. It was a white-looking van with MOAA on it, so I assumed it was in the parade. And I could see kids stuck underneath the vehicle, and other ones fleeing, and some just rolling behind it. People running out of the parade trying to help pull the kids out from underneath. And other than that, I don't, know too much. The band people started pulling the kids to the side and doing a roll call, and then the paramedics were right there, and all the fire department luckily was right here, and they rushed to the scene and started stabilizing everybody. And I know that they're taking 9 kids to the hospital, so it was 9. And but
I've heard conflicting reports. Now, the Gulf Shores marching band was set to be at the beginning of this parade, right? The high school marching band. Is that who this was?
That was Gulf Shores High School.
Okay. Well, certainly I appreciate your time letting us know what you saw, because a lot of people are trying to figure out just how this happened and what was done. When you saw this happen, were there a lot of people that went in to help right away?
Yes, right. Everybody was screaming on the sidelines, and people were rushing in to help with anything they could do. But then the paramedics got there and tried to contain the scene a little bit more and see what was going on with 9 different areas.
Very chaotic. I appreciate your time.
Very chaotic.
Well, there you go. That gives us a little more insight as to what happened. And certainly, as she mentioned, and I noticed this too, that emergency responders, first responders, were on the scene very quickly. Thank goodness. They've been, as you heard right there, transferred 9 children to the hospital. I had seen at least 8 earlier when I was able to get a little bit closer to the scene. So we're hearing from this witness that she saw up to 9 children possibly transported to the hospital with a variety of injuries. We certainly don't know what kind of condition they're in. It's way too early to know that or to ask about that, as we allow emergency responders and first responders to do their jobs. The main thing we can all do right now is just pray for these children, pray for their families, and certainly pray for their classmates and band members who were witness to such a tragic event this morning. And once again, the other point to take from this is the parade has been canceled. So once again, if you're at home watching this and you have any family, friends that are down here, maybe closer to the beach, a couple miles away, that are expecting the parade to come by and they haven't heard yet, it has been canceled. Please make your way out of Gulf Shores. Try to clear the area by way of going through Orange Beach and north from there. The road here, Highway 59, at the end of the Intracoastal Waterway, will be closed off until further notice, as emergency crews continue to work on the injured here from the Gulf Shores High School marching band. And so that's a very unfortunate start to the Mardi Gras Fat Tuesday festivities. Right now, we'd like to send you back to Eric. What is MMOO?
MOAA. It's on here. MOAA.
She did a Facebook Live. It's got video of the kids actually still under the car.
All right, everyone. For those of you just joining us, you are looking at live images coming in from Gulf Shores, Alabama. A vehicle has struck several band members marching in the Gulf Shores Mardi Gras parade. Multiple people are being attended to in the streets there in Gulf Shores. As a result, the Mardi Gras parade has been canceled. Now, according to Our Fox 10 News reporter on the scene. At least 8 people were being treated at the scene. Some others transported to a local hospital. The incident happened just as the parade was beginning around 10 this morning, Alabama time. That is about 8 o'clock here in Arizona. Again, a car drives into a crowd of people at a Mardi Gras parade.
My mom texted me. She's like, we're at dinner. This is like, I'm 6 o'clock my time, and there's 5 o'clock. She's like, yeah, we're at dinner, and we're watching the news.
In Alabama.
Crashing my house not far from us.
Authorities are still trying to sort out the specifics. Let's go ahead and watch our crew as they investigate live at the scene.
Okay, guys, we're back here live at the scene in Gulf Shores. Once again, the parade has been canceled. I want to say that right off the top, and certainly want to pray for the students in the Gulf Shores High School Marching Band who were struck by another vehicle, or a vehicle that was also in the parade this morning. A lot of details are still a little bit sketchy. We don't know a lot about it. We've heard from witnesses that a vehicle came across Highway 59 as the band was actually entering the beginning of the parade route, and as it was described by one witness, just mowed them over. That was described by how a pastor that saw it happen earlier described it a little bit earlier here on Fox 10. And then the vehicle stopped. We've now heard up to 9 kids and the 9 children in the band were actually transported to the hospital. The scene is still taped off. A lot of folks still here trying to figure out what happened. Now, from what we've been able to see, though, those that were injured in this are in the process of being transported to local hospitals to get further treatment. Some are still being loaded up, but where it happened out here in the middle of Highway 59, as you can see, there's just a bunch of trauma gear at several different spots on the pavement. Each of those spots where you see this trauma gear is where a member of the band was found laying on the road needing medical attention. We don't know the extent of those injuries. We hope to learn that in coming moments. It may take some time to do that, but as far as finding out exactly how this happened, that's all under investigation. That's one of the reasons you see this police caution tape up, is investigators want to completely evaluate how this may have happened. They, of course, wanted it to be clear of anybody that didn't need to be in there to help at the time. So that's what you're seeing now. Even though these band members have been moved, they have been transported to get further help, this likely will not open back up for some time. This road is closed. The parade is canceled, so anybody trying to make their way out of Gulf Shores will need to do so by traveling to the east and heading towards Orange Beach. At that point, you can bring Canal Road back to the foot of the Intercoastal Waterway and then north. Southbound is, of course, closed, and any way northbound from the beach to this direction will be closed. So you'll have to go through Orange Beach and make your way out. You can see some of the families here trying to load equipment, band families. Just a very tragic situation. I've seen pictures that were taken of some instruments that were smashed, apparently hit and run over by the vehicle as well. We're hoping to learn a little bit more from Grant Brown with the City of Gulf Shores, but he has been constantly on the phone and is trying to get briefed right now by law enforcement and medical or emergency responders on what they know at this point. And as soon as we learn that, we will pass it on to you. But that being said, it's just been a very tragic start to the Mardi Gras Fat Tuesday here today in Gulf Shores. The parade's been canceled, and there's a lot of kids in the Gulf Shores High School Marching Band that need all of your prayers this morning. As soon as we learn more, we'll certainly bring that back to you. We'll toss it back to you, Eric.
Again, guys, you are looking at a live look at the Mardi Gras celebration in Gulf Shores, Alabama. A devastating scene there. An unfortunate start to Mardi Gras in Alabama.
have it up.
They're on the phone. They're working with police trying to get that information. So as soon as we know that, we will definitely confirm that.
The update I just received from the city of Gulf Shores is that there were 11 band members total that needed medical attention after being struck by a vehicle that was in the parade. Still don't have a lot of details on the vehicle now. 3 of those 11, I understand, are in critical condition. They've been transported to local hospitals, the majority to South Baldwin, some to Sacred Heart. So we've just learned that that number is at 11. We first thought might have been as few as 8. Now we know that 11 band members from the Gulf Shores High School Marching Band have been transported to local hospitals in the area to receive further treatment. As far as I can tell, none of them are still on the scene. This is just over 30 minutes old. They're already on their way. Some maybe already be at the hospital, which is good news. Certainly want to keep all of them in our prayers. 3 of those 11, we're now understanding, were transported in critical condition. So just want to make sure that everybody's prayers goes out to not only those involved directly, but the other band members who are around their friends and had to witness this terrible tragedy this morning. Want to certainly keep all of them in your prayers as well. So that's the latest from here. We're still trying to find out a little bit more about the vehicle that was involved, so we'll work on that, but did want to update you on what I just found out as far as how many band members were actually struck by the vehicle and injured. Hold that. I'm going to go look for the truck back here. Truck.
All right, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live feed coming in from Gulf Shores, Alabama, a devastating scene where a car plowed through a large crowd, primarily striking a marching band there. The Mardi Gras parade has obviously been canceled. Many people injured. We know 11 band members taken to the hospital, that according to our Fox 10 reporter at the scene. Our local Fox affiliate in Alabama reporting live for us to give you guys nonstop coverage here on News Now.
We're trying to get back in the hands. So we got to, okay, they're leaving on scene right now.
And for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a devastating scene in Gulf Shores, Alabama. What was supposed to be a festive day, a Mardi Gras celebration, has turned into a tragic scene as a car plowed into a crowd, hitting mostly a marching band. We know 11 members of that marching band taken to the hospital. It is quite a scene at Gulf Shores, Alabama. Obviously, the parade has been canceled. We'll continue to monitor the scene and hopefully get an update for you from our Fox 10 reporter live at the scene.
Stuff happened in New Orleans last week. It never ever could think it could happen. And here it is happening to our parade, but happened to our dang kids.
Well, I've been sending things for everybody out there since prayers. The entire man, not just the.
Yeah, we appreciate it big time. It's we got some scared kids. I'm just gonna go and try to get all the equipment back. Happy about the buses, about the kids going back to school. Just want to go ahead and wait till they consider this crime scene over, then I'm going to get the rest of the rest.
Would you like to say anything to everybody out there? Okay. Well, man.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah.
I'm John G&E, by the way.
Yeah, house.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
All right, for those of you just joining us, this is just a devastating image to look at. Ron Hoon joining me. It is so tragic, Ron.
Okay, Gulf Shores, Alabama, and you can see this is just the live feed coming in, a real tragedy. They were just zoomed in on a pair of shoes and a flute.
It looks like a reporter there on the scene is just about to give us another update. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That's right, Eric. We were actually just at the beginning of the parade route. The parade was beginning to roll about a block and a half from where everybody was gathered as far as crowds. And the beginnings of that parade were happening. The band was walking around the corner, making their way into procession. From what I was told by some witnesses here on the scene, a vehicle that was involved in the parade with the sign on the side that said MOAA plowed into, that was the words of one of the witnesses that I spoke with earlier, plowed into the band. We've now learned 11 band members injured, 3 of them critically injured. They've been transported to 3 area hospitals, mostly to South Baldwin, but a couple also to Sacred Heart and Pensacola and Baptist, I believe. But as you mentioned, the scene here is still being worked. I've seen members of the Baldwin County District Attorney's Office, Chief Investigator here. I see members of the Gulf Shores Police Department Detectives Unit. They're spraying paint on the sidewalk or on the pavement here to kind of mark where this vehicle ended up. They're obviously investigating this scene thoroughly, so they know exactly what happened. I'm seeing, as I look around, I'm seeing other police officers, detectives taking witness statements. So they're trying to gather a very clear image of how this happened, what happened, so that all those questions can be answered. Now, as that's all going on, of course, the main thing right now is to just keep these children, these 11 kids, the 3 that are in critical, all in our prayers right now, and the rest of the band members and students at Gulf Shores High School who had to witness this terrible tragedy this morning at the beginning of this parade route. We certainly hope everybody will have a speedy recovery. It's just too early to know exactly what their conditions are or exactly how this happened. But as I mentioned earlier, and I'll tell you again, the parade has been canceled. Highway 59 is closed, so you cannot travel north or south along here. So everybody who was waiting on this parade south of where this accident happened is going to have to make their way out of Gulf Shores by other means to the east into Orange Beach, and then north on the Beach Express or back on Canal Road north of this accident scene and pick up 59 again in Gulf Shores and head north. So that's the way out. And meanwhile, this is still an active scene. Don't want to call it a crime scene, although it is taped off with police caution tape. That's just to keep everybody back away from it so emergency crews, first responders can do their jobs and so that they can evaluate exactly what happened here. As we see right here behind me, we've got some officers taking witness statements. They're trying to get a very clear idea of just what happened this morning from different perspectives. Some people may have seen something from one direction, somebody may have seen something from another direction, so it's just very important that they speak to everybody they can that may have seen this. And as you can see, we've still got a lineup of floats that will be lined up as they wait for this scene to be cleared so that they can move on. Unfortunate for everybody today, most unfortunate, of course, for the families and the band members who were injured in this case, or in this accident this morning. Once again, 11 band members from the Gulf Shores High School Marching Band, confirmed by city officials, were injured as a vehicle struck them. Don't know the circumstances. I've heard some possibilities of different things, but anything that right now would just be speculation and rumor. So we'll wait until we get any kind of definitive word from police or other officials as to how this accident may have happened. The main thing right now to know is that the kids that were injured are being taken care of. They're all accounted for, and they've been transported to local hospitals. Meanwhile, emergency crews continue to clear the scene, mark the pavement with fluorescent orange tape. They're trying to find out exactly where this vehicle came to rest. I see Detective Bill Cowan over on the other side drawing on a large board. They're obviously trying to get a very clear image of exactly what happened here on the scene so that they can have a better idea of what happened before they answer any questions. Right now, there's not a lot they're able to tell us, so we'll continue to wait on them to get a better idea of what happened, and as soon as we learn anything more, be it from witness statements that they've gathered or otherwise, we'll certainly pass it on to you. So this is what the scene looks like now. I haven't even looked at my watch in a while. I believe about an hour has passed since this happened, and everything it's 11:07, so it's been about an hour and 10 minutes since this happened. So, and as I mentioned before, the emergency response was very quick. Of course, with 11 people to be treated, they had to bring in some emergency crews from other stations, but everybody was treated on the scene as best as they could before they were taken to the local hospital. So that's what we've learned right now, and this is what the scene looks like for now. We'll send it back to you in the studio, Eric. I've got to get something to drink.
Again, this incident took place just as the parade was beginning around 10 a.m. Alabama time. They are Central Time, so they are just an hour ahead of us here in Arizona. This devastating incident happened just about an hour ago. Gulf Shores, Alabama. What was supposed to be a festive Mardi Gras celebration has turned into a tragedy. These are live pictures coming in from the scene. We'll continue to monitor this story and give you any live updates as they become available. However, it seems like our best source may be our Fox 10 reporter on the ground who has been giving us periodic updates throughout the morning. Again, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live feed from Gulf Shores, Alabama. What was supposed to be a festive day has turned into an unfortunate tragedy as several people have been injured when a car crashed into the Mardi Gras celebration. Witnesses describing it as a vehicle plowing into a celebration. We've been covering this for you all morning. We'll continue to bring you live updates here on Fox 10 News Now. Again, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at live images coming in from Gulf Shores, Alabama. We do have a Fox affiliate there that has been giving us continuous updates, a reporter live on the scene who has been updating us as to what exactly happened. Fox 10 News there has learned that 11 members of the Gulf Shores High School marching band have been taken to local hospitals, and 3 of those 11 band members are in critical condition. Looks like our reporter there has another update. Stand by.
What's going on right now. One of the latest thing that is going on is just the investigators are on the scene. They've been taking notes from witnesses that saw it, from what happened from different angles, so they get a very good idea and clear idea of what happened. They're going to kind of rebuild what happened. They've been spray painting the pavement where the vehicle that struck this band came to rest. It was right at 10 o'clock at the beginning of this parade. The parade had not even reached where the general public was staged to begin catching throws and watching the parade. They were just at the beginning of the lineup right here at West 19th Avenue. Wanted to make sure you understand that. Clubhouse Drive is where I was staged up at the beginning of the crowds this morning to cover the parade. The band was actually making its way onto Highway 59 at West 19th Avenue, about a block and a half north of that intersection. It was at that time, as they began making their way, that I heard some commotion and some yelling, looked back over my shoulder and saw band members scattering either direction of Highway 59. They were running, looked like they were frantic. At that time, I wasn't sure what was going on. It became clear, though, within just a few minutes as I walked down here, that we were dealing with a very, very serious situation. As we understand from city officials, a vehicle that was in the parade, actually, as it was described by a witness to me, plowed into the band. Don't know at this point what happened, why that happened. All we know is that it did, and 11 band members with the Gulf Shores High School Marching Band were injured, 3 of those critically injured. The emergency response was quick. Of course, the Gulf Shores Fire Department and Police Department were part of the parade. They were clearing the way at the beginning, so they were immediately on the scene, and more came over the next few minutes, and all 11 have since been tended to and transported to area hospitals. Expecting to hear more from the City of Gulf Shores as they gather information within the hour. We'll certainly keep you updated as that goes. The city made a very quick decision to cancel the parade once the scope of what was going on was discovered and what had happened. They made the decision immediately to cancel the parade and get the word out. The streets have cleared up. I can see nobody left from the crowds south of here. Hopefully everybody has made their way out of the area through Orange Beach and north, but just a very tragic situation. We do hope to hear more from the City of Gulf Shores about maybe how this happened. That's the big question right now. Is we know what happened, we know how many of the band members were involved. Certainly want to keep all of them in our prayers. We know that grief counselors are headed to Gulf Shores High School to speak with other band members who were witness to this. We know that. The floats, many of the parade procession is now making their way out. This area will stay closed off. Highway 59 is completely closed off, north and southbound, until the detectives on scene are done doing what they have to do and they finish interviewing witnesses. So right now, that's what we know. The thing we hope to learn more about in coming moments or hours is who was driving that vehicle, what happened, how it either lost control or how this terrible accident came to be. So as we learn more about that, we will certainly pass it on to you. So that's what we know right now from Gulf Shores, Eric.
All right, joining me now to discuss this devastating scene out of Alabama is Ron Hoon. Ron, the latest numbers show this: 11 members of the high school marching band have been struck, 3 of them in critical condition. Excuse me, I should say 11 members that were struck were taken to the hospital, 3 in critical condition. It's unclear if others were struck and just treated at the scene.
Right.
But it is a devastating scene in Gulf Shores, Alabama. What was supposed to start off as a very celebratory day, Mardi Gras.
Probably somewhat strange for our viewers to be seeing a reporter from Fox 10. This is the Fox 10 TV station down there in the Gulf, around Mobile, in Alabama, and they just happen to be there to cover this parade. And
it's just devastating. Look at the scene, though, on the road. You can see those shoes that have been left behind, remnants on the road. It is so sad to see. According to witnesses, the driver of this vehicle, an elderly man.
Yes.
It is quite sad. Witnesses also describing the vehicle as plowing into the crowd.
I know.
So you have to wonder just what led to this moment, what caused such a tragedy to occur.
Well, we've had reports here in the Valley, it seems every few months, of a person who has a medical emergency while they're driving. And the next thing you know, they've careened across the road and plowed into a building or something like that. It caused an accident. In a case like this, we don't know yet. But with an elderly driver, you think about all the different possibilities. And we don't know yet. But it sounds like it was an elderly driver, so we will wait to hear a little additional information. I would think that law enforcement, at some point, because of the interest in this story, would be holding a news conference, but apparently this was just as the parade was about to get started, kind of in that lineup area. Oh, it looks like he may be getting ready to do another one of his
updates. Maybe he has new information.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and listen in.
Randy, can you hear me? Anybody in the control room?
Like he's trying to get the attention of his producers. Little does he know, he already has our attention here in Phoenix. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Is this up? You hear me, Franz?
I hear you.
Okay. We've got an 11:45 press conference at City Hall. We need to start making our way over there. I need someone to communicate with me. Do you hear me? And
10:45.
All right. So it sounds like there is a press conference coming up at 11:45 Alabama time, which is about 28 minutes from now here in Arizona. Looks like he's going to give an update.
Okay, I've been trying.
Maybe?
Yep.
I can't tell if he's giving a live update or if he's communicating with producers at this point. Let's listen in once more.
Well, we'll hopefully get the newest information. 11:40. Yes.
Yep, it sounds like he was just trying to communicate with the producers back in studio, let them know that there is an 11:45 press conference. 11:45 Alabama time is 10:45 here in Arizona. So 28 minutes from now, we should be getting a live update from officials there in Gulf Shores, Alabama. All right, Ron, we will continue as it seems as if the reporter is not doing a live update. Again, we know a vehicle has struck several high school band members that were marching in the Gulf Shores Mardi Gras parade. Obviously, the parade has since been canceled as a result of this incident that took place just as the parade was starting around 10 this morning. So an hour and about 15, 20 minutes ago is when this incident took place.
Yet this reporter and his photojournalist, they think they're there just to cover a happy story. Hey, they're heading down, the parade's about to get started. And then, I don't know, if somebody went and grabbed him and said, hey, there's something going on back there where the parade is, where they're lining up for the parade, or if they saw it. He hasn't spoken. No, he did actually talk about how he saw the van with the MOAA right on the side of it. At some point, I'm going to try to look that up, see what that's an acronym for down there in Gulf Shores, but he's being pressed into duty now with a story that is the exact opposite of what they thought they were going to be dealing with, and it sounds like in another 20 minutes or so, we will get a news conference. I believe they said right from the steps of City Hall there in Gulf Shores.
It is just a tragic scene there, though, in Alabama. This is not what you expect to have to deal with when covering Mardi Gras that day. And again, there were several band members that were struck. Witnesses described it as, you know, children being trapped under this vehicle. I mean, it was just such a gruesome scene. It looks like the reporter is doing another live update. Let's go ahead and listen in.
In the corner here at West 19th, onto 59, Clubhouse Drive is the next street light you see down the way. That's where I was standing, and that's where the crowds began. So the band was actually was just turning onto Highway 59 to make its way down to the beginning of the crowds and the parade route, when, from what witnesses have told me this morning, a vehicle with the letters MOAA on the side plowed into the van. Now, the vehicle, I'm understanding, was part of the parade. We don't understand exactly how this happened. That's the big question right now that everybody is working on. What we do know is that, unfortunately, 11 band members were struck by that vehicle and have had to receive medical treatment, 3 of them in critical condition. So we want to keep all of them in our prayers right now. It was a very chaotic scene, as you can imagine. When I heard some commotion and turned around and looked back this direction to where I'm standing now from Clubhouse Drive, I saw band members scattering and running to both sides of Highway 59. I can only assume to run for help or just to run away from the situation. They had just witnessed several of their fellow band members be run over. I have heard from our own Mike Jernigan from our promotions department, who's down here helping us logistically on the scene today. He's actually giving a witness interview to police himself right now, and so he has described to me that when he came up on the scene just to see what was going on, it was very traumatic. Several band members on the ground, at least one still underneath the vehicle when he saw and arrived on the scene. So it's just we're going to have to move back a little bit. We're told by police we're going to have to move back a little bit. They're actually roping this area off, and what they're trying to do, as I understand it, is to map out the situation completely, to show where the band was coming from, to show where they were going, and ultimately where everything came to be, where this accident happened. So we're moving out of their way. As you can see, they're roping the area off even further. Now, I will say once again that because of the way the parade lineup was, emergency crews were on the scene very quickly when this happened. Thank goodness. We had first responders were literally on the scene, some within, I would say, less than a minute, seconds even, and others began showing up immediately thereafter. They had 11 band members to tend to that were struck by this vehicle. They've since been transported to area hospitals, mostly to South Baldwin Hospital. The 3 critical, I believe, to Sacred Heart Hospital is what I've been told, in Pensacola. So as you can see, they've actually extended this cautionary area so that they can map out better what happened. The detectives here in Gulf Shores have been talking to witnesses all morning so that they can get a better idea of just what happened. The one thing we don't know right now is how it happened, why it happened. We know that the vehicle struck the kids. It looked to be a large SUV, cream-colored SUV type vehicle with a banner or letters across the side, MOAA. I understand it was supposed to be part of the parade as well. I hope to learn more about that in an upcoming press conference in less than 30 minutes at City Hall. So maybe we can shed a little more light on just what happened and what caused this vehicle to run into the band. That's the big question that we're still trying to find out. But the parade was immediately canceled by Gulf Shore city officials when this happened. We got the word out, and folks began making their way away from the scene, except for a lot of very frantic family members of band members who had heard what happened. A lot of them were running from where the crowds were north on 59 to get to their sons, get to their daughters, get to their friends. So obviously a lot of very upset folks because they didn't know what was going on, and then after they saw, it really sank in even more. One of the pastors we talked to earlier from a local church said that he immediately gathered a lot of the band around him and offered prayer. And that's what we can all do right now. So right now we can offer prayer for the band members that were victims in this case, and the rest of them who are undergoing a very traumatic emotional experience seeing their friends struck. So want to certainly keep them in their prayers. In the meantime, we're going to move over to City Hall from the scene here, where we anticipate a press conference to take place in less than 30 minutes. So hopefully we'll be able to learn more. So until then, we'll send it back to the studio. And you, Eric.
Okay, everyone, we are going to cut out of this Mardi Gras crash coverage. We will go back to it in time for that press conference, but we do want to take you now live to Italy. This is Mount Etna. These are live images coming in from Mount Etna, which is in Sicily near Catania. Volcano erupting live here on News Now. All right, for those of you just joining us for our Mount Etna coverage, Mount Etna has erupted in a fiery show of lava in eastern Sicily. The volcano's latest eruptions, which can last days and even weeks, began yesterday evening. The giant orange fountains of lava spewing towards the sky could be seen in the city of Catania and the resort town of Taormina. Now, although volcanic ash clouds can cause flight disruptions, the nearby Catania airport was operating normally Tuesday, and authorities report no danger to the towns that dot the mountain's slopes.
Boy, they do say that Sicily is beautiful, and that would be just one more reason to go out into this region, this island there off the mainland of Italy, the far southern, the boot of Italy, and to see something like this. We actually had some similar images into the newsroom from last night, but I've got to say, as we watch this live,
wow,
I mean, it looks, I don't know how or why that would be happening, but it looks even more spectacular than some of the images that we had from just yesterday.
And it's just crazy to witness, and here we are witnessing it on, via a camera. I can't imagine seeing this in real life.
Right.
Just quite a scene there in Sicily. Mount Etna is Europe's largest and most active volcano. There's the fun fact for you guys this morning.
Right.
And its frequent eruptions are often accompanied by large lava flows, but hardly ever pose any sort of danger to people nearby.
Right. It is interesting because you can Google image search and you can find pictures that show how close the mountain is to the populated areas. If you're somebody who likes traveling to national parks and seeing some of the most spectacular mountains in this country, you can understand how in Italy, 24 hours a day, 365, this would be a popular tourist attraction.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just the natural beauty of it. But when it is erupting, no shock here, you can imagine all over the island, people can't get enough of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're set up obviously several miles away with a telephoto lens here, but I mean, you're seeing with the high-def camera anymore, you're seeing it's like each individual splatter coming out of this spewing molten lava.
It is such a sight to see, and obviously they are many time zones ahead in Italy. It is nighttime there now.
That's right.
And it's just quite a sight to see. It looks even more spectacular, in contrast to the night sky.
Yes, no kidding. Let's just check and see.
I also do have a map. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up for our viewers. We have a map. Oops.
By the way, it's 6:30 there. So they're about an hour into nighttime in Italy. 8 hours different from us at 10:30. And so it's early on. You got to believe there are plenty of onlookers with their own, with their own binoculars, or a few folks with telescopes who are honing right in on this.
And there is a quick map look so you guys can get a feel. You can see the little blue pin on the map. Get a rough idea of where in Italy it is. You can see that is the island of Sicily there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take you back now to those live images of the volcano that is erupting.
Just
Ron,
incredible.
quite
huh?
a sight to see.
Okay, so let's see. It is, and considering that this is right above sea level, I mean, we're talking about an island, so
Right.
it just about rises right out of the sea. Pretty impressive. 10,922 feet.
Wow.
I mean, think how impressive the San Francisco peaks are here in Arizona at about 12,000 feet. But you're looking at them from Flagstaff, which is 7,000 feet.
Right.
And as much as they rise 5,000 feet above the average terrain, here's something that's rising more than 10,000 feet from the base of the island, from the shores, and is really interesting. You know, the Greeks were fascinated by this mountain.
Interesting.
And the story they told was that there was a monster trapped under this mountain by Zeus, the god of the skies.
Some Greek mythology for you this morning,
and of
guys.
thunder, yes. And so that's kind of how they justified what would happen there.
Interesting.
But it continues to, be one of the most active in the world.
Wow. Look at that. What a scene.
It really is just incredible.
Have you ever seen a volcano erupt live, Ron?
Was it really live? I think so, because, I was actually covering the explosion of the Mount St. Helens volcano. And I believe some of the pictures that I saw were live. I mean, if you mean live in person, no, but I believe.
Meant live in person,
did you?
But
But still, if I'm remembering some of the pictures that we saw, either after the first explosion or there were additional explosions of that volcano. I mean, we lived downstream or downwind from that volcano, Mount St. Helens, which erupted in May 18th of 1980, and we were 200 plus miles away. And by the time that volcanic blast was done, 200 plus miles away, we had 3 inches of volcanic ash covering the entire city.
Wow.
So it's pretty spectacular. And in terms of what you see live, I remember it was a Sunday. We walked out of church, started walking down the steps, and I looked up in the sky, and it literally looked like somebody was pulling a blanket right over the sky because the volcanic cloud was covering from horizon to horizon.
Wow.
So that was around 2 in the afternoon. By around, I think, 3:15, it was as black as midnight, and it was 3 in the afternoon.
Wow.
So it's pretty incredible to live through an experience like that, that's for sure.
That's right.
But who
you are
knows?
a Washington State native.
That's correct, and that was a pretty incredible experience to live through. So for these folks, it's probably old hat. They've been living with this volcano for, a lot longer than anybody
Us
who lives
Americans
there.
appreciate watching it.
Yes, we do.
We don't see this every day.
Yeah, we sure don't. Closest thing we would have would be Kilauea.
Well,
All right.
Ron,
Yes,
thanks for
Sonia.
joining me. I know it's that time where Ron Hoon has to leave us
Right.
to go to his meeting. I'll continue to give you guys some updates and some interesting fun facts related to Mount Etna while we
Okay.
watch this volcano erupt. How
There
does
you
that
go.
sound?
Sounds great.
Thanks, Ron.
Sure.
All right, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at live images coming in from Mount Etna, which is in Sicily near Catania, of a volcano erupting there. We're going to go ahead and give you guys some interesting information regarding Mount Etna in case you don't know a lot about it. Mount Etna is Europe's largest and most active volcano. Its frequent eruptions are often accompanied by large lava flows, but rarely pose danger to inhabited areas. Etna is one of the volcanoes with the longest historic record of eruptions, going back more than 2,000 years. Now, this volcano erupted in Sicily overnight with no immediate danger. So, people are taking in a moment to get some remarkable photos of this event. As you can see, the eruption threw out jets of lava into the sky and was visible from further locations, including the city of Catania. Now, this volcano eruption has not affected any airports in the area, as the Catania airport does remain open. This eruption is not considered dangerous at this time. Now, here's something interesting. Through January 2011 to February 2012, the summit craters of Etna were the site of intense activity. Frequent eruptions and ash columns actually forced authorities to shut down that nearby Catania airport on several occasions during that one-year span. As of right now, though, no threats to the nearby airports. Go ahead and just remove our lower third for a moment so you get a full look at that video of the volcano. Again, this is Mount Etna in Sicily, Italy. Again, guys, you are looking at live images coming in from Italy of Mount Etna, Europe's most active volcano. The history of its eruptions date back more than 2,000 years. This is a live feed coming in from Sicily, Italy. That is where Mount Etna is located. We'll continue to watch this for a couple more minutes. We are then going to take you back to Alabama so we can give you an update on that devastating crash, a vehicle plowing into a Mardi Gras celebration in Alabama. Many members of a high school marching band injured. We'll take you there in just a few minutes. Again, this is a live feed of Mount Etna, which is currently erupting. It began erupting Monday night, fiery lava in eastern Italy. Now, this is the first time that Mount Etna has erupted in 8 months. Again, this eruption does not pose any dangers as of right now. In fact, the nearby airport in Catania has not shut down as a result of this volcano. In the past, the airport has been forced to shut down. However, this eruption currently not a threat. And it looks like that press conference about to begin in Alabama. Let's go ahead and listen in. Deadly crash in Alabama.
What they are today. My name is Grant Brown. I'm the Public Information Officer for the City of Gulf Shores, Alabama. That's GRANTBROWN. I'm joined here today by Chief Ed Delmore, Gulf Shores Police Department Police Chief, and Kevin Tolbert, who is our Gulf Shores Fire Rescue. He was the incident commander for this incident this morning. Again, I'm sorry that the circumstances were being here today is what they are. What we know today at approximately 10:05 in the morning, just as the parade started to turn the corner to get onto Highway 59, Gulf Shores High School band started their parade toward the beach. A late model SUV, who was driven by a 73-year-old male who we believe to be from Fairhope, Alabama, accelerated and struck 12 of the band members as they approached the start of the parade. At this point, there's no indication that the driver was under any type of influence of alcohol or drugs. More information will be released as we get more information available to us. Gulf Shores Fire Rescue and other agencies immediately responded. We are unfortunately have to report 12 band members ages 12 to 17 who are injured. 9 of those patients were transported to South Baldwin Regional Medical Center. 2 of the patients went to Sacred Heart in Pensacola, Florida, and 1 patient was transported to Baptist Hospital in Pensacola. Unfortunately, 4 of those injured are reported as critical at this time. Gulf Shores Police Department, Gulf Shores Fire Rescue Department, Baldwin County Sheriff's Department, Volunteer Fire Department from Fort Morgan, and numerous other agencies assisted with the response. As you can imagine, the response was immediate. It was very early on in the parade, right at the start, and there was a tremendous number of resources right there able to help the situation. That's what we know at this time. We will have another press conference at 3 p.m. today. As you can imagine, a number of these incidents and items are becoming more available to us, and as they become available, we'll be sure to make that available to you at 3 p.m. Between now and then, we will not be updating you anymore as to the information, because as I said, it's just still coming into us too quickly. The Baldwin County Board of Education Public Information Officer Terry Wilhite is on his way here. I'm sorry. And Eddie Tyler, our Baldwin County Board of Education Superintendent, is here today. Again, we are very saddened by this event. As you know, we did cancel the parade for the rest of Mardi Gras holiday.
Grant, if you said there was some information, if anybody got anything on the cell phone, you had some information for those people?
Yes, the police department has put out a notification that if anybody has a copy of a video that shows the incident actually occurring, we would appreciate it not going on social media, but we'd appreciate it being emailed to our police department. The email address is bcowan, BCOWAN, @gulfshoresal.gov. And if you would get that to us, we would really appreciate it. Thank you for the question. Any other questions?
A lot of investigative work going on, a lot of witnesses being interviewed by your staff right now. And of course, the big question right now that everybody's wanting to know is, how did this happen? Why did it happen? Can you enlighten us any, as far as that goes, what you can say right now and what you're doing in regards to finding that out?
Yes. Every indication, as Grant indicated, is that it was not involving drugs or alcohol, nor is there any indication that this was an intentional act. Every indication is that it was just a tragic accident by an elderly man driving this vehicle into these band members.
So vehicle failure, medical condition?
That's all still being investigated. We're in the process of reconstructing the accident. Our own traffic investigators, along with the Alabama State Troopers, are assisting in that.
Where is he now? Where's the driver now?
The driver is with us at this point, as well as the vehicle is with us. He's being interviewed, and he's voluntarily undergoing some testing.
Can you talk about the actual accident itself, how fast it appears he was going, anything like that you can release at this time, or
No.
what was happening at that moment?
No, we're still in the very preliminary stages. As Grant said, we're still gathering video and reconstructing. It may be several weeks before we can provide you with anything like that.
Was he in the parade? Is that true?
That's still being determined whether he was part of the parade or authorized to be part of the parade. I'm not prepared to say whether he was or not at this point.
I'm sorry. Is he aware of what's happened?
He's aware that there's been an incident, but beyond that, I don't have the information about what specifically he's said or has not said.
Was anybody else in the vehicle riding with him?
I don't have that information at this
I know
point.
you mentioned no intent or malice.
Charges are always possible, but again, that comes following a very extensive investigation. And depending on the results of that is when we, along with the district attorney's office, would make a decision to charge or not.
Chief Colton, can you talk about the extent of injuries, the type of injuries you saw out there on the scene?
At this time, we're just going to stick with the information that was given by Grant, the critical and and the not so critical, and they're all still being evaluated at this time.
We had heard reports on the scene that the vehicle was actually on top of some of the students. Is
Correct.
That information? It was
Yes.
when y'all got there?
Yes.
Did that pose any kind of specific challenge to get that vehicle off of them without further injuring them?
We were able to extract the occupants, the patients, out from under the vehicle without moving it.
Did the driver suffer any injuries?
Not to my knowledge.
Can you talk about the agencies that were involved during that time, right after the accident, and what went into
Yeah, I think Grant has that information.
to helping the victims as well as clearing the scene?
Sure. As I mentioned at the start of the parade, there was a tremendous amount of resources there. We had our Public Works Department there because they were responsible for closing the roads for the vehicle traffic. Gulf Shores Fire Rescue Department was right there on scene immediately. Gulf Shores Police Department, of course, there. Number of sheriff's officers. MedStar ambulance was called almost immediately to be able to respond because we knew that we were going to be needing some assistance from them. A number of other agencies. Volunteer Fire Department from Fort Morgan. They were actually parade participants. They came immediately and assisted as well. So we had a number of agencies responding.
Chief, could you please speak to some of the types of challenges that your crews and the others were faced with in this kind of an accident? I mean, obviously dealing with 12 injured students hit by a vehicle. What kind of injuries were you dealing with, and how were you able to deal with that in such a chaotic scene?
Well, it was a mass trauma incident, so we had to seek help from other agencies, as we said. Orange Beach was able to get a unit over, also for a transport unit. Also, Foley was able to provide assistance in covering our area while we were on the scene.
What kind of injuries were we dealing with in this scenario?
It's just trauma-related injuries.
Was MedStar involved in any way? Did you guys call them in it?
Yes, MedStar was involved. Okay.
Yes, they provided as many ambulances as they had at the time.
Is there a reason why the life flight?
I think he's talking about air care.
Yeah, is the helicopter, is that a good sign?
We requested Air Career 1. They could not fly at the moment because of low ceiling, the weather, but they were able to eventually get in there and proceed to South Baldwin Hospital in order to transport one from there to Pensacola or to USA.
So any at Baptist, any in Pensacola, or just one trauma at?
Yeah, we've got 2 at Sacred Heart and 1 at Baptist.
Are you prepared to release the driver's name yet, and why not at this point?
We're not prepared to release that. In fact, I don't have all of his identifying information. We're still in the very early stages. We're contacting people who he knows as well. That could possibly happen this afternoon, but don't hold me to that. Again, we are still in the very early stages of the investigation. It's a step-by-step process that we do very methodically.
And a witness there shared some photos with some of the media showing a Ford Expedition with a banner saying MOAA on it. Do you have any idea what that means? Is that part of the parade? Or?
That's all still under investigation. We're looking into just that. We've received that same information that you just said.
I'm sorry, there were some media reports out of Atlanta from ABC News. I wondered if you could confirm whether it's even accurate, but they said the FBI was assisting this investigation. Is that correct? And if so, what would be their involvement?
The FBI called me, the special agent in charge of the FBI in Mobile called me and offered assistance, but upon learning that this was not an intentional act and not anything necessarily strictly of a criminal nature, we denied that assistance, although they did reach out to us. So they're not involved at this point, although we do appreciate them reaching out and asking.
I know there was some crisis counseling being offered to some of the kids, very traumatic for all those around. I don't know if that's something that Superintendent would like to speak to at this time or not, but the whole band was there and had to bear witness to this very traumatic for all of them, I'm sure. What's being done for them, their families, right now?
I do not know that information. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that's probably appropriate. Again, we're still in the very early stages of this. I think it's more appropriate that they perhaps address that at 3 o'clock when we talk to you again.
Also, the Highway 59 is shut down right now.
It is from the portion just south of the Intercoastal Waterway Bridge, south to Clubhouse Drive. We've secured the scene, and we'll keep it closed until we have completely cleared the scene, and we'll make it available back to the public. There's still ways to get around the detour and the bypass to get people north over the bridge.
Talk about how traumatic this is. You guys are doing a great job, all the agencies coming together. It's not something you would expect on any day, particularly Fat Tuesday. Gulf Shores is a tight-knit, close community. Talk about how tough this is for you guys.
I mean, you've hit it on the head. This is 39 years. This is the parade that's been going on for 39 years. First parade in Baldwin County. These are our children. This is our community. These are our friends. These are our people. And to have this happen, it's horrible. Any other questions? If not, we certainly appreciate your respect of us and how we don't deal with this very often, luckily, in our area. So we appreciate the media and your helping get the information out and the respect that you had for the scene during the event. We will get information available to you at 3 o'clock as we get more sent back into us. As you can imagine, there's an awful lot of people working on this right now. So thank you all very much for being here.
All right, everyone, that wraps up that press conference. We are going to take you back to the volcano eruption. Mike Pace joining you with more news now in just a few minutes.
All right, folks, taking live coverage here in Italy. We're going to take you now to, unfortunately, a funeral service for a retired Phoenix Fire captain happening now.
Captain Rosanico was part of the first generation of female firefighters who started joining our force in the early 1980s. She was one of a small number of female firefighters. And though we know, you know, that her contributions will continue to resonate for years and decades to come through you. Like those she touched and inspired in person, our entire city owes Captain Rosanico a debt that we can never repay. We can only do our best to keep her spirit with us by aspiring to be more like her, to live a life with purpose, to dedicate ourselves to helping others whenever and wherever we can, to face the challenges that await us with the same determination, tenacity, and the same courage that Crystal showed us was possible. Thank you, Phoenix firefighters, for your service to the people of the city, and Godspeed, Captain Rosanico.
He had some good things to say. I'd like to invite three more people that are going to come up and share with us, and that would be Pete Garias and Chris Pardee and Crystal's son, Cutter Pleasant, if they would come on up.
Joe and him, it's, you know, it's going to be kind of tough. Crystal the Pistol Rosanico, a.k.a. the Bullet. Joe Arnold named her that because of, well, that's the way she was, her personality. I was really lucky. I got to meet Crystal when we were in grade school. You know, the Little League field, she would come over and all that, and I kind of had an in because my dad was her teacher at Squaw Peak, and Shelley and Joe Lynn, and so that was my aunt. So we talked, and next you know, we were going. She's one of those people that you've had, the friend of yours that you remember they haven't had the same address or phone number for 100 years, but you still remember their phone number from when you were kids. And that was the case with her. And when we got into high school, we kind of ran almost like a group, a pack. You know, there was a bunch of us, the Cockerhams and all of us, and Crystal was quite often part of that. She and her friends would go with us, and it didn't matter if we were going to the family cabin up on the rim or to the river or to the flumes or to Mexico. She was there, and she loved that kind of excitement, just always wanting something to do. Abby Slade was the one that I'm sure a lot of you read. At 18, she took a backpack and was headed to the Yucatan Peninsula down in Mexico. Just, let's go. And they went. She was incredibly bold, incredibly self-confident, She knew when she wanted to get on the fire service. She did what she needed to do. She was in tremendous shape, strong. Then she decided, she wanted to build her own house. She designed it, and literally this scoria, this lava stuff that was all cracked up, and she mixed it in a wheelbarrow and dumped half of it. Built the house, designed it. It was such an awesome house. Phoenix Homes and Garden put it on their cover with an inside story. I mean, that was everything she did. She was just so self-confident. It was whatever she wanted to do. Shelley talked her into taking the realtor's exam, and she literally studied for 2 weeks and passed the realtor. She was really sharp. But that's just how bold she was. And self-confident, man. There was nothing that she didn't think she could do. After her second of what was going to end up being 11 brain surgeries, after her second one, she was in the hospital, in her hospital room, in her hospital bed, and this nurse came in, happy heart, wanted to reassure Crystal. Look, Crystal, she goes, just don't worry about it. I know that in 6 or 8 months you'll be able to get many of these things that you were able to do before the accident back. Oh, man. She didn't realize who she was talking to. I mean, Crystal went off like a bottle rocket. Let me tell you something. You don't know me. You don't know what I'm capable of. It's not going to take me anywhere near that long, and I'll be able to get all of them back, and it'll be 6 months maybe. Now get the hell out of my house. She's in hospital and she's kind of drugged up, but that's even when she was like that. You didn't test her ability to get anything done, and I really will miss her. That kind of tenaciousness. All of those that knew her know exactly what I'm talking about, and all of those of you that knew her are lucky to have known her. And I'm really lucky because I got to know her for a long, long time. Thank you.
Well, I saw, Pete, you kind of threw your speech away, so I had 3 or 4 of them, and every time I went to my prayer meeting with Dorian and kind of go over it with him, he'd say, no, throw that speech out. That's not going to be a good one. So I'm thinking, okay, I wrote another one. And then I talked to him again at our other prayer meeting we had, and he said, no, that's not a good one. You need to kind of, don't get off the territory. So I sat there and I wrote a brand new speech this morning because I want to encompass what kind of person Crystal really was. So we'll kind of go in order here. First, to the Phoenix Fire Department, Chief Cockbrenner and Steve Berline. What you did for her in the 4 months and the support that you allowed me and our department to do for her was just over the top. You can't find that type of support anywhere in the country. For the people that got Crystal back on the truck, it was about a year and a half before she finally was solo. Now let's really kind of break this thing down. This is a person that had a traumatic brain injury, was supposed to die that day, and she comes back. Now, it'd have been easy if she died that day. She wouldn't have had a chance to say anything to her family. She wouldn't have had to accomplish more and identify who the person she really was if she did that day. So many conversations I would talk to Crystal is I said, why do you drive so hard? Because that's what I was taught. And Mr. Arnold and Dixie, what an amazing woman that you raised. And Mr. Arnold, I will not call you by your first name because I know today you still can kick my you-know-what. You raised 3 beautiful daughters that are hard-fighting, charging people that don't take anything. So when Crystal was in her accident, Shelley, you were right there. You were the kind of the sentinel to make sure that no one that did not need to see Crystal did not come to see Crystal. And the 2 years that you spent with her during the recovery process to get back on the truck was just absolutely amazing. The support was over the top. And then with Jolynn, after she got back in the truck and started to live her life and have fun with the boys and do the things that she's supposed to do, here it comes again, that accident. Kicks her down again. Now she has cancer. And what does Crystal do? She gets back and fights again. And Jolynn comes in. And Jolynn, wow, what a team. She did it right. The one thing that she told me and you is that she did not want anybody to touch her as long as it's a firefighter or a family. And I'll tell you, the way that she did it in those last months, you could write a friggin' movie. You have Pete Garias during her last days, or the night that she passed, racing from the airport to say goodbye. You had her boys on each side of her when she passed. Her family reading to her. They write TV movies over that kind of stuff. Incredible. So you want to figure out why she didn't do August 9th. It was because of those reasons that now she becomes not a brick in your house anymore. She's actually kind of like the glue or the strength that keeps your unbelievable family together. And I thank you for letting me be part of your wonderful family. Now, spiritually, Crystal, I'll tell you, before that accident, you look at her and go, holy geez, she knocked everything down. And because of that accident, the spirituality that she had to have to keep coming up was stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger till the day she passed. But the proudest thing that she did was get back on that fire truck. And if you look at the back of your pamphlet, it shows her crew raising her up in a victorious way. But you have to thank the people, which Battalion 8 C Shift, our fearless leader, Chief Quincy, that basically managed this grand idea, and then Pete Grice and Bob Kahn that came up with this grand idea. And then Chief Harms, the operations chief at the time, and Ed Arnuchek, and Brian Tobin, the North Deputy at the time, would manage a year of intense training. Now remember, she had to learn how to speak and walk. This is a person that had thousands of pictures. What's a lug nut? What's an SCBA? What's an MCT? And she went over those things, not just on shift work, but on her days off, over and over and over again, till she could finally get it. Now that, again, is basically solidifying who Crystal was and how she will be remembered in this organization. To beat adversity, the tenacity, the gut, gosh darn, punch you in the mouth, get out of my way. And as the mayor was saying, kind of forged the way for the females. It was kind of interesting that the day before Crystal died, Chief Krockbrenner came by the house again to visit, and I was outside talking to her and was asking about females. How was it when you came on the job? And we would talk different stories here and there. But the thing is that at that time, females always kind of had to apologize. 2 o'clock in the morning when 9 firefighters or 7 firefighters would run into the into the station, and then there's that one female firefighter. What do you think she had to do? Stations weren't set up for females, and it was always, excuse me, okay, as everybody got to go to the restroom first. Now, what Crystal has done for our organization is females don't have to apologize anymore. And what a legacy that you can send to people. And so lastly, I want to say that we can't forget. We cannot forget Crystal. So my conversation with Chief Cockbrenner, I told you I was going to go rogue. And you gave me the thumbs up because I got a lot of pretty good looks of my patch that I have on this side and my cap device that came from the captain on Engine 25 in the 60s. I even have my Don Mills belt buckle on. But I wanted everybody to remember that people like, we talked about Dale Brandt that died of cancer. People like Gary Picari, Joe Vales, Don Mills, icons in our organization, that we will not forget them. And then my first experience with a line of duty death was I was testing for the fire department. And I remember Chief Brunacini standing up with Pat Catelmi, which was their first line of duty death, Dale Lockett. And I just wondered how hard that would be to get up there and do that and bring an organization back and have lessons from what happened to that horrific day. So again, please, let's don't forget about Dale Lockett, Ricky, Tim, Brett, Mark, Brad, Brandy, and Crystal. Chief Brunacini used to say that our past is our identity. The future is our purpose. And now it starts to rain. Wow. If you look at all the patches here, all the city patches, men that rode on the fire trucks, and now females. When we started in the 80s, remember the red one, guys? The old timers? The chiefs used to wear these. Every stitch is someone's name that rode on a fire truck. And now we have the new one. And now Crystal becomes part of what we wear on our sleeves. She is the fabric that identifies us of who we are as an organization. We are a great organization, a great city, the finest fire department in the country. And believe me, I know, bar none, the best firefighters in the valley are here in this place. So let's do not, please, forget Crystal. And every time we come to a place, we go down to City Hall and see her name on that wall, or we go down to the new memorial at the state capitol. We cannot forget Crystal. And perfect. We got it raining. Because she's telling us, don't forget me. She has solidified who she is and will be remembered for everything that she accomplished. A person that should have died, came back, got to spend time with her family. You got to say goodbye, have fun, hold them, and she died in the house that she loved. How can you ask for anything more? Dear God, she's coming with a bikini in hand and a cocktail in the other.
All right. The earliest memory I have of my mom becoming a firefighter is from when we were living on the dairy. I walked down the hall, and there was my mom and her turnouts flipping an oxygen tank over her head. Then she started doing push-ups. Pretty soon she was doing push-ups with my brother and I sitting on her back. Soon after, we moved to Phoenix when my mom got hired with the department to join class 911. How cool is that, 911? It wasn't easy being a single mom. We had lots of help. Every third day, my grandma Dixie would pick us up from school, and we would either stay with her, my Aunt Shelley, and Uncle Spencer, or Papa Joe's on the weekends. I know my mom would want to thank you for helping raise her two sons. My mom loved what she did. She was very physically fit. She learned how to cook at the station. She laughed and made some very good friends, some lovers. She helped those in need. I watched my mom grow in the fire department, from a booter to a firefighter, an engineer, a captain, and now a hero. She taught my brother and I to follow our hearts. I can remember she came home mad from a call and she said, just because they're a POS doesn't mean you can treat them like one. She took Chief Brunacini's words to heart, be nice. She was a mentor to new recruits. It became her passion. I'd never seen my mother more happy or satisfied than when seeing others she helped succeed. I also noticed my mom had begun to take an interest in politics while working with the union. This could have been trouble. She volunteered at charity events, and she always treated her booters with respect. I will miss my mom. She gave my brother and I a great life. I'm thankful for these last 8 years. She could have died the day of the accident, but because of the speed of her crew, her strength, and God's will, she came back. I'll always remember the hug I got when she first woke up. My mom had to learn how to walk and talk again. She did happen to remember all of the curse words, though. One day over at Barrows, she had to go to rehab. It was her first day back in the gym. She was mad. She had to wear this helmet with a fire truck on it because her skull was still removed. And the doctors and nurses made her wear it. So we wheeled her down to the gym, and she was hardly paying attention to the therapist. And this lady's trying to get my mom to do some bicep curls. So she takes a pin and puts it in the 5-pound slot. My mom looks at me and pulls the pin out and sticks it in the 50-pound slot and starts doing curls. We soon went home after that. From there, she graduated from Rehab Without Walls, and her goal of getting back to the truck started to become a reality. With help from Chris Pardee, she made it back to the truck 1 year and 2 weeks from the day. Every year after, she would go to the beach. She would order a cocktail for every year she had survived, and she would send us a picture. These last 2 years were very tough. We had some good times. It wasn't all bad. What I'd like to say is that my mom's faith never wavered. In her most trying times, she took to the Lord for comfort. I would like to say thank you to some very important people who helped us and my mom along the way. Carrie Ramella, thank you. The 100 Club, Dr. Hott for saving my mom's life, Tim McClellan for getting us to New York to celebrate her gold medals in the 10-year anniversary of September 11th. We'll never forget. The nurses and staff at John C. Lincoln and St. Joe's Hospital, Chris Pardee for not letting her be alone. Tommy Connor, a true friend. Martha, her angel on earth. And most importantly, my Aunt Jolene, my mom's sister. She devoted her life to my mom's well-being the last 2 years, and I'd like to thank you for caring for my mom the way you did. And of course, Phoenix Fire Department, this really is a family. Thank you for Ramion, for putting this on, Megan, for your help, and thank you all very much for your support.
Stood there boldly, sweating in the sun. Felt like a million, felt like number one. The height of summer, I'd never felt that strong, like a rock. I was 18, didn't have a care, working for peanuts, not a dime to spare. I was leaning, solid everywhere, like a rock. My hands were steady, my eyes were clear and bright. My walk had purpose, my steps were quick and light. And I held firm to what I felt was right, like a rock. Like a rock. I was strong as I could be, like a rock. Nothing ever got to me, like a rock. I was something to see,
boys for 25 years that this isn't just a job. This is a family. These aren't just coworkers. These are people that will be by your side no matter what. Every third year, they spent Christmas at the station. I was a single parent. Every third year was Thanksgiving, and again, after my accident, which I obviously don't remember, but my entire family saying that parking lot in that hospital was full of hundreds of navy blue shirts. And prior to that accident, I enjoyed the 20 years of it. I loved every moment of it. I lived for it. But the last 5 years has shown what a family is truly all about. And I thank you. And I love each and every one of you. I'm sure everybody here, we've run calls together. We've got some crazy memories to share. And I can never thank you enough. And being here tonight just proves that I shouldn't have even thought about walking away from any of you. I'll be remembered of who I was, not what happened. Thank you.
Wow. Well, I'm going to tell you that in about 2.5 weeks, I'm going to be on the beach in Puerto Vallarta, and I'm going to remember Crystal. I know she had a quest for finding the greatest beach. I think I like it down there. I've been there 29 years in a row. So that's my favorite beach. You know, as I sat up here and listened to everything that got said today, I wrote down a list of just words that were descriptive. And how many times are you asked a question, can you describe someone in 3 words? Well, I can't describe Crystal in 3 words because I'm going to just share some of the stuff that I wrote down. Tenacious, tough, caring, giving, do what's right, advocate for others, serve, charisma, competent, disciplined, smart, brave, the heart of a lion, never give up, loving, bullet, nice one, self-confident, charm, good nature, competitive, diligent, a mentor. I'm sure that I don't have all the words that it would take to describe Crystal. About a week ago, I was over in California visiting my family, and I got an email about Crystal's condition. And I began to see the Facebook post that started to roll out. And I watched a video then about Crystal in the accident and the comeback from the accident. And as I watched, one thing that I had learned is that Crystal seemed to be one that would not be denied. This was not a job to her. This was a family to her. She gave it everything she had. If you told her she couldn't do it, she would obviously prove you wrong. And I heard a saying that was her saying, that look at who I was, not what I was. I think Crystal, it wasn't a title that made Crystal who she was, because whatever title she had on her badge, she was still going to be Crystal. She was still going to care about people. She always wanted to make sure that everyone got a fair shake. And I thought of this saying, the significance of a person's life cannot be found by counting the years of their life, but by the legacy, but rather it was found by weighing the significance of their life and the legacy that they left. Crystal left us too soon. But more importantly, she did live a significant life and a meaningful life. Like Chris said, we're not going to forget her. She left a long legacy. In all of her achievements, though, it's like Chief Kalkbrenner said, she would say her proudest achievement was her boys, was Cutter and Austin. She was proud of you guys. It's been a very tough week this last week as we walked through all the meetings and things, but what I could see was that it was so easy to see the importance of relationships, the importance of all of us that are sitting in this room right now. And for many years, I had heard of Crystal from afar because I rode on a yellow fire truck. I know it's not red, but I didn't make that decision. I just rode on it. And but it's been so easy to see the importance of our relationships, the importance that all of us as departments right here, as we all came together and started serving our community better because of relationships. And I had seen her from afar as, like someone was saying about being a pioneer as far as women. I remember back to when we got our first girl on the fire department, Valerie, and just seeing that Crystal poured a lot of her life into making sure that the girls that were getting hired could do the job, and that she helped make sure they could do the job and learn how to deal with it when she got on the job. And so it was through all of that all these relationships began to form. And I thought about how God made us to have relationships. He made us first and foremost to have one with Him. But secondly, He made us to have one with each other. And I've always felt so blessed. I have a great family in my biological family. I have a great family in my church family. And I have I always like to call it, brotherhood is not a gender-specific name. Not to me. We are in a brotherhood. Yeah, there are girls in it, but that's not a gender-specific name. So I've got to have some of the greatest family that I can imagine. And today you have seen and you've heard many memories about Crystal. And for some here today, you might have a small place in your heart for Crystal, but there are others that have a very large one because Crystal had a large impact on their lives. And this is a time that we're going to put those relationships together to find support and comfort. So I just ask you to encourage each other and to help one another along. There were tears that were shed up here. I know there are tears that have been shed out there. People, we need to spend time together to get through this tough time because God didn't create us to be alone. And Crystal had many friendships with all of you. And now I just want to show how much God wants to have a relationship with you. He wants right now to wrap His arms around you. In the book of Psalms, we read in chapter 147, verse 3, that He says that He heals the brokenhearted and He bandages their wounds. And Jesus Himself said in the book of John, chapter 14, verse 1, "Don't let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God and trust in me." So I encourage all of you to remember when life settles back to normal, I know that there's probably not a person in this room that doesn't have a cell phone in their pocket. Pick it up. Text, call, let the family know that you're thinking about them. And in John chapter 3, verse 16, that's a verse that we see so often at sporting events. So if you forget what I'm about to say, just Google it. It's the most Googled verse in the Bible. It says, "For God so loved the world that He sent His only begotten Son, and whoever believes in Him shall not perish but have eternal life." 1 Peter 3:9 says that He's not slow in keeping His promise, as some understand slowness. He is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish but everyone to come to repentance. And we've done a pretty good job with our relationships with each other. But how are we doing with our relationship with God? I do want to share a devotion as I sat with Chris at his house the other morning for about 3 hours, bright and early, drove in the dark to get there. And we got to reminisce and talk just like I expect you guys will. But he shared with me something that the family had read on the last day with Crystal. And so as he was sharing, he didn't know where it was or what it was. So we had to work at that for a couple days till I found out from him. And I want to share it with you today. It was a little devotional, and it starts out, "I am with you." These 4 little words are like a safety net, protecting you from falling into despair. Because you are human, you will always have ups and downs in your life experience. but the promise of my presence limits how far down you can go. Sometimes you may feel as if you are in a free fall when people or things that you have counted on just let you down. Yet as soon as you remember that I am with you, your perspective changes radically. Indeed, instead of bemoaning your circumstances, you can look to me for help. You recall that not only am I with you, I am holding you by your right hand. I guide you with my counsel, and afterward I will take you into glory. This is exactly the perspective you need, the reassurance of my presence and the glorious hope of heaven. And that was based on a scripture out of the book of Zephaniah, and it says, the Lord your God is with you, and he is mighty to save. He will take great delight in you. He will quiet you with his love, and he will rejoice over you with singing. And I hope if you haven't made a decision to have the adventure that Christ has planned for you, that you would consider that. I do have a little poem that I like to read. Some of you, I'm sure, have heard it before, but it's so good that I can't pass it up. And if we're looking, which we aren't looking up there right now, but we had a slide up earlier that had a picture of Crystal, and it had 2 dates. And one of those dates, they're still not putting it up there, so just remember in your mind where it was at. And this poem is called The Dash. It says, I read of a man who stood to speak at the funeral of a friend. He referred to the dates on her tombstone from the beginning to the end. He noted that first came the date of her birth and spoke of the following date with tears. But he said what mattered most of all was the dash between those years. For that dash represents all the time that she spent alive on earth. And now only those who loved her know what that little line is worth. For it matters not how much we own, the cars, the house, the cash. What matters is how we live and love and how we spend our dash. So think about this long and hard. Are there things that you'd like to change? For you never know how much time is left that can still be rearranged. If we could just slow down enough to consider what's true and real and always try to understand the way other people feel and be less quick to anger and show appreciation more and love the people in our lives like we've never loved before. If we treat each other with respect and more often wear a smile, remembering that this special dash might only last a little while. So when your eulogy is being read with your life's actions to rehash, would you be proud of the things they say about how you spent your dash? And at this time, I'd like to ask Father Carl to come on up, and he is going to do a blessing over Crystal. I'd like to close this out in prayer. Father in heaven, we thank you for our time today to celebrate Crystal's life. Father, we hurt, and Father, she was taken too soon, but Father, we ask for your comfort and your strength today to get through this. I pray that you would help all of us to stay connected with the family and let them know how much we care. Father, our loss will make each day harder without Crystal. God, we know how much that you love us, and I ask that you help each of us to cast our whole burden of grief on you and let you carry us through this. We need you to heal our broken hearts. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Please stand as the honor guard is going to come up to escort the family out. This concludes the church service. Please proceed if you're going to the cemetery. Please prepare and proceed directly to the cemetery to prepare for the family arrival. They will arrive after the rest of you. Thank you.
Be still and know that He is faithful. Consider all that He has done. Stand in awe and be amazed. Know that He will never change.
All right, everyone, welcome. Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. It is 2 o'clock out on the East Coast. Hope everyone having a great day here. We are honoring a local hero in Phoenix, retired Phoenix Fire Captain. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, everybody, we're taking you live right now to Massachusetts, where unfortunately a plane has crashed into this apartment building. We're going to keep our eyes on this situation, still waiting to get some more details out. Let's take you out local here where we're going to, let me put that down there. Sorry about that. All right. Goodyear Police Department on scene of a rescue in a drainage area. Crews are setting up a system with baskets to get a patient out of the drainage area. One patient is going to the local trauma hospital with unknown injuries right there. Ouch. How did they get over there? Let's see if we can watch this rescue here live on Fox 10 and News Now stream. And everyone, we'll see what happens with this situation. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go now to Mardi Gras, where a big festivity is still going on.
That's pretty neat, Joe.
I just caught a football. A guy gunned it at me.
One-handed caught the
and
football.
caught a one-hand style.
There you go.
You always got to be ready.
Yes.
You never know. Well, I mentioned before, the fans remind you of football season. Well, now they're throwing footballs at us as well.
All right, and so we're rolling through the floats here.
Where's my girl Chastity Byrne? That's
Hey
her
now.
BLT. She mentioned she wanted to see the BLT sandwich on Studio 10. Now they got BLT represented right there.
All right, and so the BLT float costume, you've got farmers, pigs, and again with mayo, mustard, ketchup, and a pickle.
By the way, that was the Aliceville High School band you just saw there. And now we're looking at a float, which along the side of it reads, "Let us entertain you."
There you go.
Let us.
Sounds good to me.
Pun intended.
They're doing a really good job out there. Lots of throws. These guys are ready, too, with their throws. They've got them all organized so they can fire them out to the crowd. A lot of footballs coming our way, Joe. We better get that catching hand ready again.
I know. Got to play some defense every now
Oh,
and then.
yeah. And right now, you see the Selma High School marching band. You hear their sights and sounds there, and they're the girls, the dancers. Looking good.
Uh-oh, and we're getting a musical interlude here. Like I said, it's always the best when they start playing right by you. Let's take a listen to Selma High School marching band making their way to Mobile on Fat Tuesday. And Lanice going old school with a song I know you and I both recognize, Cold Hearted Snake from Paula Abdul.
Of course. Loved Paula.
Former Lakers dancer girl.
Yeah, she's had a really long career. It's nice to be able to have that longevity in the entertainment industry. So we just got finished seeing the Selma High School band. And next we have another sandwich float. And Joe, this is the seafood po' boy.
So we've got shrimp represented in addition to the standard mayo, mustard, ketchup, and pickle. That must be the theme for all of them. But
Yes.
this time shrimp is in the mix as well.
Hey now, oh my gosh, we're getting bombarded with footballs up here. Another one-handed catch from Joe.
Gotta protect.
Yeah, because that was coming right for my head.
Whoa.
They've got some arms, man. Okay.
This guy, they got one guy who's definitely trying to make a point to get as many footballs up here as he possibly can. Ooh, and then they sprayed out one of those confetti guns.
Yes, now I've not seen the confetti guns yet. Here.
Yeah, that was the first one I've seen today for sure.
Pretty neat.
Crowd always gets excited about that.
Yes.
And if you're sitting underneath one of those, you go home with all that confetti in your hair and everything as well. Not much you can do about it.
Oh my goodness, another parade favorite, the Excelsior Brass Band.
The Excelsior Brass Band has been in Mobile since 1883. They do a fantastic job. They've joined us on Fox 10 for our morning shows, for Studio 10, for our evening coverage. They are part of Mobile, the sound of Mobile, the Excelsior Brass Band.
Yeah, and we've got our crew right there alongside, bringing you those sights and sounds. Always, they do such a great job. And Joe, they've got a sign next to them that says French Dip. So that's what's going on with the Excelsior Band. Now, who do we have now? This looks like the French Dip float.
Right, so we've got a wee-wee. We've got the Eiffel Tower on the side, all iconic symbols of France. We've got French bread.
Yes.
That goes along with the sandwich
Yeah,
theme.
it's like a baguette. And then you also have the mimes, right?
Yes. Yep, that's what it, yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
And the sign says, don't forget to dip your waiter. You know what goes with the French bread is au jus sauce. I think it's a weird spelling, A-U-J something else, au jus sauce that you dip with your French bread.
Au jus. There you go.
Yes, au jus.
Okay. So right after that was the Central High School band. You can hear a little bit right now. Oh, there they go. Drumming up.
Decked out in somewhat of a military theme for the majors out front, wearing camouflage pants along with graffitied shirts with their name on them.
And you're looking at them right now, the Central High School band. Doing a great job playing those drums. They look forward to these kind of events where they can show off the talent of their school. It's always great to see the kids come out and do such a great job.
Yeah, always great to see the kids come out. Always great for them to have the experience of coming here to Mobile to see everything that's happening with the Mardi Gras. All right, moving on.
We're going to get nailed.
New floats coming up. This is the hot dog.
Yes, this is the hot dog float here. So you've got the traditional hot dog vendors. I mean, they're literally like right on our backside. And they're doing 4th of July colors. And we're getting lots and lots of footballs. Stuffed animal. Yeah?
They're trying, but these...
Oh,
we
so
tried for a
close.
moon pie. He tried for a moon pie.
Tried. So close. But they have a lot of footballs on the float, a lot of stuffed animals, which is always what the kids want.
Lanice, what goes into it when you sit down at your organization's annual meeting and say, guys, what do you think about ketchup, mayo, and mustard this year? Having that on every float. How did they arrive at that point?
Who knows? And I, of course, would be the one in the crowd to say, well, what kind of mustard? Do you want spicy brown mustard, just regular yellow mustard, or Dijon?
Maybe some Dijonnaise?
Yeah, that would be me.
Choctaw bands, Choctaw County High School.
Hey now.
Joining us for Mardi Gras on Fat Tuesday.
All right. They say, hey, we can hang too. We've got some sounds. Sounding good out there. Just love the atmosphere because everyone's smiling, having a good time. Joe, heads up.
Got one. First time hitting the head today. Luckily, it just grazed me, so I'm okay to proceed with the Mardi Gras coverage here on Fox 10.
Oh, they're trying to get us.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Just caught a whole slew of beads.
Yes! So the way we're positioned right now, Joe is right next to the balcony, and I'm behind him, which is a good thing because he's got that football arm and he can catch all that stuff that would be smacking me in the face.
We should mention that was the Muffaletta float. They were in Zydeco Cajun decked out stuff. Now we're taking a look at what's behind them, which is the ice cream sandwich float.
Oh, now that's nice. And they are throwing some hula hoops, too. You've got ice cream suits on there. The guys dressed up.
Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. The hula hoop is a rare throw, something you don't see very often.
And they've got the heavier beads, too, that they're throwing on their float. But they also add into that thing with the ice cream sandwich, mayo, mustard, ketchup, and a pickle.
No, come on now.
Would you eat an ice cream sandwich with a
Who's
pickle?
putting mayo, mustard, ketchup, and pickles on an ice cream sandwich?
You never know. It could be the best thing ever. You can invent something.
Fine, I'll try it.
You have to try that on Studio 10.
Absolutely. Blowhouse behind them. We mentioned the Excelsior Band. Blowhouse, a newer band, but also a brass band, similar in style. Provided some tunes for us here on the street.
And more of the KORs coming as we now have the Hero Sandwich float.
Now, instead of the Daily Planet, you know, where Superman Clark Kent works for Hero, they have the Deli Planet because it's a sandwich theme.
Yes. I don't recognize the Hero though. Oh, a Frisbee.
They all have H's on them, so I guess they're all heroes.
Yes.
They're all sandwich heroes.
Whoa, lots of moon pies just went out of that one. So I'm sure Alexa's down there getting loaded up with moon pies. She said she was trying to catch one.
I see Alexa running around with a sandwich, and I think we're going to go to her sometime soon if we can. I don't know what the story is with the sandwich. Why do you have a sandwich, Alexa? Let's see if Josh can get a shot of you to talk to us about that.
But watch this. Wait, come this way, Josh. We're going to follow the man down here. I also caught something else. Where did my hot dogs go? Where'd those hot dogs go? Where'd my hot dogs go? Did you take my hot dogs? Where are they? Oh, see? Joe, I can make you a little sandwich. I just gotta cook these up. We're not kidding. The theme of this is basically make a sandwich. And I have seen them with like lettuce necklaces and all that. People are going crazy for the food. And then we got the mascot. This is my new friend, Patrick. All right, we'll let y'all listen back into the parade. Here they go.
Okay, now that is very interesting. She got some hot dogs and she got some baguettes down there. Way to go.
Aggressive. Where's my hot dogs at, she said.
Well, listen, you know, those are all beef hot dogs. And just now we had a school bus float to pass us by, and they had huge stuffed animals there.
Yeah, PB&J float.
There
so, you know, you send your
go.
kids to school with the peanut butter jelly sandwich. Well, there you go. There's the school bus float, the PB&J, and, of course, the ridiculousness of pairing it with mayo mustard, ketchup and pickle. I'm looking down my sheet here, Lenise, so we don't have to say it every time.
Yeah.
They have mayo mustard, ketchup, and pickle on every single float.
If you are at home and you so desire to try a PB&J with a pickle, mayo, and mustard and ketchup, please Snapchat, tweet me, and let me know how that works out for you.
Post it on the Fox 10 Facebook page. We need to see someone pairing one of these sandwiches.
Yes.
The ice cream sandwich, I think, was the most ridiculous with that. All right, DSR Jukebox Brass Band joining us now. Doing a little dancing, doing a little shimmy. They are rocking it.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they're stopping.
Oh, yes. He's getting ready to show off.
A little concert
I
from
like
my man
that.
Josh.
Oh, that's just great.
Awesome.
So cool. Thanks, guys. DSR Jukebox Brass Band giving us a a show there.
How cool was that?
And now we've got the hamburger float. So you've got Wimpy.
What's Wimpy?
I don't know what Wimpy is. You've got mayo, ketchup, mustard, and a pickle, and ramen noodles apparently.
Ooh.
They've got a whole box of ramen noodles. I don't know how that fits into the theme of sandwiches.
I'm not quite sure, but at 12 cents a pack, you can live off ramen noodles for a long time. Even cheaper if you catch them for free on the streets of Mobile.
I am not commenting on that.
Lots of MS, what is it?
I'm not saying
high
that.
in sodium?
Yeah, I've already got Alexa talking about my calorie counting and running
What'd
miles.
you say, 110 for a...
Listen, so what other float do we have coming? I think I see
All right.
the subject.
All right, Alexa's trying to do something.
Oh, is she? She's got ramen noodles.
She's going to try to throw it. She ain't going to get over here.
She didn't get
Nah.
it. Now it's all smashed.
It was too far.
Yeah.
It's too far. That's all right.
Wow, look at these guys. Hey now. Let's
All right.
get a shot of the Clark County High School band working it out there. You can't see the front. We're showing you the tail end right now. But they are looking good. Some of these guys have their shades on because the sun was starting to come out.
I think we're looking a little bit further down what you're seeing on TV as opposed to what's directly in front of us. But we got to get a camera back to give some love to the Clark County High School. But if not, it looks like a trail of SUVs.
Yes.
With the hatches up.
But you can hear the music, certainly.
Yes.
They've moved on now. And shortly after that, those SUVs, is that the Dogwood float, Joe, coming up?
Dagwood?
Dagwood?
Yeah, Dagwood is a comic strip character, I believe. So maybe these SUVs are all part of
Well,
that.
they are excited about it because I can tell you who we do see now. Chick-fil-A.
Oh, man.
There's some marketing for you.
And
she's got a whole bag. What's in that bag? Are they giving out free Chick-fil-A?
Is that a chicken sandwich, Alexa?
Gift cards to Chick-fil-A.
What?
And a cookie. Now, I'll have one of those cookies.
I'm so
Alexa.
excited. Wait, Lenny,
I
you want this?
one of those cookies, Alexa.
I've been trying to get you moon pies, and then
I
Chick-fil-A
want
comes around and
that
gives you me a cookie.
They have I want that cookie.
I'm not giving this cookie up.
What?
I'm not giving. Just watch the parade. I'm not giving this cookie up at all.
We
None
will
of these people would either.
We will discuss that later.
Tough love. Look at her dancing with that dude.
They match.
Oh, we match. All right, I'll let you get going. This is really tiring.
That counts for your wellness, Alexa, just so you know.
Well, and Lenice, you were speaking of Navy Week a little bit earlier. Here we see members of the U.S. Navy taking to the streets. Now, on the screen, though, you're seeing the floats that are behind them.
Yeah, but Joe, getting back to what you were referencing to with the Navy, those are the divers assembly emergency vehicle, that is, that we just saw passing by. And just can't say enough about how much we appreciate our military.
All right, so I think the floats got a little bit
mixed up
up in terms of what was on our sheet. So this is now the Dagwood float. A Dagwood, and you can see, like I said, a comic book character up there. And, man, they've got a giant sandwich thing on the front of that float. And they also have a clock. Sleep 2, 3, eat, 5, 4, treat. I don't know, whatever.
Well, they're definitely trying to hit us with some of those throws. And some are successful, some are not. But we can see the Southern Choctaw Marching Band is getting ready to approach.
Absolutely. Taking a look. Uh-oh. I think Lenice may have found something. They're throwing so many things up here. We're trying to figure out what we have, what we don't have. We know we have a lot of footballs, and now we know that we have what, Lenice?
A bag of rice.
Not just any rice, enriched yellow rice dinner.
Yes. So that's what's for dinner tonight. There you go.
Pairs well with several foods.
Oh, Elvis!
Alexa's giving us the evil eye while she's eating her.
Is she eating that cookie?
Yep.
Is she really consuming that cookie?
All right, so here is the Elvis float.
Yes. And obviously you've got Elvis there and lots of Elvis impersonators. Wonder if they're going to play some Elvis songs for us.
When you talk about the kings and queens of Mardi Gras, how about the king of rock and roll?
There you go.
Elvis Presley taken to the streets of Mobile. Look out. Cheese crackers on their way up here.
Wow. Lots of throws.
Here comes the Frisbee in the east. Look out, look out.
I didn't catch it.
That's all right.
Got to work on that.
This guy's slinging it. We're under attack.
Yeah, whoa. Hey now, they're the cheese
That's
crackers.
the cheese crackers. Now, unfortunately, that bag of cheese crackers was thrown with such velocity that it split open, making it unedible for consumption at this point.
It was thrown with what, Joe?
Velocity.
Okay, yes.
Now,
oh my goodness.
Now these cheese crackers have peanut butter in them.
That counts as a sandwich.
Sandwich. Sandwich time.
Yeah, there you go.
Sandwich time all the time.
All right, we're coming up on the king and queen.
But first, there's the Navy band that I was referencing. Now, before we had a quintet on the show, this time several more members joining them as well as they take to the streets. So great to hear them as we get ready for the king and queen.
Oh, that is a good picture there. So neat. And now we've got the king, Felix's maidens. That's what's in your view right now.
Yep.
With their throws.
The Felix's maidens, and we're referencing King Felix III. Those are his maidens, I guess, in Mardi Gras lore.
And look at this little guy.
Awesome.
He is jamming.
And he's got a blue trombone as well.
Yeah, and that's not for show. He's actually playing there. Now, who do we have here? Oh, my. There you go. I think we've got King Felix in your view. And so this year it is King Felix III, and it is Bester Ward. Happens to be a grad of UMS Wright and the University of South Alabama. There he is. You can see him on your screen now.
He also received a master's degree in forestry from Auburn. And this last float, getting a little bit rowdy. You can see they were actually throwing beads at each other at one point. Oh my gosh, if you can see inside that float, which we can, they have more bags of beads than anything we've seen come through yet on this Fat Tuesday. And they're throwing them almost as bags.
Yes, and I have to mention this year's queen is Caroline Parrish Meacham, a senior at the University of Alabama and a grad of McGill-Tooling Catholic High School. Now the ladies you're seeing rocking it out right now are from Calhoun. That's the band, high school band that you've got showing off.
That by far, without question, is my wife's favorite thing because she grew up a dancer. So whenever she sees the dancing girls behind or in front of the band, leading the way, getting down, that's what she loves about Mardi Gras.
Absolutely, and they spend a lot of time on those routines too. You know, just to see them get out here and execute with perfection, that's what it's all about. And now we've got the king and queen getting closer and closer to us.
Here they are.
With Miss Caroline and Mr. Bester there, with so many guys with them on the float.
So many little guys.
Yeah. And you're right, Joe. My goodness. Look at all those bags.
They are not going to run out. They would need to try their absolute hardest before they would run out. But what a blast for these kids to be a part of that at this age, to be on a float.
All right, everybody, in just a little bit, we are going to be getting some playback of President Trump signing an executive order inside the Oval Office. As soon as that video starts playing, we'll get right to the video, and then we'll get back to Mardi Gras celebrations in Mobile, Alabama. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, and tonight will be President Trump's joint address to Congress, and we'll have that for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Coverage starting 1 hour before at 8 o'clock Eastern.
limo nonetheless, and I don't know who was inside.
It's like a truck. It actually says Ford Excelsior. It's a truck limo. I don't know if I've seen that before. Mobile Fire Rescue Engine 7 following up behind that. But yep, and here we are coming upon the Comic Cowboys for 2017. May have to temporarily take some breaks here and there.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate you being here. We have a number of bills that we're signing and things that we're doing today. This is a busy day, and then I guess tonight will be a rather busy night. We look forward to it. I want to thank Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who's been a tremendous friend to a lot of people. He's done an amazing job. And Kevin, I want to thank you for being here. Very much appreciated. You had so much to do with this. I also want to thank everyone else who's with us today. In fact, I have some names, and I'll read some of them off because not everybody knows everybody, but you have Leader McCarthy, Representative Barbara Comstock, Lamar Smith. Thank you, Lamar, very much. I appreciate it. Joni Ernst, who's been a terrific, terrific senator, very talented woman, and a very good military person. A very good military person. And Deb Fisher, thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you very much. We also have Senator Barrasso and Senator Bozeman, Joni, we said hello. Deb, we said hello. Heidi Heitkamp, thank you, Heidi. Senator Jim Inhofe, Senator Pat Roberts, Senator Dan Sullivan, Representative Bob Gibbs, Bill Schuster, and Representative Lamar Smith. We really appreciate you being here. And of course, we have our new SBA Director, Linda McMahon, and Secretary DeVos. So we have a lot of great talent. Today I'm signing two bills that promote women entering and leading the STEM field: science, technology, engineering, and math. Currently, only 1 in 4 women who gets a STEM degree is working in a STEM job, which is not fair, and it's not even smart for the people that aren't taking advantage of it. It's unacceptable that we have so many American women who have these degrees, but yet are not being employed in these fields. So I think that's going to change. It's going to change very rapidly. Protecting women with STEM degrees and all Americans with STEM degrees, very important. But it also means you have to crack down on offshoring, because the offshoring it's a tremendous problem that displaces many of our best American workers and brains, the brain power. So I just want to thank you all for being here. Vice President Pence always felt very, very strongly about this issue and many others, and I appreciate, Mike, I appreciate that very much. And I'm going to sign this right now, and I want to congratulate everybody in the room. And we have to sign it today. I know we have a lot of things coming on later on, but if we don't sign this one and the next one today, we have to start the process all over again, Joni, right?
Yes.
I think that's not good. So that's why we're here. Okay, well, thank you very much. And you can... thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we look forward to it. We look forward to it. Okay.
Did you pull the talking sheet out?
Yeah, I have it in here. Okay, I think we all know what this is. Even though somebody took my notes, it makes no difference.
It's the second bill you just read. We're going to do it.
It really makes no difference. But this is the second bill that we're signing, and that's the H.R. 321, the Inspire Women Act.
That's very
Ensures that the existing NASA programs recruit women to STEM-related jobs and aerospace careers. Great. It's really, we're going to go very heavy into the whole NASA situation. So women will be a big, big part of it. H.R. 255, the Promoting Women in Entrepreneurship Act, enables the National Science Foundation to support women inventors, of which there are many, researchers and scientists, in bringing their discoveries to the business world, championing science and entrepreneurship, and creating new ways to improve people's lives. So important. We need policies that help support women in the workforce And that's really very much going to be addressed by my administration over the years. Going to get more and more of these bills coming out and address the barriers faced by female entrepreneurs and those in STEM fields. We want American women who graduate from college with STEM degrees to be able to get STEM jobs that can support their families and help these American women to live out the American dream, which they are so qualified to live out. So, again, I want to thank you all for being here. Fantastic. This is so important. Thank you all for being here very much. Thank you, folks. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Barbara.
All right, so that was video playback taking you back out now to Mobile, Alabama.
People can interpret it in whatever manner they so choose, but a lot of crowd shots, a lot of people excited, a lot of families out here, a lot of people with friends. A lot of good stuff.
Well, I can see out of my peripheral vision here a sofa and a lazy boy. Do you see it, Joe?
And not only do we see that, Lenise, that has been here since I first got here this morning. Remember, it was raining. So I'm sure if you sit down on that, you're soaking in a little bit.
Yeah, okay. We're good. Yeah, a wet couch. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
All right, folks, while they do take a little break there in Mobile, Alabama, we're still in Massachusetts now as well, showing you that plane inside that apartment building there. What a terrible, terrible sight that is. We're still waiting to see if we could get some more information for you on any casualties or injuries associated with this crash, but does that look bad. Amazingly, there's no fire associated with it, it looks like. I mean, it just went right in there, so that could be a good thing, too. I mean, we just had a tragedy yesterday that we were covering for you live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream in Riverside, California, where there was multiple deaths associated with a plane crashed into a home there yesterday. We had that for you, and now we're up above in Massachusetts. All right, folks, we're just getting some new information with this crash here in Massachusetts, and unfortunately the pilot was killed today when the small plane crashed through the roof of a condominium complex there in Methuen, Massachusetts. The crash happened at around 1:25 local time at Pride's Crossing condominiums on Riverview Boulevard in Methuen, according to state police. The pilot was killed. According to state police, it was not immediately known how many people were on board the aircraft at the time of the crash. A witness said he was on the side. He wasn't straight down. He was trying to get to the pond. You could see it, a witness said, adding that the engine was making a sputtering sound. According to radio traffic between the tower and the plane, the pilot took off from Lawrence Municipal Airport at 12:59 their local time. All right, we're going to take you now back. We just lost a shot. We're going to take you now back out to Mobile, Alabama for some more Mardi Gras action.
Now you get the moon pies. I don't know what happened to the cookie. I mean, I ate it, but I don't know what happened to the rest of them that were around here, so sorry. I gave it to Thomas. Is that a better excuse? Because anything's okay if Thomas is involved. They're sticking around for the next parade, too. So he's taken a nap. He's ready to go. And he is kind of fussy right now, but that's because he just woke up. So he's going to be ready for that 6 o'clock parade that'll come up a little bit later. I'll toss it back to y'all.
All right, Alexa, sounds good. And it's okay if Thomas got that cookie.
Thomas is a trooper.
Isn't he?
He's doing good.
Man.
I don't think Alexa can give him the microphone, though. It seemed like he really wanted it. I think we'd have to consult management to see if we can give away our microphones. We typically don't do that.
No, but that's not allowed.
Not allowed.
But earlier, we were talking about a special tribute for a member of the Fox 10 family. Our Chastity Bird was the queen for the Stripers Parade this year, a tribute to her stepfather.
Yeah, not only just being queen this year, but as you mentioned, the story behind it, the family ties behind it. Yeah. Let's take a look. Fox says Lee Peck did a story with Chastity Bird. Him, and we had an incredible night last Thursday night going out. Got to dance with Chastity or her mom a little bit.
You did?
Did a little booty shaking with Chastity's mom.
Now, who's got the better moves? I have a feeling I know the answer to that question.
Between Chastity and her mom?
Yes.
They both got the moves.
Really?
They've both got the moves.
I would have, yeah. Miss Kathy, yeah, she doesn't mess around. But, of course, that's where Chastity gets it from.
Exactly. She got it from her mama.
There you go.
So, yeah, so streets are clearing out a little bit now. What we have coming up is the MAMGA Mammoth Parade, because it is the biggest parade to roll on Fat Tuesday. That kicks off at 2 o'clock. And then, again, as we've been telling you about the story down at the beach earlier, the Orange Beach Parade has decided that it will go on at 2 o'clock as well. So they're getting ready for that down at the beach. Back here at 6 o'clock is the Order of the Myths, and that is the final parade of the 2017 Mardi Gras season.
Hard to believe. I mean, we had our first parade of the season the last week of January. Dauphin Island kicked things off. Then in Mobile, the parade started around February 10th that week there. And now here we are, the last day in the month, and things are starting to wrap up. And some people haven't had enough of Mardi Gras. They're not wanting this Fat Tuesday for it all to end. You know, you had Lundi Gras yesterday, and a lot of people were out for celebrations then. They were like, no, we're in from out of town, and we just want more and more parades. But yes, all good things have to come to an end, and shortly that will happen for us here.
It will happen later on tonight. One of the great things about the Mardi Gras season, though, is the tradition that goes into all the parades that usually happen, but new events that happen as well. For example, you mentioned Dauphin Island. They also had their first People's Parade that they had the following weekend after that. So that was great to see for everybody on Dauphin Island to have not one but two chances to get on out and enjoy that. And then another addition, a throwback, was the Order of Doves returning to the schedule as well on Lundi Gras yesterday. So mixing the old with the new, that's what keeps it fresh. That's what keeps it fun. The tradition and the newness all intertwined with each other.
Yeah, and we do have a new parading society, too. I believe this is the second year for the Order of Many Faces. Their parade started just last year, and their whole society is based on, you know, everyone is welcome to join. And that goes back to what you were saying, that there truly is a parade out there for everyone, if it's just the one that you like going to the most, or if it's one that you've had the most family history with. This is a new society that just likes to have a good time, and they want to invite everyone to be involved.
Everybody likes to have a good time. The theme, of course, is let the good times roll, and they certainly did that here in Mobile today. Like we mentioned, more than halfway through the day here on Fat Tuesday, a couple still yet to roll, but the people hanging around, a lot of people in it for the long haul. They make the entire day out of it.
Yeah, you see some of them, though, starting to break up to see if they can go chase around some of those other spots to get some of the other parade routes. And just looking at some of the bags that people have out there, I mean, this one lady has a yellow bag, and it is huge, probably about the size of a garbage bag, and it is completely full. So what the difference is now, once before, people were out of their chairs trying to catch all the throws. Now they're back sitting down. Hey, guys, happy Mardi Gras.
Trying to organize as well, trying to collect
Sort
and gather.
through their loot.
We got so much stuff at the parade we went to with our kids that we had to sit through and be like, what are the most important things that we need to take home?
What left things behind.
We didn't have enough bags. We brought 2 huge bags, and they were completely full. That's how much fun we had and how festive it was. That'll happen.
That's a good time then. You know, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
All right, everyone, welcome. Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Hope everyone's having just a great afternoon here. We'll be with you for a very special stream this evening. It's going to be on a different stream. It'll still be on Fox 10 Phoenix News Now, but it won't be on this stream that we're currently on. So look for that. It's under the events section there. All you really have to do is Google President Donald Trump address to Congress, and you'll see it there. Fox 10 Phoenix will have that special stream for you starting 8 o'clock Eastern. So make sure that you join us here. Mary Kate will be up here with me as well as we get you ready for the big address to Congress. That is happening 9 o'clock Eastern, and we'll have that for you in its entirety. So we'll break it down for you, and then Mary Kate will have a little bit added show for you right after that, and then we'll call it an evening and get you guys all ready for news of the day tomorrow. You know what we do here on News Now, we don't stop. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., just breaking it down for you, giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage. No commercials, just continued news conferences and events. We just took you from Mardi Gras, showcasing some of the very fun events happening there in New Orleans and Mobile, Alabama as well. Looks like I just got another message popped up into my screen here. Looks like we are going to get a little bit more tape playback coming in just a little bit. Let's hold on here. Looks like it is somewhere in the White House, the Oval Office there. Maybe they're giving us one more tape playback. We'll see here. We're getting a message right now. All All right, so folks, this will be another executive order dealing with the water situations. So we'll have that for you as well regarding the EPA. So stay here, right here with us on Fox 10 News Downstream. I'll take you back out to the shot right now. That way you'll all be ready when they roll that video back.
Thank you. That was historic. That was historic. We're keeping them busy today.
Yeah.
You tell us when you're ready, folks. You okay?
Yeah.
So this is historically black colleges and universities executive order, very important to all of us. This group has been fantastic, many of which we were with yesterday, and really developed something very special. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, also Mike, for being here. This is a very important moment, and a moment that means a great deal to me. This month has been a wonderful opportunity to celebrate African American history and to begin working together to create a better future for African Americans and universities and colleges and everything that is African American. Today we're taking action to help make that future happen and that future better. Historically, black colleges and universities are incredibly important institutions woven into the fabric of our history, just about like no other. Churches, very important, right? Yes. Colleges and universities. Come here. My defender, he's on. Education has the power to uplift. It has the power to transform, and perhaps most important, education has the power to create greater equality and justice in our lives. That's why today I'm thrilled to be signing an executive order to recognize the importance of historically black college and universities. Very important. They have played such an important role in achieving progress for African Americans and in our nation's march for justice. HBCUs have been really pillars of the African American community for more than 150 years. Amazing job. And a grand and enduring symbol of America at its absolute best. And I congratulate you all to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you. With this executive order, we will make HBCUs a priority in the White House, an absolute priority.
All right.
A lot of people are going to be angry that they're not a priority, but that's okay. And we will pledge our support to you, your mission, and our shared mission of bringing education and opportunity to all of our people. And so I just want to congratulate, these are very, very special people surrounding me. You've done an amazing job. It's not easy. Nothing's easy. But you've done an amazing job, and I just want to congratulate you all, and I want to thank you.
Thank you for your support.
On behalf of our country. And I'm going to sign this.
Thank you.
And this is really fantastic. Who's going to get it? Thank you all very much. Thank you. Take care. Come in again tomorrow.
All right, everybody, that was an executive order just signed by President Trump there. Take it back out now. Mobile, Alabama coverage. All right, folks, looks like another playback is happening right now. Let's take you live there.
Bozeman, Joni, we said hello. Deb, we said hello. Heidi Heitkamp, thank you, Heidi. Senator Jim Inhofe, Senator Pat Roberts, Senator Dan Sullivan, Representative Bob Gibbs, Bill Schuster, and Representative Lamar Smith. We really appreciate you being here. And of course, we have our new SBA Director, Linda McMahon, and Secretary DeVos. So we have a lot of great talent. Today I'm signing two bills that promote women entering and leading the STEM field: science, technology, engineering, and math. Currently, only 1 in 4 women who gets a STEM degree is working in a STEM job, which is not fair, and it's not even smart for the people that aren't taking advantage of it. It's unacceptable that we have so many American women who have these degrees, but yet are not being employed in these fields. So I think that's going to change. It's going to change very rapidly. Protecting women with STEM degrees and all Americans with STEM degrees, very important. But it also means you have to crack down on offshoring, because the offshoring it's a tremendous problem that displaces many of our best American workers and brains, the brain power. So I just want to thank you all for being here. Vice President Pence always felt very, very strongly about this issue and many others, and I appreciate, Mike, I appreciate that very much. And I'm going to sign this right now, and I want to congratulate everybody in the room. And we have to sign it today. I know we have a lot of things coming on later on, but if we don't sign this one and the next one today, we have to start the process all over again, Joni, right? So
Yes.
I think that's not good. So that's why we're here. Okay, well, thank you very much. And you can... Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we look forward to it. We look forward to it. Okay.
Did you pull the talking sheet out?
Yeah, I have it in here. Okay, I think we all know what this is. Even though somebody took my notes, it makes no difference.
It's the second bill you just read. We're going to do it.
It really makes no difference. But this is the second bill that we're signing, and that's the HR 321, the Inspire Women Act.
That's very
Ensures that the existing NASA programs recruit women to STEM-related jobs and aerospace careers. Great. It's really, we're going to go very heavy into the whole NASA situation. So women will be a big, big part of it. HR 255, the Promoting Women in Entrepreneurship Act, enables the National Science Foundation to support women inventors, of which there are many, researchers and scientists, in bringing their discoveries to the business world, championing science and entrepreneurship, and creating new ways to improve people's lives. So important. We need policies that help support women in the workforce, and that's really very much going to be addressed by my administration over the years. Going to get more and more of these bills coming out, and address the barriers faced by female entrepreneurs and those in STEM fields. We want American women who graduate from college with STEM degrees to be able to get STEM jobs that can support their families and help these American women to live out the American dream, which they are so qualified to live out. So, again, I want to thank you all for being here. Fantastic. This is so important. Thank you all for being here very much.
All right, everyone. Now going live here back out in Phoenix, where a little bit earlier we showed you the funeral of the retired Phoenix Fire captain. Now you are seeing the procession happen right now. Samia is coming up next.
All right, everyone, it looks like our feed is completely frozen. What we are going to do now is take you live to Houston. Looks like there is a scene happening there right now. Reports of 2 Houston police officers shot. We're going to take the feed from Houston. Now it looks like they have a live feed coming in on Facebook. Let's go ahead and see what's going on there.
A portion of the feeder is blocked off. Lots of Houston police officers here. We've seen some sharpshooters come through with their long guns, lots of SWAT officers coming through. The only people who have been allowed to drive down this road have been police officers. A couple of residents have been allowed to drive out. As you can see right now, there's an SUV. And actually, those are officers. I can see that officer wearing a state police shirt. Those are officers driving out right now. Another pickup truck driving out. So Houston police officers are trying to keep this area clear as they look for a couple of more suspects who may have been involved in that shooting. Lots of detectives coming through, lots of SWAT officers wearing bulletproof vests, just sort of a chaotic scene out here right now as Houston police officers try to secure the scene, try to make sure no one else is injured. We've seen a number of ambulances also drive back into that subdivision. Those ambulances have not come out yet, although the 2 Houston police officers who were shot, they were transported to Bentab and Memorial Hermann hospitals, where we're told at least one is now in stable condition. Again, the Houston Police Department has issued a shelter in place. That information is new. That information just came out a couple of minutes ago. They've issued a shelter in place for this area. And as you see cars coming out, even though that car was not a marked vehicle, that is a police officer coming out. Houston police are not letting anyone down Oglethorpe Drive at this point. And as soon as we get more details, we will bring that information to you. For now, we're live in Southwest Houston. I'm Damalie Keith, Fox 26 News.
Hey, Damalie, I'm not sure if you can hear me right now. I know what it's like when you're at a scene like this. You see a lot of police activity. If you've talked to anyone in the neighborhood, do they understand what's going on? Have they heard the news?
You know, we've not been able to drive back in there, although we're told a command center is being set up inside the neighborhood, and that just as soon as Houston police officers can, they are going to let us back there. But we were able to speak with a couple of people who were trying to get to some residents who live here, and they've been in contact with some of those residents, and some of those residents have told those folks that they heard the gunshots, and they've been, just sort of looking out their windows trying to figure out exactly what's going on. So they are very uneasy at this point. Another ambulance is coming this way. You can probably hear the sirens. But yeah, we're told from the people who have been here, who have been stopped at this point, who can't get down the street, who were trying to visit people inside. We're told that the residents that they have been in contact with feel very uneasy about what's going on, and they just want this situation ended without anyone else being injured. So they're hoping this will wrap up soon. Melinda.
All right, Damalie Keith, good information there from the scene. And I guess if you're there, thank you. And I know you're going to get some more information and check back in with us soon. Damalie Keith, thank you.
Yeah, and going along with what Damalie said, police, thank you, Damalie, are telling people to avoid this area. I know the natural inclination when something like this happens is to want to go out to that area for some people and to see what's going on and to check and make sure your home is okay. But what they're telling people for now is just to avoid this area while they are still investigating. Lock your doors if you are already at home. Lock your windows is what they're saying until they can get a handle on this still very dangerous situation.
And as we're looking at live pictures from the hospital right now, we know that 2 officers again were immediately taken to the hospital this afternoon after being shot out there at that scene where Damalie Keith was. I just want to check in because we are getting close to the end of the school day for children, and the information that we have into our newsroom from Alief ISD and HISD. This was as of right about 2 o'clock. There are no schools on lockdown at this time in that area. But again, we want to use common sense. We want to be safe. So I would assume that if you have a child who may be coming home from school in that area or who may attend school in that area, to just have everyone just kind of sit tight for now, even if it's not an official lockdown. And if you're in the neighborhood, we've mentioned those specific areas for residents that are being asked to shelter in place. As we look at these live pictures right now of Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner, we may be hearing from him in a moment. He gave us an update not too long ago, so we're just going to keep an eye on this picture as he makes his way. He's at Memorial Hermann right now, and we know that is a location. He's there with the police chief, Art Acevedo, so I'm assuming that they are getting ready to give us an update. We know, Jonathan, that's a location where the most critically injured officer is right now. We can only imagine what it's like for all those officers who are gathered. Let's see. Does it look like he's approaching a microphone?
Yeah, it looks like our cameras are set up.
Because I know you're interested, and certainly we have one. There were two officers that were shot earlier today. One is here at Hermann in critical condition, and he's getting the very best care available. The other officer is at Ben Taub, and he's in stable condition. And, of course, he is getting the very best care available. I'm going to allow Chief Acevedo to make some comments, as well as Dr. Persh. But what I want to say is that I want to ask all of Houston and people in the region to pray for both of these officers and their families. As usual, they get up every day, they go on their shift. They don't know what's going to happen during the course of their shifts, and they dutifully serve this city. So their family members, have been notified. Some of their family members are with them. Some are out of town. But good news is that they're getting the very best care available. Now let me have Chief Acevedo to talk about the specific details of what led to this incident.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Mayor Turner, Councilmember Green for being out here, and Mayor, thanks for being on top of this. And I want to thank everyone out in the community that's been praying for our officers. I want to give a brief overview of what happened this afternoon, where we're at and where we're headed. But first and foremost, I want to advise the residents in the 8800 block area of Sterling Game that please shelter in place. Again, this is an active scene where we're still looking for an additional suspect. The suspect is just described as a male, adult Hispanic, dressed in all dark clothing with a blue bandana. That's all we have, but we have a lot of search teams out there. It's important to shelter in place. If you hear anything in the backyard, if you start having your dogs bark for unknown reason, and you look out the window and see any police officers, please call 911 and report that behavior to us. Also, if you don't need to be in the area, please avoid the area. This morning at 11:08 a.m., we received a call of a burglary in process with the 8800 block of Sterling Lane. At about 11:20 a.m., while en route, and before the officers that were en route arrived, another officers in the unit were actually flagged down by neighbors in the neighborhood and advised of a secondary burglary in the area. Officers did set up a perimeter, asked for air support and for canine, and both air support and canine arrived shortly thereafter, and an active search began. Shortly after 11:20 a.m., our tactical unit from that part of the city arrived on scene in the 8700 block of Sterling Game. Tactical officers were advised that at the back of a residence at the 8700 block of that location, Sterling Game, there was a storage shed where a door was ajar, and the resident wisely advised us that that was suspicious. Two of our officers actually to that backyard to clear that storage lot or storage shed when a male Hispanic suspect opened the door, came out, and opened fire on our officers. Officers were able to return gunfire. The suspect is a Hispanic male adult, unknown age, unknown identity. He was pronounced dead at the scene by responding paramedics from the Houston Fire Department. Our officers that have been shot, the mayor previously identified as well, but again, it's Ronnie Cortez. He's a 24-year vet of the police department who was shot multiple times and is obviously in critical condition, and we'll have the doc talk about that in a minute. The second officer that has been shot and struck by gunfire is Officer Jose Munoz, who's a 10-year vet. We have notified the family. Family members are here. We're also in the process of bringing family members from, especially for our critical officer, from one child that's out of state in college. We're in the process of bringing her in. The investigation will be ongoing. It'll be a joint investigation between the Houston Police Department, Homicide Division, Special Investigations Division, in terms of the officer-involved shooting. And we will also have the District Attorney's Office, Harris County District Attorney's Office involved, and as well as our Internal Affairs Division. The other thing that I want to put out to this community is just a word of thanks to the hospital. Both hospitals have done a phenomenal job in treating our officers, and obviously our Houston Fire Department colleagues. And Mayor, I want to thank you for Chief Pena. He's just a wonderful human being, and he's been on the phone helping us out as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to the doc, who will give a briefing on conditions and medical treatment, and then we'll open up to any questions.
Si nos puede decir en español, ¿está la situación ya abierta?
La situación sigue peligrosa. Estamos buscando un sospechoso, un hombre hispano, adulto, vestido todo de ropa negra o azul oscuro y con una bandana azul. Es importante que todos los miembros de la comunidad que están viviendo en la área que por favor manténgase en su residencia, no salga si no está en la área, por favor evite esa área. Si ve algo sospechoso, por favor marque el 911 inmediatamente por darse de cuenta que estamos buscando otro sospechoso que puede ser peligroso. Así que no abra su puerta, llame el 911 si ve algo en su propiedad y nosotros vamos a buscarlo.
¿Nos repite la edad y los nombres de los
oficiales? Los oficiales son Ronnie Cortés, lleva 24 años del departamento, es un gran oficial, y otro gran oficial, el nombre es José Muñoz, veterano de 10 años. El oficial Cortés está en condición crítica aquí en Herman, y el oficial Muñoz está en buena condición, pero también sufrió un disparo también de fuego de arma. ¿Okay?
¿Cómo fueron baleados ellos?
Ellos como sospechosos fueron los que salió de donde estaban buscando atrás de una residencia. Un sospechoso salió hispano con una pistola y empezó a disparar. Desgraciadamente le dio con su fuego de arma y las balas a dos de nuestros oficiales. De nuevo, el oficial Cortés está en condición crítica, el oficial Muñoz está en buenas condiciones. Le suplicamos que por favor oraciones para nuestros oficiales y sus familias. Gracias.
So my name is Dr. David Purse, and I'm the EMS Medical Director and Public Health Officer for the city. And as Mayor Turner and Chief Acevedo already told you, we've had 2 officers who have been shot. Both received multiple gunshot wounds. One, fortunately, they are not life-threatening. That patient that officer is at Ben Taub and being taken care of. He will likely still need to be admitted to the hospital, but fortunately his injuries do not appear life-threatening. The second officer was brought here to Herman Hospital, is in critical condition. After the shooting, officers on scene initiated care and called for the Houston Fire Department. EMTs, firefighters, and paramedics responded en route to the hospital with the critical patient. They were able to initiate advanced life support procedures and aid in his care. Called ahead to the hospital, and they immediately were taking care of him when he got here. His condition has improved some, but he is still listed in critical condition, and he obviously will be staying in the hospital. I can't give you any details as to where he was shot and the specifics because of patient confidentiality rules, but at this point, suffice it to say that his condition has improved from when he first got here, and he is critical, and we're hope for the best, and your prayers would probably be very helpful.
Is he alert? Is he talking?
He is awake and talking, yes, and he's with his family.
Does he have surgery?
Not yet. That's part of the process.
Any questions to the chief or Dr. Purse? Anybody have any questions to the chief or Dr. Purse?
I have some questions for the chief.
Chief.
Can you talk a little bit about just go over again what happened when they went into when they jumped into the yard? Was there what happened right there again?
Well, the 2 officers were advised by a woman, a resident at the location where the shooting occurred, that a storage shed behind her house The door was ajar, and it appeared to be suspicious to her. The officers then got a ladder and gained entry into the backyard. When they get into the backyard and went to clear the shed, a suspect came out and opened fire on the officer, striking both officers multiple times.
Did you say Officer Cortez, is he a 24 or 27-year veteran?
24-year veteran for Officer Cortez, and Officer Munoz is a 10-year veteran.
So it's a total of 2 suspects. One is at large, one is dead.
One is dead at the scene, and one is at large in the area. And again, we're asking people in the area to please shelter in place, please avoid the area at all possible, and please, if you hear your dog barking or anything out of the ordinary, do not go outside. If you can get eyes on your yard, and just call 911 so we can come and search your premises.
What's your message to the guys who did this?
I'm sorry. We will assume that the second suspect that's at large is armed and dangerous. You should consider him armed and dangerous.
What's your message to the guys who did this?
Well, one's dead, so I don't think I have a message for him. But the one that's at large, if he's in a house hiding or somewhere, we're not leaving. We have hundreds of officers in the area. The sheriff called me right away, Mayor, and actually offered support, and he's responding. Some of his officers there, Harris County Sheriff, and we're not going to give up this search for a while. So I want to apologize to that neighborhood for the inconvenience that's going to go on for the next few hours. But someone that's willing to shoot and try to kill 2 fully uniformed officers in broad daylight after committing a burglary, which is a property crime, is someone that will not hesitate to kill a member of that community. And the other thing is that our TAC unit was actually in the area, which is our tactical street unit, because we had been experiencing a problem with burglaries in the area, and that's why we were able to have so many officers come in and start a very quick dragnet to try to catch these suspects.
I know it's real soon, but do you think that they could be part of that rash of burglaries that you've been experiencing in that area?
I think it'd be speculation, but when you decide to engage in deadly conduct over property crime, you must. My assumption would be that they're probably involved in a lot more than just burglaries, and if they're just in burglaries, they're probably involved in a lot of burglaries.
Chief, do you have any sense of where this one guy may be?
We believe there's a high probability that he's still inside the dragnet. So el sospechoso que está allá, if you're, lo voy a decir en español, si está escondido en esa área, salga y bríndese a los oficiales, porque no nos vamos a ir, no vamos a parar de buscarlo, y para su propia seguridad, bríndase. And if you hear from these suspects, a lot of times these suspects will get on the cell phone, start calling loved ones. If you're getting a call from your loved one that's still outstanding, the best thing you can do is tell us, 1, by calling 911, and 2, tell your loved one to surrender, because we're not leaving. Así que los sospechosos muchas veces llaman a sus familiares cuando los estamos buscando. Mi recomendación es que si sus familiares están involucrados en este crimen, dígale que marque el 911 y que se brinde inmediatamente por su propia seguridad y también para la seguridad de nuestra comunidad.
¿Qué debe estar buscando la gente? Si ven algo sospechoso, ¿qué es la señal de alerta para llamar al 911?
Mire, todo el mundo sabe quién son sus vecinos. Si usted no conoce a alguien, si usted ve a alguien escondido, si usted ve a alguien que está ahora sudando, que luce que ha estado corriendo, está buscando sospechoso, marque el 911. Prefiero que marque el 911 que no llamen. Okay?
What can the public do to help you guys right now?
Well, first and foremost, like the mayor said, we're a community of faith, and we can start praying for both of our officers and their families. And I'm sure somebody loves this guy that unfortunately is dead, so pray for everyone that loves folks. And the bottom line is there's people in the area right now that are probably listening to us. Please, 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 if you see something suspicious, please call 911 so we can come out and check it out. But more importantly, stay indoors, don't come out, and don't come to that area until we declare the area safe, until we finish our active search. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Will you be doing another update? Do you know?
We will we will somehow update you all once the active scene is concluded. And also follow the department on Twitter.
Yeah.
Not right now. Thank you.
All right, we just heard there from Police Chief Art Acevedo giving us a bit of new information. First, confirming the names of the 2 officers who are now in the hospital. First, Ronnie Cortez, a 24-year veteran of HPD. He is the gentleman who is now in critical condition. And Officer Jose Munoz, a 10-year veteran of HPD in stable condition right now.
And we got some insight into, this process. It all happens very quickly, but, you also have to follow procedures because notifying families, of course, the most important thing. So we can tell you that the families of both officers have been notified about the shooting today, which we learned from Dr. David Pearce, from the EMS director for the city of Houston, that they were both shot multiple times. But we do know that Officer Ronnie Cortez, that 24-year veteran, is in critical condition at Memorial Hermann. Dr. Pearce saying he's critical, but he has improved some since the time of the shooting. He is awake and talking. His family members have been alerted. They are there with him. He does have one college-age child that is coming in from out of state. And then Officer Munoz, we know, is in stable condition. His family members have also been notified and are joining him now at the hospital.
Yeah, so if there's any bit of good news is that he is improving. That's certainly good.
Absolutely. And as we look at these live pictures right now from the scene, again, in Southwest Houston, this all started in the 8700 block of Sterling Game. You're looking at one of the entry points to the Glenshire subdivision. We just want to remind you of what Chief Acevedo had to say. He says, if you see something, if you're watching us right now, and we feel for you if you are, because you're probably concerned and you're scared, or we're looking at this map, if you're in this perimeter of the shelter in place, which is again south of Belfort, west of Gessner, north of West Airport, and east of the Beltway, we want you to do what the chief has said for you to do. Stay indoors, don't come out. And then if you don't live in that area, if you're concerned about a friend or family member who does live in that area, he's saying don't even come there until they declare, HPD declares that the area is safe.
Yeah, and one of the things I thought was interesting that the chief said is that, look, I know this may be inconvenience a lot of people in this neighborhood, but if you have two people who are willing to come in and exchange gunfire with officers, do you think they would hesitate to perhaps harm someone in that neighborhood? So that's why they're taking this very seriously. And this is a tweet from the Office of Emergency Management. I know that OEM also sent out a robocall to some 1,800 people in the neighborhood. So perhaps if you are watching right now and you live in that area, you've received a call. But if you have not and you see police activity around you, it's still a good idea to go ahead and stay in and lock your doors.
Okay, so in addition to the residents, we now have an update from HISD. Previously, there weren't any schools on lockdown, but now that has changed. From HISD, the latest news, 3 schools are on lockdown right now in that area. They are Valley West Elementary, Gross Elementary, and Welch Middle School. Again, the HISD schools on lockdown right now, Valley West Elementary, Gross Elementary, and Welch Elementary. So if you're a parent, that's got to be concerning. And we know the basic protocol of when your child is in a school on lockdown, whether it's for safety reasons related to a crime or whether you have to trust that the teachers and the administrators are going to take care of your children and responding to the school in this very moment. And I get it, I'm a mom, I want to go straight there. That is not the best idea either, because they're encouraging people, per Chief Acevedo, to stay away from that area. There's so much going on, so many armed officers. And again, a reminder, we do have one armed suspect who we know is very dangerous.
Yeah, that's an update there, because we had heard from Mayor Turner about an hour ago that there could be possibly 2 suspects. But the latest, the newest information from Chief Art Acevedo is that they are now looking for one suspect who they certainly believe is armed and certainly dangerous out there. So we did get a description of that suspect. That's also some new information from the police chief. A Hispanic man, an adult man, wearing a blue bandana at the time of his last appearance that they saw, and also wearing black clothing. So again, a Hispanic man, an adult, blue bandana, and black clothing. That is the description of the person they're looking for, who they do believe is still out there and dangerous.
So what do you do if you live in that neighborhood and you're hearing that you're on lockdown, if you live within those particular streets and you hear that your child's school is on lockdown? For those folks who are in their homes right now, if you see anything suspicious, the chief says you need to call 911 right away. He doesn't need you to open your doors or your windows and poke your head out there and help with the investigation. They have plenty of officers for that. But if something is not right, just as we knew from the initial call this morning when someone noticed that their shed was ajar, something was just not right in their backyard, don't go out there and handle it yourself. Call 911 immediately. And also from the chief, he said, hey, if you know the suspect or the suspects or someone who may be involved, and if they call you, this is the time to do the right thing and call 911 and talk to that person and convince them to surrender, because as the chief said, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I thought that was also
Very
important.
strong.
He said, we are not leaving. We are not going anywhere. Sorry for the inconvenience, but we are going to find whoever did this. whoever shot these officers. And so right now, as you see, they are not leaving. They have been out here for several hours. In fact, we learned from the chief that this really all started around 11 o'clock today. We heard the initial reports coming into our newsroom around noon today, but this apparently all started an hour earlier when this neighbor, this woman, noticed something just wasn't right in that shed, and that is when officers responded, going into a situation that they knew may be dangerous, and it certainly ended up being dangerous. So they are still in this neighborhood, and just reminding everyone, if you live in this area, to take this very seriously. If you are not home and you see, wow, this is my neighborhood, this is going on, you probably want to stay away for a little bit, because what we've seen from our reporter out there, Dominique Keith, is that they're not allowing people in the neighborhood. So if you're in there now, stay there. If you're not there, just wait until you get the all call.
Okay, we're now going to go to Fox 26's Randy Wallace, who is live right now outside of Memorial Hermann, where that critically injured officer is right now. Randy.
Melinda, the officer is Ronnie Cortez. He's a 24-year veteran of HPD, and yes, he is in critical condition. He was shot multiple times. The police chief was telling us that relatives are coming. He apparently has a child in college. The police chief didn't say where that child was, but that child is headed here to Memorial Hermann Hospital. Again, he is in critical condition. As you can see, there's still a lot going on right here. The police chief is still here. The mayor is still here. We did learn a little bit more about exactly what happened this afternoon. Apparently, when these police officers, they were flagged down by a resident in the area on Sterling Game. In that area, there's been a rash of burglaries, and that's why the tactical unit was in that area due to the rash of burglaries. Now, at this point, we don't know if the two suspects, the one that was killed and the other one who remains at large, is part of a burglary ring, but of course police will be investigating that. Now, what we're being told was someone noticed that a shed door was open in someone's backyard. The officers went to that shed. When they got out there, the one suspect who was killed opens the door, jumps out, and starts shooting at the officer. At that point, there was an exchange of gunshots, and Officer Cortez was critically injured. Now, we're being told that Jose Munoz, the other officer, who is a 10-year veteran of HPD, he's at Ben Taub, and his injuries are said to not be life-threatening. That's good news. And, of course, the mayor and the police chief, they're hoping that all of Houston, that will all take a moment and say prayers for these officers, that they survive this gunshot, the gunfire. Reporting live from Memorial Hermann, Randy Wallace, Fox 26 News.
All right, Randy Wallace reporting there from the hospital. Thank you so much.
I'm wondering, Randy, if you could still hear us, if you could talk to us about just the level of police presence and officials from the city of Houston, their presence there at the scene right now.
Yes, you have the mayor here, several city council members, and you have a lot of HPD officers who are here showing their support. A lot of times when something tragic like this happens and there's an officer who's wounded in the line of duty, officers will show up to not only show their support, but also to give blood if that's necessary. There's even officers from other law enforcement agencies out here to support this officer.
Randy Wallace joining us live right now from the scene of the hospital scene at Memorial Hermann, where that officer is listed in critical condition right now. Thank you, Randy. We'll be checking back in with you soon. So Randy talked about the presence there at the scene. Naturally, that's an immediate response whenever you hear about anyone in law enforcement who's been shot in the line of duty. They put their lives on the line for us every day. They were just doing their jobs, responding to a burglary call in this neighborhood that you're looking at here live right now in Southwest Houston. It all happened this morning. It started in the 8700 block of Sterling Gate.
Yeah, I'm looking at some tweets coming from OEM. They're, of course, just saying their thoughts and prayers are with the families who are being treated. They also mentioned that the Braze Oaks campus is on lockdown as a precaution until further notice due to this shooting. This is coming from the district here. This is the official Houston Community College System district. So, Melinda, you mentioned something about
we mentioned HISD earlier.
This is coming from the Community College System. So the HCC Braze Oaks campus, another place on lockdown until they get word that things are safe out there.
Okay, so bear with us as we give you this information on the air. We're also trying to get it out to you now on our social media platforms, so you can definitely follow us on Twitter. That's where we're getting the information out as quickly as possible, also on Facebook and Instagram. And we want to hear from you. We can only imagine what it's like to be within the neighborhood right now. We know that some of our reporters cannot get in because we are, following the rules, and the police want to keep us all safe. But if you're in your home, reach out to us because we'd like to hear what your experience has been like, and if you're able to get the information on your end. I'm at Melinda Fox 26 on Twitter, and Jonathan.
Yeah, at J Martin Fox 26. So we're posting updates as we are here live on air. Melinda, if you will tell people exactly who may be joining us where this is again, because this is a neighborhood in the southwest side.
So on the southwest side, which we know is a large area, but this is, think 59 in the Beltway right now, the 8700 block of Sterling Game. This is the Glenshire subdivision. If you're familiar with that area, again, we're going to repeat this because it's really important. The area, as you're looking at this map right now, we're going to be specific about the shelter in place. The advice given by the Houston Office of Emergency Management to lock your doors and windows. If you're inside the area, these are your streets. This is the perimeter south of Belfort, west of Gessner, north of West Airport, and then east of Beltway 8 to Sam Houston Tollway. When we checked in with Dominique Keith earlier, and we're hoping we can check in with her again soon, she was there along the feeder road of the Beltway. Obviously, a very popular area, very highly visible and highly populated area for cars this time of day, and we saw how they had already kind of blocked off that section, so there was no entry into the subdivision. And if we can get to those aerials or maybe some video earlier, we can show you just how wide the scene is. Okay, we can't get to that right now. We can describe it for you. I mean, there's a huge officer presence, and they are going door to door, backyard to backyard. They are still looking for this armed suspect.
And I would imagine, too, you see this map here, I'd imagine that it could change a little bit. It could widen because when we started, the investigation seemed to focus on just a few streets. It has grown because obviously the suspect could have moved away and moved farther out. So again, if you see police in your area, if you hear the helicopter above, even if you may not have gotten a call from OEM, still stay in place until you hear otherwise that it is safe, because as we said, the suspect, police do believe, certainly is armed and would not hesitate to shoot, as they have obviously done today, wounding 2 officers.
He said that, when someone is willing to shoot 2 uniformed police officers, they obviously don't have regard for an average civilian. So you want to be really careful in this case. And as you mentioned, if you see something, to call 911. We want to go back to some of the comments that we heard from Mayor Turner also. He was, encouraging Houstonians to pray for these officers and really expressing his concern and reminding all of us of what our men and women in uniform do for us every day here in this city. When you think about someone like Officer Cortez, who's in critical condition, a 24-year veteran of the Houston Police Department, giving that many years of his adult life to keeping us safe, we certainly want to keep him in our thoughts and prayers as he continues this fight right now, as he's in critical condition at Memorial Hermann, yet surrounded by his family. I'm going to go back to those schools right now. Again, I've tweeted that information. I'm trying to get that information out on Facebook while talking to you all at the same time. But just a reminder about the HISD schools on lockdown right now: Valley West Elementary, Gross Elementary, and Welch Middle School. Again, Valley West Elementary, Gross Elementary, and West Middle School. And Jonathan, you also had the information about the HCC campus that is on lockdown right now.
Yeah, the HCC campus in that area also on lockdown. Students told to be aware of that. So they're also putting some of these on the screen, Melinda, some of these schools that you mentioned. So if your child attends one of these schools, as Melinda said, as a parent, I know the first inclination is that you want to go and make sure your child is okay or pick your child up. But at this point, the police chief is saying the best advice, the best thing you can do is just to stay away from the area and trust that the teachers and administrators will have them safe until they can get a handle on this situation. Again, if you're just joining us, I want to give you the latest information from the police chief. He did say that 1 suspect is dead. 1 suspect dead, 1 suspect still at large. It looks like there's some activity
Let's see what's
now.
going on right here. Maybe we can listen in. It looks like Domily is trying to talk to possibly a resident of the neighborhood. Let's see.
No me han dicho nada. Nada más quedo seguro que sí revisaron la camioneta, quedando seguro que no había nada acá adentro, y de ahí, quedando ahí, me dejaron ir.
Habla inglés?
Yes.
Can you tell me, you live back here?
Yes, I'm a neighbor.
Did you hear any of the gunshots?
I didn't hear any of the gunshots, but I did notice my dogs were going all crazy, so I went outside, and then I realized that the cops were pulling in full force, and now there's about 500 cops in my neighborhood. It was one of my neighbors, so.
Oh, wow. How unnerving is this?
To actually want to take the day off and then actually get up and see your dogs going all crazy and then come outside and see all this, yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Frightening?
It's Houston. I mean, it is frightening, but sometimes you just got to, be aware of your surroundings, and, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I never thought that I'd wake up to this in my neighborhood, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of officers have been shot.
Yeah, definitely. He just mentioned that I think that one of the guys had been caught, so that's what I was told, but I think there's actually two, and I think there's actually a standoff at the house from when I drove by.
How close do you live to that house?
Probably about 200 feet, 300 feet, yeah. My neighbor, right down the street.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
To get out of the neighborhood, did they have to search your vehicle?
Definitely, more than once.
Tell me what they did.
They basically made me open the doors and go through the truck and make sure that there's nobody in here.
Wow.
Yeah. Better for the neighbors, better for Houstonians, you know. They're doing their job.
Yeah. What are you hoping at this point?
I'm hoping that they get that sumbitch. That's it.
How upsetting is that?
Very upsetting because you've got, you've got a few elderly people in the neighborhood that are actually at home during the day, and, you never know, somebody can come in and, take a life that way.
Say your
So,
name and spell it for me.
I would rather keep that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you
guys,
so
y'all
much.
have a good one.
You do the same.
God bless.
God bless you, too.
I wonder if Domely can hear us.
All right, that's Fox 26's Domely Keith talking to a resident out there. Domely?
Okay, as Domely gets in position to hear us, I mean, we watched that live as she got that interview, and I'm sure she'll kind of break it down for us a little bit more. But hearing from that neighbor who was inside of the perimeter telling us that he couldn't even leave the neighborhood before his vehicle was searched, which was good. He wasn't upset about that. He was actually happy about that. He said the police are doing their job, and they had to search it to make sure that the suspect was not inside. Again, this is a very active scene, and there is a lot of area to cover for the police who were there. But that neighbor saying that, it's frightening and you have to be aware of your surroundings. He was describing this morning how his dogs were barking. He said, quote, going crazy. Obviously, something was not right, and that he lived about 200 feet away from the house that's in question where that shooting, we believe, happened this morning. Again, if you're just joining us, 2:48 here on Fox 26. Melinda Spalding along with Jonathan Martin. We are following two Houston police officers shot in the line of duty. They are both alive. That's a good thing. They are both hospitalized right now. And you are looking at live pictures of the neighborhood of the Glenchar subdivision, 59 and Beltway 8. You're looking at Fox 26 reporter Domely Keith. She's kind of getting in position to join us soon, but she's been outside of that neighborhood for a while, watching as police officers arrive, ambulances, and a neighbor who was just able to leave that area.
All right, we're going to check in with Domely as soon as our producer tells us she's ready. But again, there are sort of three different locations where things are happening right now. You have the scene where Domely is, and Domely, we'll check in with you in just a second. And we also have the two hospitals where these officers are. We have Memorial Hermann, all right, and we also have Ben Taub. So Domely, we know you just talked to one of the neighbors out there. Can you tell us and kind of give us a debrief on what you're hearing from neighbors out there today?
Yeah, the resident who just drove out said he actually took the day off and he woke up to his dogs going absolutely bananas. He says he looked out the window to find out what was going on, and it wasn't too long before he saw about 500 police officers. He said he did not hear the gunshots, but earlier this afternoon there were two Houston police officers that were shot, and this is the Glenshire subdivision right here off of Oglethorpe Drive. The resident said that the house where all of this was taking place is about 200 feet from where he lives, and we're being told that the HPD officers were called out here to a burglary in progress, and then they were involved in a shootout with those burglary suspects. There are a number of canine units that have been brought in, lots of dogs out here, in addition to SWAT officers. Now, as you can see, we're taking a look at that, right, Joe? As you can see, this resident is also trying to leave the area, but before anyone can leave this area, they are absolutely combing through the vehicle. The driver's door is open. They've got the back passenger door of that van open. The back doors all the way in the back are open. And it was the same for the resident who just left, who we interviewed. He was not able to leave this neighborhood. He says his vehicle was searched at least 5 times before he was able to drive out of this neighborhood. I can tell you that no one is being allowed inside the neighborhood except police officers right now, because they do not believe that they have all the suspects in custody. Houston police officers have helicopters in the air looking for more suspects. They have, I'm telling you, I've seen several dozen Harris County Sheriff's deputies and their canine dogs being brought in here so that they can try to sniff out the suspects. A number of SWAT officers with their long guns, their long rifles, sharpshooters being brought out here, another resident there as they're having their trunk and their vehicle searched before they can leave the area. Now this is right here off of Sam Houston Parkway West and West Airport Road. The feeder was down to one lane for a while, but the feeder is now completely blocked off. Houston police officers are not letting anyone drive on the feeder road. So that traffic is being diverted to West Airport, just to the left of me. The Office of Emergency Management and Houston Police Department, they've also issued a shelter in place for the residents in this area because they don't know if they have all the suspects in custody. So they are trying to keep the public safe, trying to keep everyone indoors so that they can search for these suspects, get these guys in custody, and get them out of here so that they can try to get this neighborhood back to normal. So we are being told also that a command center is being set up just inside the neighborhood, and Houston police officers will allow us inside the neighborhood just as soon as they possibly can. But at this point, we're being kept right here by the feeder road and Oglethorpe Drive. But as soon as we have more information, we will bring you those details. We're live in Southwest Houston. I'm Damalie Keith, Fox 26 News.
All right, Damalie, thank you. We could hear the helicopters overhead, so I'm assuming that search is ongoing, on the ground, overhead, a lot of police presence.
And I believe we also have a picture. Thank you so much, Damalie. I believe we also have a picture. If we can go to this, an above picture right now. This one showing officers going through the neighborhood. Again, they are canvassing this entire neighborhood. As we heard from the police chief, they are not leaving. They are literally going house to house, door to door, searching for the suspect. We understand a Hispanic man, an adult man wearing a blue bandana and black clothing. That is who they are looking for. Again, if you're just joining us, one of the two burglary suspects already dead, shot dead by officers, but they are searching for one more who is still believed to be in this vicinity.
And this is a large area, so you can only imagine the job at hand, the task at hand. We've got all these individual houses, we have backyards, we have all these crevices and trees, and so many places where someone could potentially hide out. We know that this person is probably still on foot, and that could hopefully be an advantage for Houston police as they're going through this neighborhood with the canines. We saw the tactical unit out there earlier. We know that they want to get this guy. You know, two of their own have been shot. It's urgent, and they want to make sure that there is no one else who's shot in this neighborhood or anywhere else around the city related to this incident. Again, the Chief Acevedo just really emphasizing that when someone is willing to shoot two uniformed officers, you know the type of person that you're dealing with, and this person is armed and dangerous.
Yeah, obviously you can see here a tactic. They're traveling in a group because they know that at any moment they could come in contact with this very dangerous suspect who, as we know, is willing and able to return gunfire. And so officers are, as you see, walking through the neighborhood with their K9, and you see several police vehicles behind them ready if anything were to happen, any sort of gunfire to be exchanged.
And this view from Sky Fox, this aerial view, just gives us an idea of the challenge that they're facing right now, just geographically. This is a large neighborhood, a large subdivision, the Glenshire subdivision. This initial call came in from the 8700 block of Sterling Game. So we're able to see this perimeter right now and just see, wow, and you see more officers in this direction. So we see teams of officers. They've picked up the pace a little bit. Let's see what's going on here. You know, those canines, they are the best partners you could have when you're dealing with a search like this. As we see these officers checking, you know, a backyard, a shed. Remember one of the calls that came in this morning around 11:20, there were two scenes that were actually happening, two different burglaries going on, and a homeowner noticed their shed was ajar in the backyard, and lo and behold, one of the suspects was hiding in there. So if you watch these officers as they're working right now, Jonathan, you think about the danger, the inherent danger, just for going behind a shed, walking into a backyard when you don't know what could be waiting for you on the other side. And that's exactly what happened to those two brave officers who are now in the hospital today because they were doing their jobs and responding to a call of a burglary.
Yeah, and those officers' names, as we heard not too long ago, Ronnie Cortez, a 24-year veteran, right now in critical condition. But good news we did hear is that he is alert and talking. He still is certainly not out of the woods in terms of his injuries, but he's improving, and that is what we heard from the mayor and police chief. Then the other officer doing a bit better in stable condition, Officer Jose Munoz, a 10-year veteran. He is apparently doing a lot better than the other officer. But as we heard from the mayor and the police chief, right now they're asking for people to pray for these officers because, you know, this is the worst thing you hope to ever.
For your spouse, they've both talked to both of their wives. It's the call that you don't want to get. You know, when you're married to a police officer, you know the inherent danger, and you know that the risk that they take daily every time they put that uniform on. I just want to remind people of the school situation that we're dealing with right now. According to HISD, Valley West Elementary, Gross Elementary, and Welch Middle School, they are all on lockdown at this point. And then Houston Community College is letting us know that their Braze Oaks campus is also on lockdown. These are all precautionary measures because, again, we still have this suspect that's still out there in this Southwest Houston quadrant near 59 and the Beltway. So all precautions need to be taken. Again, if you're a concerned parent and your child is in either of those schools, the three schools that we mentioned, you know, the good thing that we know about HISD and all the school districts in our area is that, fortunately or unfortunately, they most of them have received active shooter training. They know what to do in an emergency. They know how to keep your children safe. There are many officers who are already working on those campuses. We have HISD police, so that should give you some level of comfort if you know your child is in one of those schools, because obviously you want to react and respond to your child. But the police chief is telling us to pass along to you that that's not in the best interest of what's going on right now, to kind of stay put and let them do their job. Stay away from this area if you can.
And also, before we go, we're going to check in with Isaiah Carey in just a moment. But just about 1 minute ago, literally a minute ago, Houston ISD tweeted out that those three schools that you mentioned, Melinda, are on lockdown, but letting parents know that dismissal is delayed until further notice.
That's good information.
So right now, even though it's time for your kids to get out of school, perhaps they're not going to be dismissing any students until they feel this area is safe. So I encourage you to follow us on social media, but also follow Houston ISD for the latest information because they are updating us.
Again, don't report to the scene. Don't report to that area, as we've been saying. Just stay away if you can.
Exactly. Our Isaiah Carey has been following this as well. Isaiah, can you update on us on what you know? I know you've been at the hospital today.
Right. Chief Art Acevedo arrived here about 15 minutes ago to visit Officer Jose Munoz, who's had 10 years on the force. Now, he received the minor injuries, shot to the leg and also the foot. So he's inside meeting with that police officer. I just got a text from one of my sources, guys, and it says it sounds like they have a photo of the suspect that they are distributing to officers at the scene. This photo possibly came from home security system or officer's body camera. So they have a better idea of who they're looking for at this time. The other suspect that might be or may be on the loose out there. Obviously, we've heard that one suspect in this case is already dead. And of course, we're waiting to hear from Chief Art Acevedo. He will likely come out of the hospital with Officer Munoz is and talk to members of the media. Now, you may be wondering what you can do at this time to help these officers in any form or way. We talked with Ray Hunt with the Houston Police Officers Union, and he says in a time like this, you don't go to the 100 Club, you go to the Assist the Officer Association. That's at 1600 State Street. Assist the Officer here in Houston. And if you would like to make donations to provide for these officers during this rough time, then they are accepting donations at 1600 State Street. And if you can't find the number to assist the officer, call the Houston Police Officers Union. Now, what they're doing is they're providing the assistance that officers need in a time like this, providing assistance to their families, any family members who want to come into town. The Assist the Officer program will also help those officers with that. But right now, we're waiting on Chief Art Acevedo to come out. We see members of the union already here. This officer has 10 years on the force right now, and the chief is coming out right now. Tori, if we can get a shot of that. Chief Art Acevedo is coming out along with John Cannon, the spokesperson, Regina Woolfolk also, and Assistant Chief as well.
Is there any updates you can offer us?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and let the chief get into place. 1 second, guys. This is live, so we're preparing for the chief to come up.
As we wait for Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo to make his way up there to the microphone, we know Isaiah is busy trying to get that shot together, and his photographer, Tori Walker, they're also out there. We see top brass at HPD, all the assistant chiefs.
One more time.
Okay, real quick. I'm just going to do a quick update.
And maybe,
Yeah.
can you just kind of with what you saw inside here,
Yeah,
since
can you
that's sort of
specifically
unique
talk
to
to
Ventab,
about
did you get a chance to speak with
Yeah, I
Officer
did.
Munoz?
I did get to visit with Officer Munoz and his wife, and he's in great spirits. He's alert. He's doing well. We're hoping he'll be released tomorrow, but he's very fortunate, and so I'm just thankful that we could have very easily had 2 dead police officers today, and I'm just grateful that we have 2 right now. One that's obviously fighting a much tougher battle at Herman, but Officer Munoz is doing really well. He's in a lot of pain from being shot, but he's doing well. His wife's doing well. We've made arrangements for out-of-state family members and out-of-city family members to come. I've heard that United Airlines is helping us bring a daughter from back east, and I just want to say thank you, United Airlines, for being our partners and for helping us out. So anything else?
Anything new on the search? Anything new on the search at this point?
The search continues, and again, so it's really important for those community members to just stay put. We don't.
Do you know if these officers, were they on some sort of tactical or gang sort of patrol, or just regular patrol?
We had a TAC unit in the area, was actually doing working on some burglary issues. We've had some issues with burglaries, residential burglaries in the area, and they were out there actually working on that. And unfortunately, the suspect has started fighting with our officers in that shed and produced a gun and started open fire on them.
Chief, it's my understanding that you guys may have a photo or surveillance picture that you're distributing to officers to try and track down this suspect.
I've been for the last hour now. I've been focusing on our officers here. Again, the search is ongoing. We're not going to stop that search for quite a while. So, I just want to ask residents to be patient. Again, it's very frustrating when you get the inconvenience the way that we are right now. But again, somebody that's willing to shoot police officers, that tries to kill police officers, is somebody that will not hesitate to kill a member of our community. And so I think it's in everybody's best interest to come together, be patient, pray for this officers, both of them, and more importantly, let us do our search.
¿Habló usted con el oficial Muñoz?
El oficial Muñoz está despierto, está alerta, gracias a Dios va a estar bien, va a seguir en el hospital esta noche, pero con el favor de Dios va a salir mañana. Está ahí con su esposa y estoy muy orgulloso de él, estoy muy orgulloso del coraje que él y sus oficiales. I think what we saw today was the courage of the American police officer. As much as we, as a society, like to disparage police officers, the truth of the matter remains that the very vast majority of our men and women are honorable, they're courageous, they're brave, they don't run away from danger, they run towards danger, and that's what we saw here today. And so I've said it before and I'll say it again, let's hold the few bad apples in law enforcement accountable. But what I love about the people of Houston, from my mayor, Sylvester Turner, his council colleagues, that while they expect me to hold the few bad apples accountable, we do a good job of lifting up the good cops, which I think is the very vast majority of police officers. Today, I just want to thank everybody that's been lifting up our officers in prayer, and I ask them to just continue.
La policía, la comunidad hispana está preocupada, 2 oficiales hispanos, sospechosos hispanos, obviamente es una tragedia para la comunidad hispana también. ¿Cuál sería su mensaje a esta comunidad?
Bueno, mi mensaje es que nuestra comunidad hispana, la gran mayoría son personas que respetan la ley, que son personas de fe, familiares, personas que creen en la familia, creen en su fe, creen en el trabajo. No estamos preocupados por ellos. Nosotros yendo al trabajo, nosotros estamos en el servicio para proteger a la comunidad que respeta la ley. Así que acuérdense que ustedes son nuestros compañeros, son nuestra comunidad, y aquí estamos para servirles.
Chief, forgive me, you will clarify. So there was some specific, was there a group of...
There was a TAC team working. I can just tell you, look, you guys, this happened like 3 hours ago. Okay, let's keep things in perspective. What we need to worry about right now is the facts. We had officers that were responding to a burglary of a residence. We had a woman that found a burglar inside her home. We talk about all these debates around here about sanctuary cities and all this other stuff. Listen, we got a lot of serious things to worry about in this community. And when that woman called 911 because somebody was in her home, I'm glad that our officers were freed up to go deal with serious crime, which was impacting our community. So what we need to focus on right now, I believe, is the fact that we have a problem with crime like every major city. Crime is going up in a lot of major cities. But the most important piece for me is that we have police officers that are courageous, that are servants, that are God-fearing, more importantly, that are not afraid to put themselves in harm's way. And that's what happened today. When our officers responded, then they got flagged down about another burglary, and then they were told, hey, by the resident in the location where the storage shed and the shooting occurred, hey, that shed back there, that door, something's not right with it, something's suspicious. Our officers didn't run away from that. They didn't just say, hey, well, you know what, that could be dangerous. They went, they found the suspect, they engaged the suspect, they tried to take the suspect into custody, and rather than submitting to the lawful authority that's vested on these officers by the community that they serve, the suspect decided to produce a firearm and open fire, striking both of our officers multiple times. So, and back to your point, we know we have a burglary issue in a lot of parts of Houston. I know for a fact we had TAC teams in the area, and that's why we were able to really converge on the area in very large numbers, and we're confident and we're hopeful that that second outstanding suspect that's described as a male Hispanic adult wearing all dark clothing and a blue bandana is in the area. And sometimes these guys hole up in houses. We ain't going away, and we're not going to leave until we finish our search. You might as well turn yourself in. El oficial, el mensaje fue que la comunidad, el departamento, el alcalde, el concilio, todos estamos ahí con ellos. Estamos muy orgullosos de ellos. Y gracias a Dios todavía están los dos vivos y el oficial Muñoz está en gran condición, buena condición, y con el favor de Dios va a salir mañana. Anything else?
¿Qué le da a la gente que está viviendo en esa zona?
Quédese si usted sabe que está en la zona residencial, donde estamos buscando al otro sospechoso, no salga de su casa. Si vive en esa área, no vaya para su casa ahorita. Espere que terminemos la búsqueda de este sospechoso. A la vez que ya sabemos que ya estamos listos, vamos a poner la información a la prensa para que puedan regresar a su casa. Okay, one more, as I got to get out of here.
Talk to us just about the timeline real quick, because there's some confusion about what I believe you told some folks. I know there's a lot of information that started about 11:08. And I think there were some other thoughts that maybe it started at 12:08. We're just wanting to...
No, hey, the timeline's the time I already put it out. As you can imagine, when you have two officers shot multiple times, you have a dead suspect, you have another suspect. I don't think timelines are that critical right now. You know, we have somebody that we're looking for that we are going to assume is armed and dangerous, and we're going to focus on the health of our officers, securing that community, and trying to get that second suspect. There'll be plenty of time to give you a more up-to-date and, I think, more accurate timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo giving us another update on the officers. He did say that he's been able to visit with Officer Munoz. He said he was in great spirits. He was alert, even saying that he could possibly be released tomorrow. Also saying that the officer right now in pain, but also thankful that he is doing better. Again, that is the officer, Officer Jose Munoz, a 10-year veteran. He is the one right now in stable condition.
Right, and it's certainly good news of the possibility of even being released after something like this. So we know the more serious, more critical situation is for Officer Cortez, 24-year veteran. We mentioned earlier that he has an out-of-state child in college, and we got an update that United Airlines is helping out to bring his daughter home from the East Coast. She's away at college, which brings us back to something that Isaiah Carey mentioned earlier. When something like this happens, you're thinking, what can I do? How can I help? We see how fellow officers immediately either show up to the scene or show up to the hospital to show their support, to give blood, just to be there. But Isaiah was sharing with us, you can go to the Assist the Officer organization. That's at 1600 State Street. You can also call the Houston Police Officers Union to help and make a donation that way. And you realize in a situation like this, if you get a call about any family member that are, shot in a situation like this, you want to be there. So that organization helps the family members from out of town or out of state get closer to their loved one. This is, we believe, the initial scene. There's that shed that we've been talking about. That's where the initial call came in. As we look at these live pictures from Skyfox, you see crime scene investigators out there marking off where the bullets were. We see the crime scene tape. That's where the initial shooting happened today.
Yeah, and as the police chief reiterated, they are not leaving this neighborhood.
Right.
They are staying out there until they find the suspect. Again, one suspect already dead, but they are searching for another one. We had that description up there just a few moments ago. A Hispanic man, they believe, wearing a blue bandana and some dark, possibly black clothing. We just mentioned one of the officers, Jose Munoz, but there is the other officer right now who certainly has a bigger battle to fight right now. He is in critical condition. We want to get our Randy Wallace. I believe he's standing by live at Memorial Hermann Hospital, where that officer is now being treated. Yeah, Officer Ronnie Cortez. So, Randy, what can you tell us? What's the latest on Officer Cortez?
Officer Cortez, Jonathan, is in a critical condition. Now, one thing that Dr. Percy pointed out, he is alert and talking. And what you were saying before about what the police chief was saying about staying out in that area, one thing, too, he asked that anybody that might be related to the suspect, knows the suspect, he's asking those folks to also contact police so this man can be brought in alive and face justice for this. Another interesting note is the tactical unit was already in that area looking at a rash of burglaries in that southwest side neighborhood. Now, of course, right now it's too early to say whether or not these two suspects, the dead man and the suspect that's at large right now, if they were involved in that burglary ring. But of course, that's something that HPD will be looking into. Now, the shelter in place, as you pointed out, will continue. When the police chief came out here with the mayor a little bit ago to have a press conference, he told us that he would let us know when that shelter in place has been lifted. He apologized to people in the area for the inconvenience, but this has to be done. And again, he's asking anyone in that area, if you hear your dog barking, you see anything suspicious, to please call 911. Another thing that the mayor and the police chief pointed out, this is something that we can all do right now for these two wounded officers, is pray for them and pray for their families. Reporting live from Memorial Hermann, Randy Wallace, Fox 26 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. We just want to give a reminder again. We've been talking about those schools that are on lockdown. Randy Wallace joining us live from Memorial Hermann. We thank you for that update. As we go back to the scene here in the neighborhood, Southwest Houston 59, near Beltway 8. Again, for those parents with children at Gross Elementary, Valley West Elementary, Welch Middle School, again, your schools are on lockdown. Do not go to the school. Houston Police and HISD are telling us that dismissal is going to be delayed until further notice. And we know that the teachers are going to take great care of your children to keep them calm, to keep them safe until the all clear is given. And right now we do not have the all clear.
Right, exactly. And as you can see from these live pictures from Sky Fox, police are still all over this neighborhood, and they are telling everyone, if you live in this subdivision, I know it's a big subdivision, a lot of people probably heading home from work or at least hearing about what's going on. They're asking you not to try and come in at this point because they still, as you can see, are in the middle of a very active investigation. We just heard our Donnelly Keith out there talking to a neighbor. They apparently are letting some people leave. They let one gentleman leave that area not too long ago. He said that they searched his car twice. He said, hey, look, I'm okay with that because I want to find this guy just like everyone else does. And so if you are coming in or out of the area and they do happen to let you in or let you out, expect that your car, expect that your vehicle will be searched thoroughly because they want to make sure no one is hiding in the vehicle because this suspect's still very much at large.
Again, as we look at these live pictures right now from Sky Fox, and as we heard from Chief Acevedo, you can tell it's been a little frustrating for him, and you can imagine he's the chief. He's responsible for all these officers. He's got 2 officers who've just been shot. He said he could have been talking about 2 dead officers, but we have a different story this afternoon. So, you know, some of the details of exactly the timing of all of this, we have a general idea that it started shortly after 11 o'clock this morning. And I'm sure as we get more information, it will be revealed, you know, why the officers were initially in this area. We know there have been some issues with burglaries here. And just a reminder for you guys that one of the officers injured, he lives in this actual neighborhood. So when that call came in, they were already on duty in uniform, and he was able to respond to his own neighborhood here in the Glenshire subdivision in Southwest Houston. And that's where Fox 26's Donnelly Keith is, and she's joining us now again with another update. Donnelly.
Yeah, Melinda, I can tell you that police are still combing this area, still trying to find the remaining suspect or suspects here in this subdivision. And we've seen a number of Houston police officers still arriving. Several state troopers are now also here. Harris County Sheriff's officers, about I would say about 15 or 20 minutes ago, a whole line of Harris County Sheriff's officers arrived with their canine units, and they are in this neighborhood walking around with their dogs trying to see if they can't get a scent on this suspect or suspects so that they can take them into custody. Now, at the back of this gray minivan right here, Joe, we can see that there is an officer preparing. He is actually just coming in. He just took off his bulletproof vest. He just put away his long rifle. He's putting his small handgun back on his holster on his hip. But we've seen a lot of officers coming in here as they try to find this suspect who had a shootout with Houston police officers earlier. 2 Houston police officers were shot in the Southwest Houston subdivision, in the Glenshare subdivision here, and they are still looking for the suspects. So there has been a shelter in place issued. Houston police are asking all of the residents to remain inside their homes. There was a resident earlier who was able to drive out. Now, he said his vehicle was searched several times before he was able to drive out. We have seen 3 residents who have been allowed to leave. And before they leave the neighborhood, Houston police officers are opening up every door on their vehicles. They're opening up the hatch if it's an SUV. They're opening up the trunk of the vehicle if it's a car. And they are thoroughly searching those vehicles to make sure no suspects are hiding so that they can't just drive right by officers and get out of the neighborhood. But this, as you see vehicles leaving right now, these are Houston police officers. And there are also constables from Precinct 5 and Precinct 7 here. This is a Harris County Sheriff's Deputy vehicle leaving the neighborhood right now. And you can see a little bit down this road, and this is Oglethorpe Drive, just off of the Beltway. This black vehicle right here, police officers it looks like apparently they are also searching this vehicle, trying to make sure no one is inside. They just open the trunk, look inside the trunk, and close that trunk so that this resident can also leave the neighborhood. Houston police officers also have several choppers in the air as they search for the suspects by air. They are searching for these suspects with canine units in here, trying to get these suspects out of here, trying to make sure no one else is injured. And as I was about to say earlier, one resident who was able to leave the neighborhood, he said he was alerted that something was going on because his dogs were just going crazy in the backyard, and that's how he knew something was going on. So Houston police officers are also asking, if any residents hear their dogs. I'm going to try and chat with this lady, see if she has anything to say. Sometimes they don't because they're fearful of what's going on. Hi there, I'm Domalee with Fox 26 News. You live here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear the gunshots?
No, I didn't. I was taking a shower.
Oh my goodness, you're kidding. So how did you first know something was going on?
Well, I was trying to get out about 2 hours earlier, and that's when they told me to go back in the house.
Oh, okay.
But I'm trying to get out to see my daughter.
Oh goodness, your daughter's probably terrified with you in here right now.
Well, no. I was in Iraq for over 4 years, so it doesn't bother me. But I live on the street that they're checking.
How close to the house do you live?
Oh.
To the house where this initially began?
2 blocks.
Oh, 2 blocks away. Okay, and describe what the scene is like in there. We've seen a lot of officers going inside, a lot of deputies bringing their dogs. Can you describe what's going on?
They're going from house to house, going in the backyard, checking the sheds, and seeing the people are okay.
Did they come inside your yard or inside your home?
In my yard.
Okay.
So they're checking the sheds and any gate that's open.
Wow. Now, is that pretty alarming for you?
No.
Not really? Okay, well, you be safe, okay? Thank you so much. Bye-bye. So, several residents who are trying to leave the neighborhood, they are only allowed to leave once their vehicle is searched. And this is off of the Beltway at West Airport is the closest intersection. West Airport is now, all the traffic is being diverted to West Airport. Traffic was allowed to drive on the Beltway 8 feeder for some time now, but Houston police officers have now blocked off the Beltway 8 feeder, and you can no longer drive in this area. So it's certainly a good idea to avoid this area if you can, because as I look over at West Airport, it does look like traffic is backing up pretty good over there. So it's probably a good idea to stay away from here if you don't have to be here, because Houston police officers are still trying to comb this neighborhood, trying to get any suspects, the remaining suspects in custody after 2 Houston police officers were shot earlier today. For now, we're live in Southwest Houston. I'm Domalee Keith, Fox 26 News.
All right, thank you so much for that update, Domily. And as you heard Domily just mention, the shelter in place is still in effect for that neighborhood because it's been several hours now. So I know some people may be thinking, okay, they've come through my area, I've gotten the all clear. No, that is not the case at this point. So they are, again, are encouraging everyone to lock your doors. If we have that tweet up from OEM, we can show that a little bit later. Lock your doors, your windows, stay inside until you get the word from Houston Police that it is all clear. Here's that tweet. And of course, when we get word from Houston Police that it is clear for that neighborhood, we will let you know. But at this point, if you live in that area, if you see any police activity around your home or hear the chopper above, it's best to just stay in place right now.
Also waiting for the all clear. That's also been the advice given when it concerns Houston schools that are on lockdown right now within HISD. Again, Gross Elementary, Valley West Elementary, and Welch Middle School on lockdown. And then the HCC Brays Oaks campus, also the case for them as well. So they're asking parents to just hold off because dismissal is delayed until further notice. We have not received another update. So that was as of about 16 minutes ago. So we believe that is still the case. So to just stay put as you're looking at the scene, and you know, it can be a little deceiving just because you don't hear the sirens anymore. If you're in that neighborhood, doesn't mean that it's over. You don't hear the sirens because the officers have arrived, and there are officers from other jurisdictions. We know that we spoke with Sheriff Gonzalez within the Fox 26 newsroom, and he mentioned that the Harris County Sheriff's Office was offering any assistance needed. And then Domily Keith told us there at the scene about the K-9 units that have arrived from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. We also know that more help is on the way. And when you look at just the size and scope of this scene right now, all of this in a search for one person. That one person, the suspect that we have from HPD, Hispanic male wearing all black with a blue bandana. That they are believed to be looking for. Isaiah Carey mentioned when we last checked in with him that he heard from one of his sources that officers may have a photo at this point as of the suspect, not for our purposes on TV, but for their purposes so they can know exactly who they're looking for as they continue to search this neighborhood.
Yeah, Isaiah also mentioned that that photo may have come from a body camera from one of the officers or possibly home surveillance footage from one of the people out there in that neighborhood. Also, Melinda, as you mentioned about the schools being on lockdown and many parents may be trying to call the schools and may not be able to get through. I did just see a tweet come across from Houston OEM and letting parents know that they are communicating through Alert Houston email. So if you're a parent and your kids go to one of these schools and you're thinking, I can't get through to anyone, check your email if you're a part of that alert system, and perhaps you will have an email from the school system and from the school letting you know exactly what is going on. We, of course, are relaying any information that we get, but that Alert Houston may be a good place for you to get some up-to-date information as well.
Right. It's so important. When you're a parent, you're concerned about your child. You're concerned about their safety. You want to get the latest information. That's the little bit of control you can have in a situation like this, is getting the flow of info officially from the district and from your schools when necessary and available. As we continue to look at these live pictures right now from the neighborhood. Again, this is in Southwest Houston, 59 near the Beltway, that area. This initial call where you see that yellow crime scene tape there on the left side of your screen. Okay, we're going in a little closer. We're looking again at the Harris County Sheriff's Office deputies who are there. Certainly grateful for their presence and helping out with this. They're meeting up with that HPD tactical unit that has been in this neighborhood for hours, searching for this suspect still at large. Just don't want you to get the wrong impression. This is not a relaxed posture. We want you to know that the scene is so large, this neighborhood is so big that they've been working kind of in small individual groups, going block by block, yard by yard. What you're looking at now is just not too far away from the initial shooting. So what you're seeing is pretty close to that house. That's where they are gathering right now. I'm not sure if this is the official command post within the neighborhood just yet. But if we're able to go back a little bit wider when we are via Skyfox, we can show you where the bullet casings are, where they've marked that off in the neighborhood. Again, what you're looking at, these live pictures, very close as we go wide right now. Thank you from Skyfox. As you see that yellow crime tape on the left side of your screen, this is typically how it goes when there is a shooting of any kind. Actually, after a shooting, the exact location of the shooting is one of the safest places you could be, because most likely the suspect is either dead or is not returning to that initial area. And that's where you see top brass from HPD. You're looking at members of the Harris County Sheriff's Office also there helping out with this investigation. We can tell you that we have seen those K-9 units there in the neighborhood helping to look for that suspect.
Yeah, and this is obviously all hands on deck for these law enforcement officers. Our Dominique Keith just interviewed one of the neighbors as she was leaving the area, and she said they searched her yard, searching every shed, every gate, every any place that this suspect could possibly be hiding. They are searching. When we had that wide shot, you could really see how big this subdivision is. It's a huge subdivision with very large homes, so you can imagine that it's no easy task to just search this big area. And so this is just one of the areas, as Melinda mentioned, that they are focusing on right now, which is pretty close to where the shooting happened. Again, we heard from the police chief that this all unfolded just after 11 o'clock today as a woman noticed something suspicious. She noticed that someone or something was happening in her backyard in a shed, and that is when she called 911. And that's what the police chief is urging everyone else to do. If you notice something going a little bit unusual, if something seems weird out in your neighborhood or in this particular area, to call 911. Don't try to go out and confront anyone, but to go out and call 911.
Okay, we're going to go back out to the other side of this neighborhood right now near Ogletree, and that's where Fox 26's Dominique Keith is standing by. Dominique.
Yeah, Melinda and Jonathan, the search here in this neighborhood just might be over. We've seen more than a dozen Houston police officers leave out of here, state troopers, Harris County Sheriff's deputies. They all just sort of came filing out just in the last 2 to 3 minutes. And as you can see, a number of officers still leaving right here. And this is on Oglethorpe Drive at the South Sam Houston West Parkway feeder road. There is still, I was going to say there's still a HPD chopper in the air, but actually there isn't. There are only news helicopters in the air right now. The HPD chopper, I do not see it any longer. It was here for several hours. There's a Houston police officer there with a long gun. She's taking her long gun off of, she just took the strap off from around her, and she is actually, that's a Harris County Sheriff's deputy. She's loading it into the back of her car over there. So lots of deputies, officers, constables, they're all leaving out of here away from this scene now. So it appears the search in this area is over. There's also what appears to be a residence vehicle, this gray car coming down the street down here. This could be a residence vehicle that's leaving. Wow, lots of officers leaving this scene here. There's also this gray vehicle that's leaving right here. Residents had not been allowed to leave for the last few hours without a thorough search of the entire vehicle. But apparently, this search here in the Glenshire subdivision just off of Oglethorpe rather, in the Southam Houston Parkway, it appears the search for additional suspects just might be over after 2 Houston police officers were shot earlier. We are also getting word that the Office of Emergency Management has now lifted their shelter in place. That is not confirmed, but if the search is indeed over, that would explain why the shelter in place is now over. But as soon as we get confirmation, and I called the Houston Police Department public information officer who is here on the scene. He's located at a command center just a few blocks behind me. I did give him a call, and he said there is going to be an update shortly. He said that any updates will have to come from the Houston Police Chief himself there at the hospital where the chief and the mayor are set up. But he said he was going to try to get in a position in the next few minutes to walk out and just sort of off camera give us an update. So as soon as we have that update, we will bring it to you. For now, we're live in Southwest Houston. I'm Dominique Keith, Fox 26 News.
All right, Dominique, I don't know if you can hear me. Dominique? Okay, she can't hear me right now. So, as Jonathan, as we watched, Dominique Keith? Okay. We watched those members of law enforcement leave that neighborhood there on Oglethorpe Drive there in that subdivision where Dominique has been set up. We can break away from her shot now. Okay. So this is a courtesy of Houston TransStar. Just to give you an idea of how it looks from that perimeter right now, this is Beltway 8 at West Airport. We know that was part of that perimeter where Houston police had asked that people not enter because of the investigation that was going on. So we don't want to make any assumptions, but we saw a little bit of urgency as those officers left that neighborhood with Dominique. Makes you wonder if the suspect has been spotted in perhaps a different location. We are efforting those pictures for you right now. We saw that there was a large response. We know that person was probably able to move in and out really quickly. So many trees, so many large backyards, so many parts of that neighborhood that needed to be searched. Again, this investigation is ongoing. From what we know officially, the shelter in place still remains in effect for these parts of Southwest Houston, and also for those schools that we mentioned within HISD. As soon as we hear otherwise, we will certainly let you know.
And again, we're looking at a live picture here from our TransStar camera. What we're hearing from sources at this point is that this is a staging area right now. So this is a little bit of a different area from where you were seeing earlier, a different vantage point. So we did see so many officers leaving that area where Domley was, seemingly heading to another area with a sense of urgency. Right. So we are waiting to see if perhaps there is a new development or a new location where they are searching, or if the search altogether has been called off and they have perhaps spotted this suspect. Again, they were looking for a specific suspect, a Hispanic man with a blue bandana, some dark clothing. We will await some new information to see if they perhaps have spotted that person, but it does seem that the urgency in at least that particular neighborhood where Domley was has calmed just a bit at least. But again, it's important to know that the Office of Emergency Management, as Melinda mentioned, is still, according to their latest information on Twitter, telling people to stay in place until they get the all clear. And so we have not gotten the all clear from police at this point, so that's important to note.
Yes, so please continue to follow the instructions of Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo. Stay in place, keep your doors and your windows locked until we get the word. Also for parents of those children in those affected schools within HISD, again, dismissal has been delayed until further notice. As soon as we get that notice, we know you want to know. We'll make sure we get that out to you. Again, those schools affected: Gross Elementary, Valley West Elementary, and Welch Middle School. Those schools on lockdown. We know that Skyfox is moving to another location, and as we wait for our pilot to kind of get over that area, we will continue to bring you the latest. And again, until then, if you're in that portion of Southwest Houston, okay, this is the Beltway. This is 59, the Southwest Freeway at Beltway 8. We are over another scene, we believe, right now. As they do believe, we're hearing that the suspect may be in this area again, 59 in the Beltway. As we see that a couple of units are already there on the scene, which could explain, Jonathan, while everyone was leaving the scene in the neighborhood where Domley Keith was, near Oglethorpe, close to the site of the initial shooting where those two officers were shot multiple times. But the good news, as we've mentioned, is that those two officers seem to be non-life-threatening for one, and then the other officer in critical condition, but slight improvement for him.
I did just see a few moments ago at least one officer walk under that overpass there. So it's not clear how many officers are there. Obviously, you have some of the trees there in the way, but we did see at least one officer walk under there. So it appears that, again, as you said, Melinda, that this could be a secondary scene. We, of course, have been focusing on the neighborhood there in Southwest Houston, but as you see from these pictures from Skyfox, we don't have as heavy of a police presence there, at least at this point, but obviously we've seen a few officers and several vehicles there, so we're waiting to see what unfolds here.
And if this suspect was able to get out of the neighborhood, this really isn't that far away from that subdivision. So again, we are keeping an eye on this as you see these pictures here live on your screen, and our photographer and pilot within Skyfox are trying to get the best views for you and for us so we can help bring you the latest information. But again, if you live in that neighborhood, if you were thinking about driving toward that neighborhood, you are still being asked to either shelter in place if you're living there or stay away if you don't.
And we just saw that other picture, Melinda, not too long ago. I don't know if we have that from our TransStar camera where they have a staging area. So it appears that they've sort of moved their main command at this point where they were initially, I think, focused in that neighborhood. They are now out there. So we, of course, are waiting to see what happens. But as we said, the good news is that one of the officers, according to the police chief, could be released as early as tomorrow. So that's some good news as we await these developments here to see what police actually find or spot in this area. One of the officers, that is Officer Jose Munoz, could be released tomorrow.
And we know that the other officer, Officer Ronnie Cortez, a 24-year veteran, he is in critical condition at Memorial Hermann. His family is with him. A college-age daughter, we believe, is making her way here so she could be with her father. We're getting a tighter shot here. And what are we seeing? Okay, so we're seeing, we believe, Houston police officers or some members of law enforcement picking up what believes, it looks like a piece of dark-colored clothing, Jonathan. They're at the scene. We don't know if the canine units are there. Again, they are still searching this area. We have not heard any official reports of the suspect being here, but we are watching them right now doing some sort of investigating there in that area, 59 at the Beltway right now.
Yeah, obviously, they're responding to any leads that they get because they've been focused so much, of course, on that subdivision, but they know that the suspect very well could have moved to another area. Remember, this all unfolded just after 11 o'clock today, so several hours have passed. They've been searching every shed, every home in that subdivision, but they do know that there is a chance that he could have gone to another area, and so they are responding to any lead that they get at this point.
And if he did get away at this point, we heard from Chief Acevedo earlier saying if this suspect calls a friend or family member and you hear from him, they are urging you to call police, call 911, and then urge that suspect to surrender, to turn himself in. Houston Police, along with the Harris County Sheriff's Office and the Constable's Office, they are not letting up. They will continue the search until they find him.
Yeah, that's what we heard from Art Acevedo. They are not going anywhere. It's important to remember that if you are in that neighborhood that we've been showing you all afternoon, that you still should be on alert. Don't let your guard down. Just be, okay, we're seeing our Skyfox zoom into another area under that road there. It's not clear exactly at this point what they're doing. We do know that police have gone to this particular area. We've seen at least 3 or 4 police vehicles and at least a couple of officers under there investigating. We saw them pick up a piece of dark colored clothing. We don't know if that is associated with this particular investigation.
And again, this suspect is believed to be armed. And as the chief, reminded us throughout the afternoon, when you have someone who is bold enough to shoot 2 uniformed police officers, they will likely have very little regard for anyone else's life. And when you think about the inherent danger of the job, what our police officers, our men and women in blue, what they sign up for, Chief Acevedo talked about that, and he said, quote, what we saw today is the courage of the American police officer. They don't run away from danger, they run toward danger. And that was the chief, describing exactly what happened this morning, what brought us to this point as those officers were responding to an active burglary scene. And as they confronted the suspect in a backyard shed, they were both shot multiple times.
Well, it looks like they haven't blocked off this area, and we don't see any of the tactical units out there. So I'm not sure if they believe that the suspect is in this area or if they got a tip that he may have been there at some point. But there's not a huge police presence like we saw in the neighborhood at this point. So we can't confirm at this point if what you're seeing right now is directly related to this investigation. But obviously, as I said, they're believing and searching, I should say, and taking every tip seriously.
I'm wondering if we could get Isaiah Carey either on the phone with us or get a shot back up. We'd love to check in with him because his sources have been giving him information about how this investigation is going. It'd be great if we could talk to him or someone about that at this point. In the meantime, as we continue to look at these live pictures from Skyfox, what you're seeing there, you're seeing 2 constable units there responding, and we saw another one just pull up there. So we're not sure if this is where most of the activity is being concentrated at this point. We did see from Domely Keith's vantage point when she was on one edge of the neighborhood there that many police officers were leaving that area. We also saw, which was an improvement for people who have been stuck in their neighborhood or in their houses all day, that some people have been allowed to leave the neighborhood after undergoing an extensive search by police because, again, they are still looking for this suspect.
All right, we're going to go to Domely Keith with some new information in that neighborhood where this initially started. Domely.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm told that vehicles are now allowed to drive into this area and drive out, and that all of the police officers, most of the police officers have pulled out of this area because the police officers are widening their perimeter. I'm told that they searched all of the homes in that small perimeter that they had cordoned off, and that they're now widening the perimeter, and that the shelter in place for this particular neighborhood has now been called off. Now, this is coming from someone who is here, who has been a part of this search, but who is not authorized to speak on camera. But that person tells me they have searched all of the homes that they possibly can in the small area that they had blocked off, but now they are widening the perimeter, and that that one suspect has been shot and killed, and that another suspect is still on the run, and they are still looking for that other suspect. But Oglethorpe Road is no longer blocked off, and the Beltway feeder road, you can probably hear that traffic, but the Beltway feeder road is no longer blocked off. It's now opened up as police officers now widen their perimeter as they still continue to look for a second suspect after 2 Houston police officers were shot earlier. And as we get more updates, we will bring that information to you. For now, we're live in Southwest Houston. I'm Damalie Keith, Fox 26 News.
All right, Damalie, thank you for that new information, and we'll check back with you shortly as it develops out there. I also got some new information from the HISD Superintendent, Richard Carranza. He also tweeted that the middle schools, or the 3 schools that were on lockdown, there's some new information here. So there is Gross Elementary School and Valley West Elementary School. They are now allowing students to leave what he calls a structured release of students, a safe passage release with HISD police and HPD out there. So again, those 2 schools are leaving, allowing students to leave.
And he's going on to say that HPD has issued the all clear for that shelter in place. So there's an all clear now. The shelter in place has been canceled. That's according to Superintendent Carranza. And at all HISD schools will dismiss students.
Okay, yeah, that just coming out 5 minutes ago. So that's a relief for a lot of parents who were wondering when they would get the all clear.
So that's good information. So that gives you an idea of how this investigation is shifting and changing. And as Damalie mentioned, the search area is widening, so it's not so concentrated in that particular area near the initial shooting and unfortunately near those schools. So what a relief for those parents who are now able to get their children from school, knowing that there is an all clear, knowing that the shelter in place for those students and those schools have been canceled. That's certainly good news, and that's what you want to hear after a very scary situation like this.
And one of the things we heard recently, you're certainly right, Melinda, one of the things we heard recently from our Isaiah Carey, from some of his top law enforcement sources, is that there perhaps is a photo being distributed among law enforcement because they know exactly who they're looking for, and not necessarily the name, but they have a description of who they're looking for, and perhaps there's a photo coming from one of the officers' body cameras or home surveillance to give them a better idea of this suspect. As we look at these live pictures again, the investigation seems to have shifted just a bit, and as we saw from the picture and the report from our Damalie Keith, they are allowing residents smoothly to come in and out of that neighborhood. Initially, they were searching every car. They were going home by home, shed by shed, gate by gate, looking for the suspect of where he possibly could be hiding. It appears that they believe they've done a thorough search of that particular part of that subdivision and are now allowing residents to come and go. But again, as Damalie reported, and as we have seen from the latest information from law enforcement, this is not over. Until we get the all clear that the suspect is in custody or that the investigation is over, we are going to continue to report the latest and take this very seriously, because until we hear otherwise, there is still an armed suspect on the loose who shot 2 police officers, and we're going to treat it seriously.
All right, but again, if you're just joining us and you've heard from a friend and you got a phone call, the good news is that HPD has issued an all clear for the 2 elementary schools in the middle school affected by the lockdown that happened earlier. So again, those schools, Valley West Elementary, Gross Elementary, and Welch Middle School. For the parents and the grandparents who are listening, you can go pick up your children now. There is an all clear there. That shelter in place has been canceled for those schools. We are still waiting to see if it's been officially lifted for that neighborhood where the initial shooting happened.
Oh, yeah, and you're looking at some live pictures here. It looks like Sky Fox has moved over a little bit because there are several different scenes. I mean, there are 4 or 5 different areas where police are from the subdivision to the area that we show you near the Beltway, and now this area. I'm not exactly sure where this is, but they are canvassing this entire area looking for this suspect.
They want to find that guy. They want to find the suspect, the one responsible for shooting 2 Houston police officers. Let's check back in right now with Fox 26's Isaiah Carey, live outside of Ben Taub Hospital. Isaiah.
Well, guys, Officer Juan Munoz is here. He's here with family. We're told that he's doing fine now. He was listed in stable condition. He received a gunshot wound to the leg, and his back was grazed by a bullet, also possibly his feet. So he is fine, we're told by the police chief who was here just about 30 minutes ago. Now, officers have been here throughout the day. We've had officers in and out visiting him. showing support to this officer who was one of two who was shot today. Once again, as you guys said, they're still out there looking for one of the suspects responsible. Now, I heard from a source earlier today that they have possibly a photo that they've disseminated to officers from possibly surveillance video from one of the houses, and they're hoping that they will be able to narrow down the suspect with that photo. But once again, Officer Juan Munoz, 10 years with the force, is here at Bentop Hospital, and we're told that he's doing fine. In fact, he's up in spirits. We're told that his wife is here by his side as well. Many of the officers from the Police Officers Union are here providing them with any assistance that they may need through this. But this is a tough time when you have an officer who is shot in the line of duty like this. Many of the officers come together and show each other support. But one thing is clear. In this particular case, this officer is doing a whole lot better than when he first arrived. We're hearing from those inside the hospital right now saying that he's up in spirits, doing fine with his wife, guys.
Yeah, and Isaiah, you mentioned earlier, talk to us a little bit about that Assist the Officer organization and how it works.
Well, many of us have heard of the 100 Club, and that's for when officers are killed. So that club goes out, that organization goes out and helps the family of the slain police officer, providing them with assistance and a lump sum payment to get them through tough times. Well, the Assist the Officer program is a bit different, and it's housed at the Houston Police Officers Union, and they take donations throughout the year. And when there are situations like this where a family may need some help, maybe the officer's out of work for a short period of time or something, then the Assist the Officer program steps in. In particular, in this case, we're hearing that they may help pay for the ticket for the daughter of the other officer. That daughter is coming from Boston College, and she's in Boston, and she's being flown here to Houston. And we hear that the Assist the Officer program may pay for her ticket in order to get her here. So that program, which is at 1600 State Street at the Houston Police Officers Union, they are set up to provide emergency assistance for officers who are not killed in the line of duty. And if you're interested in giving to that organization, you can contact the Houston Police Officers Union or just look up Assist the Officer here in the city of Houston. There's also one in Dallas, but you're more focused on the one here in Houston because of these two officers, and they may need financial assistance or help during this tough time, Melinda.
All right, good information. Isaiah Carey, thank you, because I'm sure a lot of people want to help at this point, and that gives them a very direct and focused way that they can help the officers who are in need right now. As we continue to look at these live pictures, courtesy of Skyfox, this continues to be an active search for the shooter right now, believed to be involved in the shooting this morning that stemmed from a burglary that started shortly after 11. The call came in. That was in the 8700 block of Sterling Game in Southwest Houston. That was near 59 in the Beltway. So you're looking at these, I believe these are constable vehicles. So again, just an example of the coordination that's taking place right now between the Houston Police Department, the Constable's Office, the Sheriff's Department, DPS, everyone kind of joining in because two of their own shot multiple times today. They are expected to survive, which is certainly the good news. As we look at these live pictures right now, we are about to transition to Fox 26's Randy Wallace, who is outside of Memorial Hermann, where the critically injured officer is right now. Randy.
Condition. He was shot numerous times by the suspects during today's exchange of gunfire in that Southwest Side neighborhood. Now, a really good thing that we heard out here from Dr. Pearce is that Officer Gilbert is alert and talking, but he is in critical condition. Earlier, the mayor and the police chief asked all of Houston to keep these two officers in their prayers along with their families. Now, the police chief had left after he gave his first briefing. He is back here at Memorial Hermann Hospital, and from what we're being told, he will have another briefing here momentarily. He'll give us the latest on what's going on. One thing that the police chief did was he apologized to the folks in that Southwest Side neighborhood because of the shelter in place. He knows that this is a huge inconvenience for folks, but this is something that has to be done. And again, he's urging anyone who has any kind of information on the suspect who is at large to call 911. Again, we're waiting for the police chief to give us an update. He assured us that he would let everyone know when that shelter in place is lifted. But again, anyone in that, if you don't have to be in that area, you obviously want to stay away. If you live in that area, you want to stay inside, and you want to report any kind of suspicious activity you see at all to 911. If your dog starts barking, if there's anything out of the ordinary, call 911 immediately. Of course, we will have the latest on the police chief when he comes out here to address the media again with an update. Reporting live from Memorial Hermann Hospital, Randy Wallace, Fox 26 News.
All right, Randy, thank you so much for that update, and we will certainly check back with you as the police chief comes out. He's expected to come out shortly. Now, you are looking at something happening. We want to explain this on the right side of your screen. We don't know if this suspect or this person that they're talking to has anything to do with this. They obviously are questioning a man near this SUV. Again, they are questioning a lot of people. They have talked to a lot of people, searched every home, so we don't want anyone to assume that this person is necessarily involved with this situation.
Right. We don't want to make any assumptions, and this is part of the deal when you're doing ongoing live coverage, that if you're one of the many people who may have been searched, or if your car is searched, you end up on live TV as it's happening. We don't believe, we don't have any information that this is a suspect. They're certainly not acting in an aggressive mode as if he is. But as we mentioned, for the other neighborhood, the main neighborhood that was affected where Donnelly Keith was, all of the cars that left the neighborhood were searched. The residents there said they had no problem with it because they wanted to be safe as well. We know this is near that scene. I don't know if it's possible for us to be a little bit wider because, again, this is no indication that this is a suspect or the person, but they do have to check the cars that are going in and out, and we believe that is part of that process right now.
Yeah, like you said, at this point we don't know who this person is, but he did seem to comply with what the officers told him to do. He took off his shirt, he emptied his pockets, and so right now they're questioning him, as they have had to question a lot of people, because until you know exactly what's going on, you really do have to just take it seriously. And
Okay. The good thing is that Chief Acevedo is coming out right now. If we could get away from this and get ready for the update from the chief, that would be great. Again, we just want to make sure that
getting in place
we're
for
being responsible as we bring you these images again. There is a search of different vehicles that are coming out of the neighborhood. This did not appear, Jonathan. We've been on a lot of crime scenes to be of high alert for the officers surrounding this gentleman right now, but we know that this is part of the process. It's an uncomfortable part of the process, but it's part of the process nonetheless when you have an active.
Looks like there's a press conference happening.
Effective immediately, we're going to end the lockdown in the operational area down south. It's important that as we draw down resources and have resources leave the area, the community realize that there was a second suspect that is related to burglaries in that neighborhood, potentially related to the shooting. We're not sure yet, but there is a second suspect that we're looking for, but at this point, we're going to end the lockdown. So if you see something, be vigilant for the next couple of hours. If you see something, hear something, someone says doesn't look like they belong in the area, they're suspicious, call 911. We'd rather that you report it and be on the safe side than not report it. If you see a vehicle that's suspicious that you've never seen in the area, just report it. We don't want to leave any stone unturned to try to find this additional suspect. I can tell you that as a result of today's event, we've identified 3 homes that were burglarized today. We haven't been able to determine at this point the relationship of the suspect that's deceased at the scene with each individual burglary, but we know that he was involved in at least one burglary. Again, I want to thank the community for its patience. I want to thank Mayor Turner and the council members that came out here for their leadership. Pastor Nash was just here, visiting with our officers. The outpouring of prayers and love and messages from this community have been really heartwarming and really touched the heart of our officers. But like everything else, this department will continue forward. You know, we may be bruised, we may be battered, we may be shot, but our men and women, they don't just get to shut down. They don't get to take the night off. We continually fully operational. We'll continue to serve this community. So with that, I want to thank everybody again for today. It's been a trying day, but please continue to pray for our 2 officers who are still here with us. One's in really good shape. The other one seems to be improving, but he's got some significant injuries, wounds, and so we just need to continue prayers for a recovery, a full recovery, which what we want people to pray for. A full recovery for both officers. With that, I'll open it up to any questions, and then again, this will be the...
¿Por qué cancelan la búsqueda esta hora?
Porque ya no lo encontramos. Queremos que la comunidad sepa que aunque vamos a salir de ahí, van a ver los oficiales empezar a salir de la área, que es importante que sigan con la vigilancia, la comunidad. Si ven algo sospechoso, una persona sospechosa, algo que no, un automóvil, algo que no lo reconocen, llame el 911 para que podamos investigar la persona. Sabemos que hay 3 casas que fueron robadas, que sospechosos robaron esa área hoy, y no estamos seguros qué relación tiene el sospechoso que está muerto a cuál de esas locaciones que fueron donde hubiera un robo, pero sabemos que él estaba involucrado en por lo menos uno de los robos.
¿Cuál es la condición del oficial Muñoz? ¿Está en cirugía?
Uno de los oficiales que está aquí atrás de mí está estable, está en condición seria, pero le pedimos a la comunidad que por favor las oraciones que sean para que tengan su salud, para que puedan reclamar su salud y seguir con su carrera. Okay? Anything else?
People are allowed to go out of their homes in the neighborhood. I want to make sure that's...
Yes, we are ending the lockdown. We are ending the active search for the second...
staying in the neighborhood.
There'll be some officers in the neighborhood, but it's very important that if people see something suspicious, someone suspicious, a vehicle that's suspicious, and for the rest of the day today, please call 911. If you saw somebody earlier today in the neighborhood, if you saw vehicles, anything that seemed out of the ordinary...
All right, looks like our feed is a little spotty. We're going to go back to the Houston feed in the meantime.
In the neighborhood, if you saw vehicles, anything that seemed out of the ordinary, don't just dismiss it. Please report it to us. So our investigators obviously are looking for at least one more individual that was involved in multiple burglaries.
Any indications where this person may have gone? Are you shifting your search somewhere else?
No, we are ending and suspending our search for now.
Was there any kind of arrest made out there that you know of?
I'm not aware of any arrests. Yeah.
Chief, have you spoken with the officer?
This guy is not a spring chicken. He's been around for 24 years, is my recollection. Think about somebody that's 24 years. That's not a teenager, and for that man to sustain these really serious wounds and still be talking and communicating, it just speaks to the mental toughness, the psychological toughness. I think it speaks to his character. And think about a 24-year veteran of a police department that rather than, not be engaged, this guy went out looking for people that he knew might do him harm. So it says a lot about his character, and I'm really proud to be his chief. I'm really proud. I know Chief Finner, who handles all the patrols, very proud. Chief Bunick, so the other executive assistant chief, just very proud of the fact that our cops are just, I love cops. That's why I still come to work.
What is he saying? What kind of things is he talking about?
I mean, I think he's talking about he's in pain, tell you that much. But he's alert. His family's here. Again, his daughter's en route from the East Coast. We reached out to United Airlines, and they're actually flying her out. So to United, this one's for you. Thank you for helping us out.
What's
That's, obviously when you have these kind of traumatic injuries, sometimes it's best to not do anything. I'm not a doctor, but I've been in this business long enough, as you all have, that we know sometimes it takes 24 to 48 hours to let the body kind of stabilize a little bit and to do additional testing to then come up with a comprehensive treatment plan. But we want this officer, he's got the heart of a lion, and so when somebody's got that kind of heart, it's somebody that I'd like to see and pray that he can make it back to work. So let's hope and pray for a full recovery. Estos oficiales tienen un gran carácter, tienen los corazones de leones. Empezaron a combatir contra el sospechoso en esa casita chiquitica atrás de la casa y cuando el sospechoso sacó la pistola y empezó a disparar, no huyeron, no se rindieron, fajaron para atrás, dispararon para atrás y gracias a Dios están los dos vivos. And so what I was saying that both of these officers have the hearts of lions. When you're fighting in tight quarters like they were in that small storage shed and a suspect suddenly produces a firearm and starts shooting, they didn't cower, they didn't run away. They stayed in the fight and they engaged the suspect, and You know, obviously in their own defense, they ended up killing the suspect, but he's got nobody to blame but himself. So again, thank you very much. So one more question, I'll get out of here.
You guys, your guys were doing a burglary operation.
We had a TAC team down there looking for doing some suppression, looking for burglars. So, you know, one of the things that I know the mayor's talked to me about, and I've talked to the DA about, is that we've got to take burglary of residences very seriously. So I know there's a jury pool out here, and I'm glad that Kim Ogg has saying what we need her to focus on. Not the little marijuana that we're getting beat up by some DAs about. This is what I'm talking about. We need to take people that are burglarizing homes, and we know that time and again, when you burglarize a home, especially during the day, when there's still, I'm a baby boomer, there's a lot of people that stay home, they're retired, they're elderly. You're one burglary closer to an aggravated assault, a sexual assault, or a homicide, right? And so to the jury pool that's out here that has to pass judgment on these habitual burglars that are engaging in this really, I think, dangerous behavior, this really reckless behavior, this is what can happen. Instead of officers, this could have been a resident that went into the backyard to see what was going on, and the suspect could have done the same thing. So keep that in mind, that although it's a burglary of a residence may not be a violent crime, frequently they do lead to violent crimes, and we know that conduct is very dangerous, and we should hold these people accountable.
Entonces la gente puede regresar a sus casas ya.
Las gentes pueden regresar a sus casas, por de nuevo que estén atentos, que busquen para estar seguros si no ven algo sospechoso. Si ven algo sospechoso, que por favor llamen al 911. La comunidad es nuestros ojos, nuestros oídos, y necesitamos que ellos estén al tanto hoy, mañana y siempre. We need our community to be alert today, tomorrow, and always, and be our eyes and ears. And we appreciate them calling so they see something suspicious. Anything else?
How long did the tactical unit been investigating that?
Yeah, I don't have any of that, guys. You know, I'm sorry. They ended up engaging this guy in that shed. So there was a. Está suspendida la búsqueda del segundo sospechoso. Ya vamos a sacar muchos oficiales de ahí, pues es importante de nuevo, regresen a sus casas, a su hogar, pero si ve algo sospechoso es muy importante que marque el 911 y que nos llamen. Si vieron algo sospechoso hoy, vieron un automóvil, algo sospechoso, una persona sospechosa, por favor, repórtenos. Again, I want everybody in that area to think back to their day, review your day this evening when you're having your dinner around the family table. Think about what you might have seen today, who you might have seen, and if you saw vehicles or people that did not belong in that neighborhood, that were strangers to that neighborhood. I don't care if it's just as simple as a vehicle description. Please let us know, because every lead is a lead that we'll chase down. So thanks again. Thank you all for your patience today.
Suspending the search, what are you going to be doing for the next days?
We're going to continue with our investigation, not just of the burglaries that occurred, the ongoing burglaries are going on, but we obviously have to continue the investigation as to trying to figure out who the suspect is that's deceased, and then starting to look at what kind of associates we can identify, and then continue from there. So the investigation is just beginning. Keep in mind that we still have two officers and multiple officers involved in the shooting, at least two. We have to conduct a criminal investigation into what happened to our officers. We have to conduct an investigation into our officers' response. And then we have to obviously conduct an internal affairs investigation to make sure that we did everything the way we supposed to. And I can tell you from what I've seen so far preliminarily, I can't say nothing other than I'm very proud of the men and women of the Houston Police Department. Thank you.
Suspect that's at large, could he possibly have been wounded in the car?
No. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Con esto concluye la conferencia de prensa del jefe de policía Arturo Acevedo. Vamos a hacer una recapitulación. Está diciendo que por el momento se suspende la búsqueda dentro de las casas. Sin embargo.
All right, everybody, let's take you back to the live shot from the chopper still at the scene.
We'll be on alert, especially for the next few hours through the end of this day. If you see something, definitely call police. But again, the official lockdown that they had on this neighborhood for the last couple of hours has been lifted, and they are suspending the search. But he wants everyone to report anything suspicious. One of the things, Melinda, I also thought was interesting that the police chief said is that he used the word potentially now. He said we have the second suspect who we don't know for sure, but we think is related to the shooting. That was the first time I heard him say that. So perhaps they are now walking back and thinking that this second suspect may not have been related to the shooting itself of the two officers. Can't say that for sure, but the police chief did use the word potentially now, as before he was believing that for sure there had been a second suspect in the shooting.
He was able to confirm, Chief Art Acevedo from the Houston Police Department, that 3 homes in that neighborhood were burglarized today, and that the suspect who was killed, the dead suspect, was involved in at least one of them. And we also heard the reason why those 2 officers were able to respond so quickly is that there was an ongoing kind of tactical operation involving burglary in that neighborhood. Again, one of those officers who responded lived in the neighborhood. They were in uniform when they responded to that scene. As we continue to take a look at these live pictures again, this is the house. We know there were 3 houses burglarized, but we believe this is the house where that shooting took place, in the backyard where those officers were shot multiple times. Again, 2 officers, one 10-year veteran, Jose Munoz, at Ben Taub in stable condition. He's hopefully going to be released tomorrow. And then we have Officer Ronnie Cortez, a 24-year veteran who is in critical condition at Memorial Hermann. He is also surrounded by his family right now. And Chief Acevedo referring to Officer Cortez after speaking with him, saying, quote, he's got the heart of a lion, and jokingly referring to him as no spring chicken. The fact that he was a 24-year veteran but is able to talk. Okay, as we give you a full summary of what happened today, this all started shortly after 11 o'clock this morning. Again, a burglary 59 near the Beltway. Officers responded. They found the suspect in the backyard. 2 police officers shot, and they are now hospitalized.
And again, as officers draw down their resources, they are still staying in that neighborhood, and they're asking anyone with any piece of information, if you see something, if you hear something suspicious, to go ahead and give them a call, because this investigation is not over. While the search may be drawing down, their investigation is certainly not over. And we, along with so many people here in this community, are praying for those 2 officers to make a full recovery, because that's really one of the most important things, if not the most important thing right now.
And a reminder that shelter in place for that Southwest Houston neighborhood has been lifted, along with the lockdown status for those 3 affected HISD schools. But again, you're being reminded, if you see or hear anything suspicious, to call 911. We are staying on top of this story for you. We have reporters at the scene, at the hospitals. We will join you again on Fox 26 News at 5. But for now, join us now on Facebook Live on our Fox 26 page as we continue our coverage of these 2 Houston police officers today shot in the line of duty.
All right, much more to come, as Melinda said, on Facebook Live. So join us for that, and we will see you again right here on Fox 26 News at 5.
We are still giving you a look at the scene here after 2 Houston police officers were shot. 1 suspect is dead, and they are still searching for other suspects in the area. They're asking people to call with any information. Here's another look at the scene as well. You're getting a look of this scene live right now in Houston, Texas, where 2 officers were shot and have been taken to the hospital. 1 suspect is still outstanding. It should be considered armed and very dangerous. The suspect is described as a man wearing dark clothing and a blue bandana. A shelter-in-place order for the following boundaries was lifted before 3:40 p.m. today. Officers approached a home after a reported burglary. The mayor says the suspects were still in the area when officers arrived and the shooting took place. 2 officers were shot. One of the officers was shot multiple times and suffered a shot to his spine. One of the suspects is now dead. One of the officers, who has served for over 10 years, was taken to the hospital, and we're told he is in stable condition with a foot injury that is non-life-threatening. The other officer, who has served for over 24 years, was taken to the hospital as well, and he is listed in critical condition. As a result of the search for this suspect, which you're still watching live here from the News Chopper, the following schools in the area were locked down until about 3:40 p.m. That's Valley West Elementary, Gross Elementary, and Welch Middle School. The Houston Community College campus, Braze Oaks, was also locked down as a precaution and later closed for the day, but it is expected to reopen Wednesday morning. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, looks like Chopper is leaving the scene there. We'll be sure to keep you guys updated on the latest information. Again, 2 officers were shot while responding to reports of a robbery in Houston, Texas. 1 officer in critical condition. The other one is stable. Let's move on to the next top story here on the Fox News Now stream. Pulling up for you guys an event with the House Democrats that happened earlier today. Again, we will keep you guys updated on that Houston and Texas situation. Let me pull up for you guys, though, the next event. Coming up later in the stream, we'll be showing you President Trump giving his address to Congress. We'll be streaming that live for you, 7 p.m. our time, 9 p.m. your time if you're not here locally in Phoenix. Let me pull this up for you guys. All right, everybody, this is the House Democrats event from earlier today. Here we go.
Good morning. I'm Congressman Joe Crowley, Chair of the Democratic Caucus, and joined by the Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, Linda Sanchez. And we'll be joined, we believe, a little later by Raja Krishnamurti, freshman member from Illinois. We are now 40 days into the Trump presidency, and the White House, this White House has really, beyond the executive orders, the hateful executive orders, has nothing to show for it. Republican colleagues are no closer to passing a budget or helping America's families meet their needs. Instead, we've spent close to 5 weeks watching this president, President Trump, and the congressional Republicans waylay Americans with a hateful agenda. Their top proposals: a ban on Muslims entering the country, a wall across our southern border, a prohibition on refugees, an attack on transgender students. We suspect that the joint session this evening will be more of the same. But the White House is calling this speech a reset for President Trump. I wonder what that's going to look like. If any White House or any president need a reset, it's this president. Republicans are facing pressure back home from their constituents who are rejecting President Trump's health care plans, his tax plans, and his budget plans. But make no mistake, even if President Trump delivers a measured, on-message speech, he has no plans, 0 plans, that will make life better for working Americans. His budget will severely cut education, health care, and entitlement programs that families have come to rely on. Veterans will see their benefits slashed, as will workers. This is not a plan that works for America. We will attend the speech this evening, the Democrats, as many of us feel it is part of our duty as members of Congress and out of respect to the office of the presidency. But we are also very selective with our guests this evening. There will be individuals like, from my constituency, Sarka Haq, a business owner from my hometown, who was severely beaten by a customer because he hated Muslims. We have guests who are alive only today because of the Affordable Care Act. There will be dreamers and immigrants who all sought out the American promise of a better way of life. So Donald Trump would do well to remember that as he is addressing our nation, he is also addressing many people that help every day to make America the great country that it is. And with that, I will turn it over to my good friend and the Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, Linda Sanchez.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, everyone. Tonight, President Trump will make his first address to a joint session of Congress, and I imagine that in that address we'll hear more of his alternative facts. The President continues to use misinformation and fear to justify his oppressive policies that undermine our American values, that jeopardize our safety and that harm our economy. Almost everything that the president has said in public and on Twitter is literally unbelievable, and it distracts from his broken promises to help working people in our country. In contrast to the president's hateful and divisive agenda, Democrats tonight are going to highlight their guests who represent the true greatness of America. And I'm glad that we will be joined shortly by Representative Raja Krishnamurthy, who's going to speak about his invited guests this evening. I also, though, want to take a moment to address the president's attack this weekend on the media. He said that the media is the enemy of the people and a great danger to our country. This is a direct assault on the founding values of our republic, and I think it's incredibly dangerous. And I think we need to take those words very, very seriously. While we don't always agree with how things are reported, a free press is the cornerstone of our democracy, and that's why freedom of the press was included in the First Amendment, along with freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, and the right to petition the government. It is an important cornerstone of our democracy, and to have the president be so glib and so vicious in his attack on what the free press does should be very concerning to all. The free press is the most important thing for keeping our leaders accountable. And if you don't believe that, just look at how despots and dictators seek to silence critics of the government and seek to kill reporters. The president's concerted efforts to undermine the press only begs the question of why. What is he so worried about? What is he hiding? Only a free press can answer those questions. So what all of you do is incredibly important and probably never more important than right now. And with those comments, I am going to introduce Representative Raja Krishnamurthy to talk a little bit about the guests that he has invited to the joint session of Congress to hear Mr. Trump's speech this evening. Raja?
Thank you so much, Vice Chairwoman. My guest for the President's speech tonight is my constituent from the 8th District of Illinois, Debbie Trueblood. Debbie reached out to my office to support the Affordable Care Act because she knows firsthand the difference the law can make in people's lives. Debbie suffers from a rare, potentially life-threatening genetic condition called hereditary angioedema, or HAE. This is a very rare and potentially life-threatening genetic condition that occurs in about 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 50,000 people. It results in random swelling anywhere in the body. For those with HAE, their greatest fear is a throat or tongue swell, which can block their airways and lead to death. The only treatments for the condition are a handful of specialized drugs that can cost more than $100,000 per year. Before the ACA, Debbie could have been denied coverage because of her pre-existing condition, and she would have faced medical bills far exceeding her salary. Even with employer-sponsored insurance, Debbie would have been flagged by insurance companies as an expensive patient, and without Obamacare's consumer protections, she and others with chronic ailments would become targets for denial once again. Because of the ACA, Debbie is able to afford the treatment she needs to work, support her family, volunteer in her community, and be of service to her nation. Repealing the ACA without effectively replacing it would rob millions of people like Debbie not only of their access to health care, but also of their ability to contribute to the United States of America. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to be here.
Thank you, Ron. Stick around. With that, we'll open up to questions.
So during the Electoral College ballot hearing, there were regular protests in the gallery. Do you anticipate anything like that tonight, either from guests or from members? And if so, what would you say?
Well, I don't anticipate organized protests that I'm aware of. I think that each member needs to be mindful of their own actions, that they are representatives of the House of Representatives and representatives of the constituency elected here into the House. I think as much as we have nothing in common with the president, we do respect the office of the presidency. I respect the office of the presidency itself. And keeping that in mind, we'll be polite. What will show very little, if any, enthusiasm at all for what I anticipate his speech will be about. But only time will tell, and only when we can hear the president's speech will we know what he's actually going to say. So, I don't know if my colleagues want to respond as well.
No, it's difficult to stand up here and speak for all of the folks that will be in the gallery and all of the members. I think Joe is correct. We are prepared to listen to what the president has to say. I expect that we won't agree with most of it, and I think most of us respect the office enough to not be so rude as to shout or otherwise sort of demean the chamber. But having said that, people do get passionate, and their reactions may be passionate. But so far as I understand, there is no planned or organized protest to what will happen this evening.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any such organized protests happening tonight. I had a town hall meeting on Friday evening. 300 people and an overflow crowd showed up, and 4,000 people apparently viewed it on Facebook Live. I think that the overwhelming sentiment of the people that I spoke to was grave concern about the state of our union, grave concern about potential ties between the Trump White House and the Kremlin, and also grave concern about a potential repeal of the Affordable Care Act, especially without any meaningful replacement. And so I hope that the president addresses these and other topics, because that's what I'm hearing concerns about in my own district.
I will say, if the president wants a standing ovation from the Democratic side of the aisle, he'll announce that he's going to release his taxes. Yes.
Chairman Crowley, with the emphasis on the ACA that you and your colleagues are placing on your expectations for tonight, can you give us a sense of how the Republicans have been doing? I mean, it seems like the window is closed for a bipartisan repair shop that was talked about at the end of last year. They're not having a very easy time of finding a replacement. What is your assessment of that?
Well, it's a good question, I guess, for me, but probably a better question for them. That they now have come to the realization, and even the president himself has said, just how nobody knew how complicated this was. Shocking, the president who ran against the Affordable Care Act didn't understand the complexities of health care delivery in the United States. Not shocking at all. Everything is so simple. That's why it was so difficult to pass the Affordable Care Act in the first place. It is complicated. It's a difficult issue, but one that was worthy of our attention and one that was worthy of our passing in the first place. So that's why our colleagues are so befuddled. They've gone home to their constituents. They're hearing from their constituents, many of whom's lives have been saved by the Affordable Care Act. And to pull the rug out from underneath and to take that away from their constituency is a much more difficult task than they ever anticipated. So they've touched it now. They now own it. What they do with it, how it moves forward, is on their back. We have stood ready to improve the act. We still stand ready to improve the act. We want our constituents to have the best health care available to them. But they're now going to realize themselves just how difficult it is. Not only the Freedom Caucus, but the Republican Study Group have rejected the Speaker's plan. They have rejected the leaked proposal from the White House on the Affordable Care Act's dismantling. So I think that they're going to have a very, very difficult time of it. Yes. I will, that's up to individual members to disclose themselves. I suspect there may very well be individuals who may not attend, as described, some who may not be able to control their enthusiasm or taking their own advice and maybe not attending. But I think that that'll be a very small number. I think that most members, as I've said before, even many of whom may have boycotted the inaugural, believe it's a part of our duty to be present as representatives of our constituents to hear bear witness to the president and what he's going to say. And so, I think you have to ask individual members that yourself. Yes.
Two questions. One, has there been any specific guidance from you guys or in caucus to the members not to stand up and have a UI kind of moment? And two, Mulvaney said yesterday the supplemental will likely include funding for a border wall, but it seems like the only way that passes is if you put it on a CR. Have you guys decided whether you would vote against the CR if it passes?
Twofold. In terms of, remind me, the you like comment came from Republican Joe Wilson to President Barack Obama.
Yes.
You're correct?
Have you guys had any guidance in caucus?
I just want to clarify that so far, in terms of State of the Union addresses, my recollection, as long as I've been here, the only rude moment that I recognize came from Republican members of Congress towards then President Barack Obama. So I think, to some degree, that precedent was set by them. But I don't think we necessarily need to fall into that. I think that what we can demonstrate by a lack of enthusiasm, by a lack of applause, but respectfully being there and dutifully being there, but respectfully being there as well, send that same message. As it pertains to the wall itself, I'm sorry, the question?
If the supplemental is attached to the CR.
The reality is they are in control of the House of Representatives and the Senate. They have the overwhelming majority here in the House of Representatives, and they have a working majority in the Senate. It's their responsibility to pass this CR. If they want to involve members of the Democratic caucus in that process, we're more than happy to work with them. But it cannot include the wall. No, Democratic members will not support a wall across the southern border.
Yeah. On the point with respect to the wall, Donald Trump said that Mexico would pay for the wall, and apparently now that's going to be a burden that's shifted to taxpayers. In addition, when you talk about building a wall at the southern border, which, there are parts of the southern border that is already has a wall. So you're talking about building in remote areas where people don't cross. It's a huge waste of government resources. On this fanciful idea that somehow a bigger wall or a longer wall is the answer to our broken immigration problem. Put the resources towards fixing our broken immigration problem, and then we can get violent criminals out and make sure that families stay together in this country. But that kind of infrastructure project doesn't yield anything over time. It's not investing in our roads, our bridges, our schools, our hospitals. You want to put people to work, put them to work building something that's going to last or rebuilding something that's falling apart. But this idea, by the president is A, just a stupid policy, B, it's a huge waste of government resources.
Just for the record, nobody at my town hall meeting or on our forum on Facebook or in any other place asked me or asked Congress to build a wall. That's just not their priority. Right now, as I said, the biggest priorities are getting to the bottom of this situation between the Trump White House and the Kremlin, the ACA, how do we invest in modernizing our infrastructure, how do we basically grow and strengthen the middle class. Those were the topics that came up over and over again in my town hall meeting and with meetings with other constituents this past week.
And just want to follow up, I want to just emphasize what Linda Sanchez said. The building of the walls is not an investment in the United States. It doesn't produce anything for us. You can't drive on the wall. It doesn't return the value of that investment. I had the opportunity last week to visit McAllen, Texas, with some of my colleagues from down there in southern Texas and on the border at the International Bridge. I learned of the impact of that bridge on our economy. Some 5,000 truckloads a day of produce, of vegetables and fruits, things that we've come to rely upon at a reasonable price here in the United States for our constituents and consumers in this country. The relationship is not a one-way relationship. It's not like we just say, we do something or say something and that ends it there. The Mexicans themselves, the Mexican government and its people can respond. And we want to have a healthy relationship, a fruitful relationship with our southern border, not an antagonistic one. And the president seems hell-bent on driving more towards that antagonistic approach as opposed to a fruitful and cooperative approach. So I would just suggest be mindful that it takes two to tango. Yes, sir.
The president today is blaming former President Obama for some of the town hall protests and some of the security leaks that have occurred. I just wanted to get your take on his comments. And has there been any sort of message from the former president to Democratic lawmakers trying to organize in some fashion or another against President Trump's policy?
I saw some pictures of the president vacationing. I know that he was up, the former president, was up in New York at the Gramercy Tavern having a nice meal and was widely enthusiastically applauded as he came out of the restaurant. Quite frankly, I haven't heard much from the former president. But the present president, President Trump, he blames President Obama for the present leaks. He blames you all, the media, for the present leaks and for showing too much of the town halls that are going on around the country. He blames us for all of that. He blames everyone. He has blamed everyone for his ills and his problems except one person, Vladimir Putin. The man and the government, the Kremlin, that we know through 17 intelligence agencies attempted to have an impact on our national elections. That we know. And he never once has criticized him for that. He doesn't criticize him. He'll criticize everyone else but him. If that's not a red flag, I don't know what is. Yes, sir.
So last night, Democrats attempted to get the House to vote on Trump's tax return.
Mm-hmm.
Your colleague on Ways and Means had a resolution.
Yep.
What's the next step? So I know you guys did letters, you brought up the Means Committee, now it's on the House floor. So what happens next?
So we are going to continue to push for the release of those tax returns because I think all of these questions about what, if any, ties does the president have to Vladimir Putin, to Russia, are important questions that need to be answered so that we can find out what is their undue influence. And we can't know that until we know the full breadth and scope of Donald Trump's financial interests around the globe. Lloyd Doggett, Representative Doggett on the Ways and Means Committee, introduced an amendment during a markup. Mr. Pasquarello spoke passionately about the fact that we need to have that information in order to make a judgment. I served as ranking member on the Ethics Committee for 6 years. You can't make a determination unless you have relevant information put in front of you. And I think the president owes the American people his tax returns. If he has nothing to hide, he should release them. And Democrats will continue to push at every opportunity to have those tax returns released. It's been precedent for decades that presidents turn over their tax returns. And again, I circle back to how can you allege that there's no collusion or undue influence if we don't have relevant information in front of us? And to that end, I just want to mention that I've also introduced a piece of legislation that would say that the president has to fill out and make available his financial disclosures, which every member of Congress and every member of the Senate has to have in by May of this year. Because of certain extensions, et cetera, that can be granted, it may be halfway into the president's first term before we actually get a chance to see what his financial holdings are. And I think the president's standard should not be any different than any member of Congress or any member of the Senate.
You know, I think that this again goes to something that Chairman Crowley was talking about. We need to begin investigations into these financial interests. I've pressed for it, and others have on the House Oversight Committee on which I sit, and into investigating the Trump White House's ties to the Kremlin. The other night, there was a controversy at the Oscars. It appears that PricewaterhouseCoopers is going to begin and possibly complete its own investigation of that controversy before we even start ours of a much more significant nature. And I think it's time we get out of La Land and investigate something that goes beyond politics, beyond party. It's about our country, which is our national security. And I hope that others join Darrell Issa and Republican senators in calling for this investigation. I also hope that they call for this release of tax returns.
We need a little moonlight on the tax returns. But I think, in answer to your question, though, that this is not a one-off or two-off. We will persistently and consistently force votes in committee or in committees on the floor weekly whenever we meet. And by the way, the silence is deafening.
Yes.
In the Ways and Means Committee, only one person responded. That was the chairman, no other member. No other member spoke yesterday in opposition to what Mr. Pascrell was attempting to do through the privilege resolution. They simply moved to procedurally table it and to push it aside. That will not stand with our caucus. That will not, more importantly, won't stand with the American people. Democrats, Republicans, and more importantly, independents who want to see those tax returns in public. Sorry? I think they understand just how perilous this is. The American people want to get to the bottom of a number of things. They want to know who Mr. Trump owes money to. Who is he financially hooked into? And more importantly, who's hooked into him? And I think Raja Krishnamurti made the point about this linking to the issue of Russia. What economic links are there to the Trump regime to Russia? That's what we need to find out. And we only know that if we have the opportunity to actually look at his returns. Last question, Mike. Yeah.
On that topic, Mr. Schiff yesterday expressed some concerns about the early stages of the Intel investigation. He mentioned both the FBI director, he said he's not been cooperative and there's no sign that he's going to be, and he also was critical of Chairman Nunez's statement yesterday. There's no evidence of any collusion. Is there, and then on top of that he said, and I'm going to be very vocal if I don't think that this is a fair and thorough investigation.
Right.
So he's going to be very vocal. You guys are being very vocal right now. But is that the extent of your power to protest? Is there going to be a point where you would no longer participate in an investigation? Or what is a Democratic protest?
Well, first of all, we want a completely independent investigation. I'm all for the House and the Senate conducting investigations, certainly preliminary and even in-depth investigations. But I think for the sake of our country and the faith and the reliance on the democratic process, that there is a full investigation into what role Russia played in the hacking of our political institutions and in this election, what role the president and his staff and the communications that we know existed. We know that Mike Flynn has admitted that he called the Russian ambassador. Yes. I mean, this is not made up. We know that Mr. Manafort and Mr. Page, who had worked on the campaign and was subsequently let go, had ongoing conversations with Russian intelligence officers. So the American people know that there's a lot of smoke here. And they expect that an investigation will be done because it goes to the core of our democratic institutions and whether or not we can have faith in the process. Other countries are looking at us and questioning whether they can have faith in this process. It's important that we get this right, and the American people, they really want this to happen. We spent millions and millions and millions of dollars on Benghazi hearings and on Planned Parenthood, neither one of which I think one would argue were critical to the national security of the United States. Interesting subjects and topics, maybe, to talk about. I think they were wrongly spearheaded and completely without cause, but maybe important to at least get information from. Here we have a situation where the fundamental tenets of our democracy are potentially at stake, and no call for independent outside of Mr. Issa, which I applaud for asking for a special prosecutor to be involved. But I think we need to go further, have a 9/11 type commission to examine this so that it's fully vetted, fully looked into, and we'll have the faith and confidence of both Democrat, Republicans, and independents in the investigation and its outcome.
Do you have faith in to be a nonpartisan?
If I could just add on to what Joe said before we jump to the next question. I served on the Benghazi committee, And we knew going in what the purpose of that committee was, because Mr. McCarthy said it was to sully Secretary Clinton's reputation and make it more difficult for her in her presidential race. We spent over $8 million, and the final report was no different than the 7 or 8 other reports that had been generated before it. And yet we participated in that spectacle because we knew that we needed to have defenders of the truth in the room. I find it most curious that Mr. Nunes has decided that there's no collusion, there's no evidence of collusion, when he hasn't even undertaken an investigation, I should say, into the matter. You cannot make a conclusion about what exists or doesn't exist unless you investigate it first. And for that very reason, I think Joe is correct. We need outside independent commission that is independent of the politics up here in the Capitol, because it is important, an important enough issue. It involves issues of our national security. It involves the underpinnings of our democracy, which are free and fair elections. And therefore, I think it's worthy of an independent commission investigation.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, we have to go.
Apologies.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, taking you to the next event now. This one with Bernie Sanders in it. Let's take you to this. He gets pretty passionate when discussing issues here, so let me pull this up. All right, here we go.
I've been hospitalized 20 times for very painful and damaging complications related to my pancreas. I have to take many medications just to avoid being in the emergency room once a week. One of my medications is around $1,000 for a month's supply, which my parents cannot afford. Because of the cost, I don't take as much as I need to take, and my health is suffering because of it. Please help everyone else who is dying because they can't afford health care. I don't want to die at 18. End of quote. This is a letter from a citizen of the United States of America. Yet 50 miles away from my home in Vermont, many of the same medications manufactured by the same companies in the same factories are available for a fraction of the price. And we have a list of some of them right here. I don't have to go through them all. Bottom line is, same exact medicine made in the same exact factory by the same exact company, sells in Canada and in fact all over the world at substantially lower prices than they are sold in the United States. And by the way, Canada does not have some of the lowest prices in the world. In fact, it has some of the highest prices. But compared to us, they look pretty good. And that is why I am very proud to join with Senators Booker, Casey, King, and Heinrich, and Congressman Cummings and Doggett, and a total now of 19 members of the United States Senate. We just introduced this bill the other day. We now have 19 co-sponsors to introduce this critical legislation, which will lower the cost of prescription drugs in this country. I won't go into all of the details, but the bottom line is what we have introduced with the help of these colleagues is legislation which makes certain that the medicine coming into this country is 100% safe, and it is going to be significantly lower cost than what we now have to pay. So with that, I want to again thank my colleagues for their working together on this issue. And let me bring up Congressman Elijah Cummings, who has been a real champion in the House in the fight for lower cost prescription drugs. Elijah?
I'm right here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Sanders. And I want to thank you, Senator Sanders, for your leadership, and certainly to all my colleagues from the Senate and the House for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here today because hardworking Americans are literally sick and tired of facing sticker shock every time they go to the drugstore with absolutely no end in sight. By the way, this is a bipartisan issue. A recent poll issued by the Kaiser Family Foundation shows that a majority of Americans, including Democrats, Republicans, and independents, believe that lowering prescription drug prices must be a top priority for this Congress. So that is exactly what we're trying to do here today. We're attacking this problem by focusing on ideas that even President Trump says he supports. Ideas like allowing for the responsible importation of safe and affordable drugs, and making sure that Medicare is finally allowed to negotiate for lower drug prices. The President's support for these ideas has been so clear that I'm tempted to introduce a bill in the House named the Donald Trump Drug Affordability Act. I'm sure he would like that. After he was elected president, President Trump said this: "I'm going to bring down drug prices." That's his quote, not mine. I'm going to bring down drug prices. He also warned that the pharmaceutical industry is, quote, getting away with murder, end of quote. When I met with him briefly during his inauguration, he said the same thing again. Words are nice, but people need relief. So you know what? He was absolutely right. The drug industry is getting away with murder. So if the president if he really means what he says, he will support our efforts and he will encourage his Republican colleagues to do the same. It is true that pharma has a lot of lobbyists and a lot of power. But we have something even more powerful. We have the support of the American people. They're calling on us to act, and we must heed their calls. As I listened to Senator Sanders, I could not help but think about the people in my district. One man said he felt so often like when he went to the drugstore, he had a gun, there was a gun to his head, and saying either pay up or die. Pay up or die. Ladies and gentlemen, we're better than that. This is the United States of America in 2017. We're better than that. And to ignore them would be legislative malpractice. American families have had enough. They deserve better, and an overwhelming majority of our nation agrees that the time for action is now here. And so I want to thank my colleagues again, and we are moving forward, and I'm looking forward to hearing, hopefully, what the President has to say tonight about this crucial issue that confronts almost every single American in our country. With that,
thank you very much. Senator Casey?
Sure.
Oh, yes, okay. Thanks very much. I want to thank my Senate colleagues who have worked on this with us together, Senator Sanders, of course, Senator Booker. I know Senator Heinrich is here with us today and working with us, as well as Senator King. If I missed someone, I'll amend that. And I'm grateful for the work of the House as well, Representative Cummings and Representative Doggett. Let me start with a statement that I think maybe goes without saying, but I think it encapsulates where we are. I've been across Pennsylvania for years, and I've heard about the concerns that seniors have, that middle-class families have, but never more so than in the last couple of months and weeks as people confront the challenge of just staying healthy every day. This affects families of all kinds all across a state like ours. And this effort, and this is not easy to do, to sit down and write complicated, difficult legislation, but we've been working on it for a good while now. I'm grateful to have a bill. I'm just going to walk through some of the the mechanics of it, just so people are clear about some terminology. First and foremost, the bill requires foreign sellers to register with the FDA and agree to meet specific criteria, such as only purchasing drugs from FDA-inspected manufacturers or from other certified foreign sellers. Second, all patients seeking to purchase drugs for importation must provide a valid prescription to a licensed pharmacy in Canada, and we give the FDA clear authority to shut down bad actors. Fourth, access to prescription drugs for many families is not a subject that should keep them up at night. It's not a subject that should literally break the bank or break their bank when it comes to what happens to those families. I also think, as both Senator Sanders and Representative Cummings said, that there's bipartisan support for this kind of legislation, but it's critically important that we make sure that we do this as one people, that we come together on an urgent issue for the American people. They might be divided on a whole range of issues, but I think there's broad consensus to finally do something about an issue which Senator Sanders has been working on for a lot of years. He and I were elected the same year. We had a vote on this issue in 2007, so I've been voting on this issue all these years. But we've never reached the point we're at now, where we have a bill that has worked through a lot of difficult issues and has listened to a lot of good input before we have a bill introduced. And the number of senators on this bill to date is emblematic of that broad support. So I think the next speaker is Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Senator. And a salute to you, the Senator, to Representative Cummings, to each of our colleagues for their commitment on this important issue. In short, prescription price gouging has just gotten way out of control, and it is threatening the health and the financial security of millions of Americans. This outrageous overpricing is not limited to one pharmaceutical company or one class or type of drugs. It is pervasive throughout the industry. All of us want this industry to earn sufficient profits to be able to innovate and to cure dread diseases before any of us get them. I think that's the feeling of everyone. But it does not take the kind of outrageous price gouging that has been occurring to provide sufficient funds for innovation. All this bill is about is a modest step to restore competition in a free enterprise system, to let competing forces work to try to bring down the prices on some of these drugs. And whether it is EpiPen or insulin, whether it is cancer or hepatitis C, families and taxpayers are bearing right now the impact of what are government-approved monopoly prices. And that's why we have the problem we have today. Now, President Trump promised to bring down drug prices, to use his words, big league. And although he's declared that the pharmaceutical industry, as Representative Cummings said, is getting away with murder and has properly described astronomical drug costs, and said that for Medicare and for Medicaid we have to get the prices down, way down, his first meeting, closed-door meeting, one of the very first at the White House, was with the representatives of Big Pharma. And he came out of that meeting, from my perspective, getting this problem exactly backwards, because he talked about the prices being too high in other parts of the world, too low in other parts of the world. The problem is not that they're too low in Canada or in Finland. The problem is they're too high in America, and that you can go right across the border.
Last 4 years, I've been hospitalized 20 times for very painful and damaging complications related to my pancreas. I have to take many medications just to avoid being in the emergency room once a week. One of my medications is around $1,000 for a month's supply, which my parents cannot afford. Because of the cost, I don't take as much as I need to take, and my health is suffering because of it. Please help everyone else who is dying because they can't afford health care. I don't want to die at 18. End of quote. This is a letter from a citizen of the United States of America. Yet 50 miles away from my home in Vermont, many of the same medications manufactured by the same companies in the same factories are available for a fraction of the price. And we have a list of some of them right here. I don't have to go through them all. Bottom line is, same exact medicine made in the same exact factory by the same exact company, sells in Canada and in fact all over the world at substantially lower prices than they are sold in the United States. And by the way, Canada does not have some of the lowest prices in the world. In fact, it has some of the highest prices. But compared to us, they look pretty good. And that is why I am very proud to join with Senators Booker, Casey, King, and Heinrich, and Congressman Cummings and Doggett, and a total now of 19 members of the United States Senate. We just introduced this bill the other day. We now have 19.
All right, everybody. Well, I just wanted to show you the part where Bernie Sanders was speaking again. But right now, we're going to take you to a live press conference about that plane crash that happened yesterday in Riverside, California. So let's take you there.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Stein, and I'm an air safety investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. That's Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Stein, S-T-E-I-N, and I'm an ASI with the NTSB. Today I'm going to be providing you with a short briefing that will include some factual information gathered thus far during the on-scene portion of our investigation. At the conclusion of my statement, I will open the floor to a few questions. Before we begin, just a few ground rules. As an air safety investigator, I'm actually prohibited by law from offering any sort of speculation or analysis as to the probable cause of the accident. So I just ask that we avoid these types of questions during the Q&A. Today, we are here to investigate an accident that occurred yesterday around 1641 local time involving a Cessna Turbo 310Q model airplane. The coroner has confirmed that 3 occupants perished in the accident, and we currently have 2 survivors. On behalf of the National Transportation Safety Board, I'd like to extend condolences and sympathies to the friends and families of those involved in the accident. Our team arrived at the accident site this morning to start assessing what we would need to do on scene. This team consists of 3 NTSB investigators, 1 representative with the NTSB's Transportation Disaster Assistance, as well as 2 representatives with the Federal Aviation Administration. In addition, representatives from both the airframe and engine manufacturers will be joining us in the following days. Our purpose during the on-scene investigation is mainly to gather perishable information. That is information that will no longer be available to us once the wreckage has been disturbed. So at this time, our plan is to continue to document the accident site in situ before it's recovered to a secure facility in the area. Perishable information also involves witness statements, which, with the help of local law enforcement, Riverside Police Department, we've been able to begin compiling. As a segue to that, I'd like to actually encourage any witnesses who may have seen, heard, observed anything to please submit statements or reach out to us on our website or at our email address, which is witness@ntsb.gov. That's WITNESS@ntsb.gov. Once the wreckage has been recovered, we will start gathering archived information related to the man, the machine, and the environment. That includes looking at the pilot, his flight records, recency of experience, and as well as any certificates and ratings that he may have held. We'll also be looking at the airframe and engine in subsequent days, as well as we're looking at any physical components or systems as necessary. In addition, we'll be looking at environmental factors, including meteorological conditions at the time of the accident, lighting conditions at the time of the accident, as well as archived audio and radar ATC data. After I return to my office, I'll start compiling preparing a preliminary report that will describe some of the circumstances surrounding the accident. This report will be available on our website, www.ntsb.gov, within the next 5 to 10 days. Once the fact-gathering phase of the investigation is complete, which is a process that can take 15, maybe even 18 months, a factual report will be released on our website, along with a public docket with all the supporting information gathered during the course of the investigation. After the factual report has been released, the board will release an analytical executive summary of the case, known as a brief analysis report, along with a probable cause statement. Most importantly, if at any point during the investigation we discover any systematic deficiencies, the board will likely move to issue a safety product or a safety recommendation designed to prevent future similar accidents. So in addition to explaining the facts, conditions, and circumstances surrounding an accident, the safety element is our primary concern. In closing, I would like to thank both the Riverside Fire Department and the Riverside Police Department for their absolutely outstanding support and assistance during our time here on scene. I now have time to take a few questions.
How much of the plane is intact? How much can you decipher from what's left behind?
So the airplane itself is in quite a few pieces spread over a debris field. It spreads about 100 feet, maybe 150 feet.
From what you can tell from the wreckage, does it look like this pilot was able to bring this plane in right side up?
That's going to be perishable, or not perishable information. That's going to be archived information. So we'll be able to use some of the tools during the archive process, the follow-up phase of the investigation, to kind of put that together a little bit more closely, using surveillance footage and et cetera, and diagrams. Yes.
Can you confirm that the pilot was a man? Is the pilot the sole man who was on board, and can you identify the pilot at this time?
I can't identify the pilot. There were a total of 5 occupants on board, from what we know. And like I said, the coroner's confirmed 3 fatalities and two survivors. And that's all we know at this time. We don't know that at this time. What? We do know. We don't know who was exactly flying the plane, and that's not information that we would like to discuss at this time.
What are the key factors you'll be looking at for a cause of the crash? Can you outline the factors to investigate?
Again, that's a lot of that's going to be part of the archive process. We've got a number of investigative departments, divisions within our agency as well that will be participating in this. We'll be doing weather studies, ATC studies, the collection of all this information that allows us to provide a good, discernible understanding of the accident. Again, I'm going to take about 1 or 2 more questions after this. That is, again, we're strictly here to look at perishable information right now, investigate this, we'll look at this accident alone. Once we start the follow-up phase of the investigation, we'll be looking at history.
Can you tell us what the look at the security video? What do you see when you look at that home security video of the plane looking like it literally just dropped?
The surveillance video, I've seen it a couple of times. It needs to be further examined. We have a lot of analysis work to do on it. At this time, I'll take one more question.
What kinds of interviews have you done? What kinds of people have you talked to?
Go ahead.
Talked to the airport worker here, who a lot of us have interviewed, who said that she saw the plane having trouble starting its engines, and then it finally took off. And have you been able to determine whether she saw the same plane that crashed?
So I've heard some third-hand accounts as well. I've heard a lot of witness statements, and right now we're still interviewing witnesses. So I really I won't be able to discuss that more thoroughly until we've been able to put together all the information. One more question.
Okay.
One more question.
We understand, though, that one of the survivors may have said something to the first responders about what happened. Can you give us an idea at all of what was said?
There was a lot of information that was said. We've heard some things, but again, during the archival process, during the follow-up phase of the investigation, we need to put that together with other information so we get a better understanding of the accident. That's all the questions I'm going to take today. I appreciate your time very much. Thank you. And you can follow up with our Public Affairs Office at NTSB headquarters if you have any additional questions. Thank you for your time.
All right, everybody. Well, that was an update on the Riverside plane crash that happened in California yesterday. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. Coming up later in the stream, we're going to be showing you President Trump live giving his address to Congress. So we'll be having that 7 o'clock our time, 9 p.m. your time, depending on where you're watching from. Let me pull up the next video for you guys that I wanted to show you. This is on the story of the fatal shooting of Douglas Brooks. And if you're not familiar with this story, 2 suspects have now been arrested in connection with a fatal shooting of Douglas Brooks, who was a rising D.C. area rapper. The fatal shooting happened in August of 2016. Here's some information I can give you guys. The suspects are a 19-year-old and an 18-year-old. What happened was police were called to this shooting on August 21st, 2016, around 1 a.m. According to investigators, Brooks was outside the apartment complex on Parkway Terrace Drive when 5 men approached with guns, announcing a robbery. It's unclear why, but at least 2 of the men fired their weapons, hitting Brooks in the head. Officials say he was pronounced dead at the scene. Now, investigators believe that the men may have been drawn to a party at the apartment by mentions on social media. So let's see what police have to say about this case. Let me pull this up for you guys really quickly here. Again, this was Douglas Brooks, died in a shooting in August, and they are announcing new information on the suspects here. So let me pull this up. All right. Here we go.
Deputy Chief Sammy, S-A-M-M-Y, S-A-M-M-Y, Patel, P-A-T-E-L. He is our Deputy Chief in charge of our Bureau of Investigations. B-R-E-W-E-R. Captain, S. Anthony Shartner, S-C-H-A-R-T-N-E-R. We also have some other folks with us. If they come up to speak at the podium, they'll say their names and ranks for you. They're here in case they have questions. You have questions that they can help fill in some of the blanks for, okay? But we're going to start off with the case of Douglas Swipey Brooks, and that's going to be Captain Anthony Shartner and Major Rob Brewer.
Good afternoon. We are here today pleased to announce that we've made 2 arrests in the Douglas Swipey Brooks case. As you guys remember, back Sunday, August 21st, 2016, we responded to the 3600 block of Parkway Terrace in Suitland for a shooting. Once on the scene, our officers discovered our decedent, Mr. Brooks, suffering from gunshot wounds. During the course of the investigation, which obviously started back in August, and our detectives have been working day and night on this case since then, we are, like I said, proud to announce that we made 2 arrests. The first person, it's in the photo here, is 18-year-old Deshaun Watkins of 5th Street in Southeast Washington, D.C. The second individual that we arrested, that's in the orange shirt, is 19-year-old Dante Brewer. He is from M Street in Southwest. During the course of the investigation, we were able to put these 2 gentlemen on the scene of the shooting. At this time, we believe that the motive in the case was an attempt robbery. If you remember, back in August, our decedent, Mr. Brooks, was attending a party at an apartment on Parkway Terrace. Through our interviews and our investigations, we believe that these 2 gentlemen were on the scene there to rob this party, and then that's when the shooting occurred. We still have 3 individuals that we think are also responsible for the shooting that we have not identified at this point. So certainly we're asking the public if they have more information on the 3 other suspects that they can please call us. They were arrested this weekend. One was arrested Friday and one was arrested Saturday. They're both charged with first-degree murder and handgun charges. Both are currently in D.C. custody, and they should be transported here to the county within a day or 2. Yes, sir. Just really good detective work. With cooperation with DC Police, we were able to do some interviews in kind of a broad investigative technique, and we were able to place both of them on the scene. Yes. It was a few months, but it took us a while to actually prove it. Obviously, this is a complicated case, and we certainly don't want to charge anybody unless we're confident that we can prove that they're involved. Sure. As far as we know at this point, again, there wasn't that we know at this point any DJ beef. The girlfriend's not involved. Again, through interviews and other means of investigation, we've learned that this group of suspects, including these two, responded to that location because they knew that there was going to be a party, and the intent was to rob that party. Before they could actually conduct the robbery, the shooting occurred. We don't know. Unfortunately, we believe Swipey was the only one outside of the apartment just prior to the shooting. There's a total of 5. Like I said, we've identified 2 and arrested 2. We're certainly looking for assistance in identifying the other 3 involved. No, no. It was just a large party. Apparently, it was on social media, so we don't know if the suspects maybe saw that on social media. Yes, ma'am. Sure. So we don't know exactly, but it appears that something happened prior to them getting up to the apartment. Whether they felt threatened by the party or what, we're not positive. But the shooting occurred prior to them actually being able to conduct this robbery inside. No, it just yeah. We don't believe so. He was shot from a distance away. So, I mean, when I say distance, feet. Sure, we don't see this often. That's why it was a concern to us. Certainly, we don't want people driving around thinking that if someone's having a party, that it's fair game.
Okay, Deputy Chief Sammy Patel, SAMMY PATEL. Deputy Chief Sammy Patel. He is our Deputy Chief in charge of our Bureau of Investigations.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. If I may just start by saying thank you. Thank you to the media. Thank you for our community. It was just a few weeks ago I stood before you and I asked for your assistance in sharing information of a unidentified murder victim we had. It was just a few hours after we did this press conference last time that we were able to identify that victim. So I did want to start by saying thank you. Today we had the intention to start by talking about a murder victim that we had that was unidentified. Within the last few minutes or so, within the past hour, we were able to get some information that we think that will lead to the identification of this victim as well. The premise of the story behind this is on Saturday, February 25th, shortly after 2:30 in the morning, we had members of our community who were leaving a 24-hour prayer service. As they were leaving their prayer service, they were driving down the 10,300 block of Yellowwood Lane, and that's when they came upon a body of a female laying in the roadway. They made a phone call to 911, which had officers respond to the scene. When they arrived on the scene, they were able to determine that we had a female who was suffering from gunshot wounds to the upper body. Detectives took over the investigation from our homicide unit, and since that time, like I said, within the past hour, we believe we're going to be able to identify her. The reason why we're not giving any additional information at this point is we want to make sure we make next kin notification to the family before we move forward. So with that, if you have any questions. Great, thank you.
Any questions on anything? Good to go? Because we can talk afterwards. You need anything, Brian?
Yeah, we have nothing at this point to say those are related. Metro Transit, their police department will be handling that. The 15 and 16-year-old, yeah, it's handled by the Metro Transit. So I do have,
Major Renner.
yeah, I have Major Renner here. Who's here. He can discuss that information with you.
Okay, the following person is going to be Major David Renner, D-A-V-I-D, Renner, R-E-N-N-E-R. And you're in Regional Investigations Division. He's the commander.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
He was looking for a briefing on the double shooting on
Oh. Well, late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, units responded to Frank's Tavern, 6308 Livingston Road, for a contact shooting. Basically, 2 victims have been shot in the lower extremities and torso. So preliminary investigation revealed that a group of males all entered the bar, all sat down together. At some point, an argument occurred. They all exited the business. The argument got physical, and at that point, one of them produced a handgun. One, or if not 2 of them, produced a handgun and shot. Both victims are stable, but they're still being treated at Prince George's Hospital. Right now, the story that we have is it might have been an argument over a female. We can't really talk to them because they're still being sedated, they're still being treated, and we're looking for help from anybody that might have been in Frank's bar at the time to tell us if they'd seen or heard anything. Yes, sir. What's that? No, it looks like the 2 victims didn't have any weapons, and it looks like at least 2 people did have weapons that were there. And it's unknown if they actually knew that they had weapons at the time. Yes, all of them were involved in the altercation. Yes.
All right, everybody. Well, that is the end of that press conference for the murder of Douglas Brooks, the up-and-coming D.C. rapper who was fatally shot in August of 2016. Taking you to another event here. Let me change the lower third. We are streaming live here on Fox News Now out of Phoenix, Arizona. We do have a live event happening here locally. We have live footage from the news chopper right now. Let me bring this up for you guys. Here's what we know right now. So it sounds to me, the information that I'm getting is a mom backed over her 2 children just now. A 2-year-old and a 5-year-old have been taken to the hospital. The news chopper is over that neighborhood right now. We are working to get you guys some more information, but we do know that they've already been taken to the hospital, but maybe we can see if there's anything still going on here, any investigation happening. Looks like news chopper's still looking for where that happened. Again, a mom backed over her 2 kids, a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, and they have been taken to the hospital. Let me get some more details for you guys here. Thanks for watching with me live on the Fox News Now stream. If you're just joining us, this is live footage from the news chopper where we just got news that a mom backed over her two children and they've been taken to the Phoenix Children's Hospital, one of them a 2-year-old and another a 5-year-old. Looks like the news chopper is over the neighborhood where that just happened. It's about 4:27 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We are working to get you guys some more information. Thanks for watching with us here on Fox News Now. All right, you guys, we're going to hop out of that because it looks like Chopper is leaving the scene. We will absolutely take you back if we get a different live feed of that. Again, all we know right now is that a mom backed over her two kids just moments ago here in Phoenix. It's about 4:30 here. One 2 years old, another 5 years old. They have been taken to Phoenix Children's Hospital, so I'm working to get you guys some more information on this story. Looks like the newsroom is rushing around to get us the best feed right now. Let me take you back to the news chopper here for just a second while I see if there's a better shot we can get for you guys. All right, you guys, we'll take you back to that story as soon as Chopper finds the correct location of where this mother drove over her 2 children. They've been taken to Phoenix Children's Hospital. No word yet on their condition or the condition of the mother. So we will bring you guys the latest information and show you where the chopper is heading as soon as we get it. Want to take you to another story. It's a really quick video, but I wanted to bring this up. This video has gone viral today. A judge sentenced 2 people convicted in a Confederate flag confrontation. This happened in Douglas County, Georgia. A judge sentenced 2 people to prison on Monday for their involvement in a confrontation at a child's birthday party that involved weapons and a Confederate flag. Now, in July of 2015, just weeks after the Charleston church massacre, a large group of people drove up to a birthday party in Douglasville, Georgia, in trucks, flying American military and Confederate flags. This was at a child's birthday party, and according to prosecutors, about 15 people, several who were pointing guns, were riding through town that day with a group called Respect the Flag. And then what happened was the child's mother said the group walked up to her properly and threatened her family. Walked up to her property and threatened her family. That makes more sense. And then the people accused in the case said the confrontation started when someone at the party threw an object at one of the trucks, but the mother's accusations and the video of the incident were enough to charge these 2 people. Again, they drove up to this child's birthday party. They were waving the Confederate flag. They had weapons. They've been charged now with aggravated assault, making terrorist threats, and violating the Georgia Street Gang Act, for which they were found guilty for earlier this month. So I want to just take you to this very short video. It's just a moment during the trial where you see sobbing and tears from the people that have now been convicted of this. And they look to the woman and they say, "We're so sorry." And they're begging for forgiveness, because they're going to be sentenced for a very long time. Again, showing up to a child's birthday party, waving the Confederate flag, and bringing weapons. So let's see what the suspects have to say at this trial. Let me pull this up for you guys. Update the lower third here. Okay, so let me take you to this video and let me know what you think.
I would never walk up to you and say those words to you, and I'm so sorry that that happened to you. I forgive you. I forgive all of you. I'm not a big spirit person. I do. I forgive you. And to your family, I'm sorry. It had to come this far. But please don't think that I have any hate or anger in my heart. I was too short for that. And I'm saying it. I don't have time to have hate in my heart for anybody. And I do. I sincerely forgive you.
I'm gonna show it to you one more time here.
But I do accept responsibility for what I've done. I know I was in the wrong. But I want you all to know that that is not me. That is not me. That's not him. I would never walk up to you and say those words to you, and I'm so sorry that that happened to you. I forgive you. I forgive all of you. I'm not a big spirit person. I do. I forgive you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was just a little bit of the video during that case, because again, today we have found out that the judge has now finally sentenced those 2 people for several charges, actually. Assault. Let me scroll down here and actually get the correct information. It was assault, terrorist acts, and violating the gang rules there in Georgia. So just wanted to take you to a part of that video during the trial. Let me pull up the next top story for you guys. Still working to get more information for you on this live breaking news that we have here in Phoenix, where a mom backed up over her two kids, one a 2-year-old and another a 5-year-old. They've been taken to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We don't have any information right now on their condition, but we are working to get some more information for you guys here. Let me pull up the next top story for you. Here it is. Right here. So this one is concerning Chicago. The mayor delivered remarks to 131 new detectives who are entering training this week. So we kind of get a behind-the-scenes look of what they tell new detectives that are joining the force, and 131 they hired, and this is in Chicago, so we get to see what the mayor said to them. So let me take you to this event.
Take your seats. Good morning. Good morning, sir. And congratulations.
Thank you.
As part of the next wave of detectives to hit the streets in our 2-year-long hiring plan, thanks to the effort of Mayor Emanuel, each of you represents the direction in which CPD is heading. Between your qualifications and track record of outstanding work that brought you here, combined with the training you've received, you'll help us tackle some of the challenges that we face as a department and as a city. When your class graduates later this spring, you'll fill all the vacancies in the Detective Bureau and will play a vital role in helping police departments solve crimes and making our neighborhoods safer. One of the main reasons I became a police officer 28 years ago was because I lost someone personally in my life to violence. I swore at that time that I wanted to make a difference and make my city better and safer, and that's something I've carried with me as motivation throughout my career and still carry it with me today. With this next step in your career, you'll have an even greater opportunity to make positive change by helping to send a message that if you commit a crime in Chicago, you're going to pay the price for your actions. And we all know, as CPD veterans, one of the best ways we can reduce violence is to hold the bad guys accountable for what they do. We've seen firsthand the value of great police work. Recently, when CPD detectives apprehended the offenders in 2 incidents where innocent children lost their lives to gun violence, bullets that were meant for gang members. Imagine if we could get that type of cooperation from witnesses in the community in every single case. Regardless of the victim, think of the message that that would send to every person who contemplates pulling a trigger in our streets. Now, I know it takes more than just the work of detectives. It takes time and effort from everyone in the department to build the trust of the public to give us the information we need. But you're an important piece of that solution. I've worked in the detective division for years, and as you'll see, crime scenes can be emotionally charged and very hectic. It's your job to bring a sense of calm and reassurance to family and friends of the victims that you're there to help and someone who can be trusted with what they know and what they've seen. So I ask you to take all that you've learned here and all that you know from being a police officer working the streets and lend an empathetic ear to people who are going through one of the most difficult times in their lives, and don't ever forget that. It doesn't matter who the person is that's the victim of a homicide or a shooting, someone still loves that person, and you have to remember that. And through each of those positive interactions, you'll help make a real change and bring closure to that family in grief. When we do that, it helps us to make our city safer and make CPD even better than it is today. As your superintendent, Thank you for your service, and congratulations again on your achievement. And now I'd like to introduce our biggest supporter, Mayor Rahm Emanuel.
I want to thank the superintendent for that introduction. Thank him and his entire leadership team for their commitment to this effort. And I want to start by congratulating all of you, your families, for this promotion in your career and this advancement in your career. You still have to take the garbage out. You don't get this class doesn't give you a pass from that, okay? But on a serious note, while this is a step forward for you in your career, it's also a step forward for the city of Chicago. And I want to pick up on 2 or 3 things the superintendent said. Well, this is a down payment in our 2-year effort, which the City Council, led by Alderman Ariel Roboris, has been a big proponent in adding nearly 1,000 officers to the police department's ranks. And this is our 2nd class this year alone in detectives moving up. But this is also part of an overall strategy, and I do want to bring some points to the superintendent related. Every contact you have with a family is going to give them some sense of where their case is, and more importantly, some closure. Friday night, I went to the wakes for the 2 young girls. I called the parents on Sunday to just check in on them, see how they're doing, their guardians, their mothers. Your ability to stay in touch with them is their link to knowing that their individual, it's a case to you, to them it's a family member. It's so important for you, because you, both professionally, but it's important for the city, because you are going to help them come to terms with something that I got to tell you as a father, and I know I'm speaking to other parents in this room, I don't think we could come to terms with. And I'm in awe of their strength and their ability to keep moving. So I implore upon you to bring both not only your professionalism, but bring your parenting too, because you too are a parent. And if you had to put yourself in that position, I don't think it should be lost on anybody that of the 3 young kids that were lost, in 2 of those cases, we had incredible cooperation by the neighborhood, acting and being a neighborhood in the full sense. That is both to solve a situation. I want to see that on a day in and day out basis to prevent a violent crime. Because when communities are working with our police department, there is nothing that can get in our way in bringing the safety and the security we want to see throughout the city of Chicago. So while we're also investing in adding about 1,000 officers, we're also investing in a new technology, from body cameras to the situational strategic rooms in 7, 11, now 9 and 15, and making sure those districts have the best technology, but also making sure that the rank and file are fitted up. And just last week, we announced the expansion of our mentoring program for our kids and new after-school activities for 8th graders, 7th graders, and 6th graders, so they have a safe place to go, a secure place with an adult who cares for them, mentors them, and an activity for them. So this is your graduation, but it's another milestone for the city of Chicago, a down payment on our security plan to make sure we accomplish the goals that, regardless of where you live, regardless of your zip code, and regardless of your economic condition, a child can sit in the back seat of a car with a parent on her way to go to where she works and not fear for her life. Or a child can be on a playground on a Saturday with friends in the neighborhood at the local school where you go and be safe. Those are rites of passage of any child. Going with a parent to where they work, or going out with friends or playground. You're there after the fact, but you can also, with the way you leave that family as the face and the voice of the police department, have them become an ally, a partner in securing their neighborhood and helping us secure their neighborhood. Because you can't, and I say this not as detectives, the Chicago Police Department can't do this alone. We need partners. And when a community and neighbors acting like a community coming together around a shared set of values of what's right and wrong, partnering with the police department, that's how we're going to bring the safety and security we want to see in some of our most challenging neighborhoods to the city of Chicago. So today, congratulations on this milestone in your career. It's also, if you don't mind, a milestone for the city of Chicago as we boost the resources towards our detectives, our sergeants, and our rank and file. Know also, though, we as a city are going to make other investments in making sure that our streets are safe, our communities are secure, and our neighborhoods are strong. So with that, I want to call up Ariel Raboyes, who's chairman of the Public Safety Commission, who's been a great partner in making sure that we have the resources we need so you can do the job you need to do. Alderman Raboyes.
Thank you, Mayor. As chairman of public safety, I've learned a lot, and I've learned that we have very good personnel, the best in the country, in my opinion. You've taken this job because you care about the community. I want to thank the mayor, the superintendent, as well, taking the initiative of listening to me and my committee on where we want to go. We've addressed every item the Department of Justice has sent us, and we're far ahead. We're in schedule, and we're way beyond where we want to be. That's because we have a good team working for the city of Chicago. As police officers and as new detectives that you'll be here, it's incredible that, solving the right case at the right time makes a difference in our day-to-day lives. So thank you, and God bless every one of you.
All right, everybody, well, I just wanted to take you to that event of the Chicago mayor announcing 131 new CPD detectives entering training this week. So that's always good to hear. Let me pull up the next top event for you guys. Let me get this up and going. This is I guess I should say former U.S. Representative Jesse Jackson Jr. released from prison, and he spoke with media for the first time on Monday after being released from prison. Let me set this up for you guys. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this story, former U.S. Representative Jesse Jackson was investigated for financial fraud, including misuse of campaign funds. He resigned from Congress in November of 2012, saying he had mental issues, including bipolar disorder, and then in 2013, he admitted to violating federal campaign law by using campaign funds to make personal purchases. He was then sentenced on wire and mail fraud on February 20th, 2013, sentenced to 30 months in federal prison, just released and spoke to media for the first time yesterday. I'm going to pull this video up for you guys. Let's see what he had to say.
First, we would have celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary. And I met many men and women along the way whose relationships did not survive the nature of the ordeal and the incarceration experience. Every month for 24 months, Sandra brought my children to visit me. For the bulk of her incarceration, I too brought our children to visit her. The devastation on family is what it is. Not every family can survive. What I can say about the process is obviously I respect Judge Bellows and the decisions that she has made for the process to do what is in the best interest, as I perceive it to be, in our children. My daughter is 17, my son is 13. They've been overwhelmed by the process thus far. It was always my hope that the jurisdiction issue could be resolved in the favor of Illinois, because the cause and the reason for the dissolution of our marriage is right here in Illinois. The issues are very specific, that Sandra and I know, but I'm also very sensitive to the fact, and I say this, counsel notwithstanding, that I'm very protective of my children. That which I know, that which I discovered and do not want to make available to the public, I have pursued in this process. I don't want to see some of it in a grocery stand line in a tabloid. That's why we've conducted it this way. It's not my psychology that is at stake. It is the psychology of a 17-year-old daughter who's aware of these issues for a number of years, including while I was in prison, and before my incarceration, and during my criminal trial, and during my medical convalescence. I have a 17-year-old daughter who is aware of these issues at great length and has spoken about them and is aware of them. I have a 13-year-old son who's aware of many of the issues, but he said, "Daddy, don't worry about it. These individuals are going to take care of mommy." And it was hard for me to hear it when I heard it. So it's their psychology that's at stake in my case, and I'm very careful not to overstep my boundaries because of what I don't want to read. But what I do want them to know is that their dad did the best he could in fighting back, that he pushed back on the information, that he legally followed the process by which he wanted to recover information from the process to make sure that it never impacts their psychology and their mental health. I don't want their classmates to see it, what I know and what I've discovered. And so with that said, in a perfect world, if maybe my name weren't Jesse Jackson Jr., and maybe I wasn't your former representative in the Congress of the United States, maybe I could walk in and out of this building like other families who have this struggle and don't have to read about it in the morning. But for whatever it is, you know, I guess I help sell papers, and I guess I help make news.
Jesse, how will you do?
I do want to comment on this, though. In the Washington case, and I'm obviously more familiar with it than Brenda, my wife is asking for everything. In the Chicago case, and in the Chicago media, I don't even deserve what I got. Look at the two cases. My wife in that case is asking for everything. Jesse, give me your whole disability check. In the Chicago media, you don't even deserve a disability check. So from a wife who doesn't want me, who wants all the check, to a media in Chicago that says you're not even entitled to it. Again, attacked from all angles, and I'm the petitioner. It's my case, it's what I found, and the bottom line, it's what I don't want to impact a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old kid who deserve their chance. Their father is speaking for them. And that's what this case is about. There are no politics here. There are no vindictiveness here. They have nothing to do with my criminal prosecution, for which I accepted full responsibility. There's none of that here. This is just, there's some information that Mr. Hammer and others in this part of the jurisdictional process made very specific that we are requesting, because I don't want my children to ever walk through a grocery store line and see what I found and what we know exists. And I'm not going to lay it on the ground in that chamber. I just, through subpoena, want to recover it all.
Mr. Jackson, as you say, this is your first time back here in front of the cameras.
And that's pretty much all I want to talk about. Is
there anything you want to say to your constituents
I want to say,
here?
This is what I want to say to the people of the city of Chicago. I erred profoundly. I accepted responsibility for my behavior. There's 68 million men and women in this country who have been through this process, either at the federal, state, or local level. I met men in prison who changed my life, who don't have a big name, don't have a pedigree, whatever that means, scared to death. Right when I thought I was struggling with depression, I met somebody else who was even more depressed. They told me their story, and my own depression began to lift, because rather than feeling bad for myself, I heard their story. One guy walked up to me and said, "Jackson, get out of bed. I don't know what you're complaining about. My daddy set me on fire." And it woke me up. It was very heavy and hard for me to hear. But I documented all of these stories over the course of my incarceration. I can say that the best thing that ever happened to me was this experience. Getting to meet these men and women and people from all walks of life who have so many different stories to tell, who long for the idea of redemption. And I always reminded them that when I was there, that some of you will come out of prison and you will have paid your debt to society and no one will even know who you are. But everywhere I go, I'm walking down the street, someone walks up and says, "Man, I'm glad you're back." Or, "Hey, I was in the joint too." So I, unlike any of them, because of who I am, embrace the experience. I don't get to run from it or hide from it because everybody knows who I am.
So what's
and
next?
they've read it.
Can you just answer?
I want to organize these 68 million people for the second chance that I believe the founding fathers of our country promised them under the Constitution. And I'm going to put all of my energy in that once this tragic episode in my personal life is ended.
Just, can you answer one just question? Just how are you doing?
I feel fantastic. You know, there are up and down days. I mean, divorce, if you've ever, anybody here been through divorce before? Or am I the only one? Or just you? Okay. All right. The lawyer, right? You know, it's got to be even a more depressing episode than the pre-incarceration experience because it's so personal. But if you're on your way to prison too, I mean, that's a depressing episode too, and you know you're going. And you don't know if you're going for 30 months or you're going for 17 to 20 years. And that was so overwhelming to me because I thought when I was here that I was doing a pretty good job. My issues were personal. I made some mistakes over a 10-year period. They were expensive. And I paid it all back. I'm near bankruptcy right now. I owe the government nothing. I paid it back, and I also paid with my time and flesh and blood in an institution. Now I'm paying with my marriage because it did not survive this process. It just did not. And I just don't know. Sometimes it feels like, Dorothy, that it doesn't end, you know? But we're going to close this chapter, and have never missed a payment to my children, not in 17 years. I've never missed their education tuition payment. I can't afford on this disability check to live here and live in Washington and maintain a condo all at the same time. That's the way we used to live. We can't live that way anymore. And I don't want to see any more articles that somehow I'm deadbeat or that I'm incapable of taking care of my children or that I have some kind of illness that doesn't allow me to do so. I spent the last year with my kids and learned a lot about them. I learned a lot about myself. And I'm just grateful that you guys would give me quite possibly my final hearing in public. Thank you all very much, okay?
All right, you guys, well, I just wanted to take you to that update. That's Jesse Jackson Jr., former U.S. representative who was charged with stealing campaign money. He's out of jail now, and he discussed, you know, how he feels. He's going through a divorce, so just wanted to bring you guys to that story. Mike Page coming up next, taking you into the next hours of the show. We do have President Trump speaking live in just a little bit. That's 7 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock your time, depending on where you're watching from. So Mike's going to get you guys all geared up for what you need to know and what President Trump will be discussing. So we'll be right back. In the meantime, giving you a shot of the Capitol building where the president will be speaking shortly.
good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are just hours away from President Trump and his address to Congress. That's coming up. We'll have it for you. We're going to launch a special stream. We're going to end this stream probably in about 40 minutes and get geared up for that special stream to start at about 8 o'clock Eastern Time. It's going to be something to see. His first address to Congress. Hope everyone is having just an absolutely great evening. I'll have Mary Kate up here in a little bit as we get closer to coverage here. President Trump's first address to Congress. All right, let's take you once again looking at our beautiful Capitol. That's where it's all going to be happening tonight. President Donald Trump is now open to an immigration bill and may address the topic during his address to Congress tonight, according to a senior administration official. It's unclear what specific measures Trump would support in immigration legislation. Past efforts have included a pathway to citizenship or legal status for millions of people living in the United States illegally. Earlier this month, White House officials said the president was believed that a 2013 Senate immigration bill amounted to amnesty. Last week, the administration unveiled new immigration policies making any immigrant in the country illegally and charged or convicted of any offense or even suspected of a crime an enforcement priority. And as President Donald Trump prepares for his first speech to Congress tonight, Republican leaders are coping with a rebellion by conservatives over the issue of how to replace President Barack Obama's health care law. House Speaker Paul Ryan is predicting that Republicans will be unified when all is said and done. But today, three conservative senators said they would resist a plan they describe as Obamacare Life. They say they'll accept nothing less than a full repeal. And earlier today, Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, did address the media in his weekly briefing ahead of tonight's address to Congress by President Trump. Let's show that to you.
Generation moment. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We have the opportunity to finally tackle big problems that have held us back for so long. We can fix our healthcare system so that costs go down and choices go up. We can fix our broken tax code so that rates go down and growth goes up. We can fix our regulatory system so that it protects us instead of punishes us. And we can secure our border and rebuild our military for the 21st century. These are big, positive things that we can achieve for the hardworking Americans that we work for by working together. That is why we are very much looking forward to having the President here this evening. It is a chance for the country to hear directly from him about our agenda and about how we intend to improve people's lives. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we are ready and willing to seize this moment.
Well, good morning, and as the Speaker talked about, we are looking forward to hearing the President. We look forward to hearing an optimistic approach to the future. We have lots of challenges. We have already begun that work, though, as you watch on the floor this week. We'll continue with regulatory reform, getting common sense back into regulation, getting our business working again. But as we look to the future and we look to health care, we look to tax reform, but we also look to the future of the workforce. Because the students today, 65% of them, the jobs that they will work in have not even yet existed. So we got to look to innovation. We got to look to transformation of where we go. These are all things that we hope that the President will talk about, that we can bound together Republicans, Democrats in the House and the Senate to find that we build a better America, united for all. Happy Mardi Gras.
What do you say, just happy Mardi
Happy Mardi Gras. Laissez-les bon temps roulés. Speaking a little French there. No, we really look forward to welcoming President Trump to address a joint session of Congress tonight and share his optimistic vision of the things that he's been doing to keep his promises to the American people. I think that's what's been most refreshing about these first few weeks in office is that he's really focused on doing the things that he ran on, focusing on creating jobs, which every meeting that we're in with President Trump, one of the first things he talks about is how can we get the economy moving again? How can we help create more jobs? How can we get government out of the way and end these regulations that are killing jobs? And just look what he's done in just a few short weeks. Green-lighted the Keystone Pipeline, creating thousands of American jobs and strengthening our national security. Just a few days ago, President Trump signed the stream buffer rule, and he actually had real coal miners along with members of Congress at the bill signing ceremony. In fact, he gave the pen to a coal miner, a bill that's going to save 70,000 jobs in the coal industry, keeping his promise to the American people. President Trump, when he ran for office, said that he was going to focus on making America safe again, on securing the American border. And sure enough, he has already taken direct steps to carry through on those promises. Just announced that he wants to increase defense spending so we have the opportunity to bolster our military so we can continue to keep America safe. And of course, when he ran for office, President Trump said that he was going to appoint justices to the Supreme Court who would actually uphold the Constitution. And he put a list out, a very narrow list of people who were thoroughly vetted, and let the American people actually have a say in who the next Supreme Court justice is going to be to replace Antonin Scalia. And sure enough, in just his first few weeks in office, President Trump appointed one of the people off of that list, Neil Gorsuch, a justice who will truly fit the mold of Antonin Scalia, who you can't truly replace, but at least somebody who fits that mold and keeps to the promise that he kept, that he made to the American people. And then finally, in keeping with getting the economy back on track, to repeal and replace Obamacare, something that we've been working with President Trump closely on, and we're going to continue to work through the details till we finally get a bill put on his desk to follow through on that promise.
We've been hard at work on our 200-day plan, which means that there's no better time to hear from the president than tonight. He certainly has proven himself a man of action. The Trump way is ahead of schedule, under budget. It's about solving real problems for real people, focusing on the values that unite us as Americans: freedom, liberty, opportunity for all. You know, we've just had 8 years of an administration that thought that they knew best, that the top-down policies were the ones that they were promoting. And I was reminded last week, again, that the best ideas come from people on the ground all across this country. As I was in Walla Walla visiting and celebrating a new veterans home, in Spokane visiting a school for the hearing impaired, really an amazing school. In the community, bringing people together to talk about how we unify around shared goals. They remind us that it's most important that we listen. And then we go to work, and we are excited to be a part of a 200-day plan, a bold agenda that the Americans have demanded, whether it's tackling regulations, relieving people from the regulatory burden, delivering on our promises for families and individuals all across this country. We've passed a record number of congressional review acts, sending them to the president's desk. We're going to continue to work with the president and the Senate on the repeal and replace of Obamacare while protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And I'm confident that tonight's address will illustrate how dedicated the president is to delivering his promise. Moments like this don't happen very often, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
He's here to take questions.
Yeah, they're setting me up. It'll be fun. It's great to be here, and I'm excited to speak with you briefly about H.R. 1009, my first bill in Congress.
All mixed up from Michigan. Yeah.
I'm a freshman, as you may know, just started. We've been focused since the start of the 115th Congress first on regulatory relief, on efforts that we can make to get government off of the backs of business and family in this country. As a freshman, while new here, I was focused on that throughout my campaign, and I promised people we would get government to back off to allow business to grow and expand, to allow families to flourish. I'm proud to say that's a promise we've kept in their first 100 days. President Trump has shared our concerns, and I believe tonight he will tonight reinforce those efforts of regulatory relief and growth in our economy. The OIRA Insight Reform and Accountability Act codifies the Office of Information Regulatory Affairs, known as OIRA. Really cool acronym. Had to work on practicing that one. OIRA serves as a gatekeeper on regulatory reform. It is a safety valve to hold back the floodgate of unnecessary and duplicative, burdensome regulations. The bill will ensure OIRA's continued existence to do the important work of getting federal agencies to coordinate with one another, to look back and make sure their regulations don't conflict with previous regulations, so citizens and businesses aren't left to figure out the mayhem that's created by regulatory agencies. It also enhances transparency. They have to put out a report on what their regulatory activities are. This is a step forward to ensure our regulatory system works for everyone and allows families and businesses to flourish. I'm excited that it will hit the floor tomorrow and be my first bill as a freshman. Thanks very much.
Questions? Charles Benson, do you have a question? You bet. Yeah, Democrats will get health insurance just like Republicans. I know what you're saying. I'm just having fun with you. The Democrats have made it very clear with us that they don't have any interest in repealing Obamacare. The Democrats want to go down with the sinking ship. Obamacare is a collapsing law. The law is not viable or sustainable. The insurers are pulling out left and right, and the system is collapsing. The deductibles are skyrocketing. The premiums are skyrocketing. And people are left with little or no choices in some instances. We have an obligation to step in front of this collapse and replace it with a better system, and that's what we are about doing. Our whole purpose is to improve access to affordable health care coverage, regardless of whether you have a pre-existing condition or not. That is what we ran on last year. That's what we're working on this year, and that is our objective, is to give people more choices, to give people access to more affordable health care choices, not less affordable health care choices or no choices at all, which is the case with Obamacare. Alan. Well, look, I think you're going to have a lot of churning in any kind of legislative product like this. This is a plan that we are all working on together, the House, the Senate, and the White House. So there aren't rival plans here. We're all working on this together with the administration. And I would tell you, Alan, we started this process not a few months ago. We started this process over a year ago. House Republicans assembled a health care task force with all the committees of jurisdiction and any House Republican who wanted to participate in that. Out of that came a consensus plan that we all ran on together. It looked a lot like the Price plan. The Price plan was considered the conservative gold standard at the time last year. Many conservatives co-sponsored that plan. That plan looks a lot like what we're working on right now. You have to remember when it comes to tax credits, people who do not get health insurance from their job are discriminated against right now in the tax code. Let me say that again. The current tax code discriminates against people who don't get health care at work. We want to end the discrimination in the tax code against people who don't get health care at their work and equalize the tax treatment of health care so that everybody, regardless of whether you get health care at work or don't, has an opportunity to get a health care plan that's affordable for you. That is what we've always been working on. That's the plan we've always been looking at, and that is what we're working on with the administration. I feel at the end of the day, when we get everything done and right, we're going to be unified on this. Manu.
Are you 100% confident that there were no contacts at all between the Trump campaign and Russian officials during the presidential election?
Look, we have an ongoing investigation. I'm not going to get ahead of that investigation. We have seen no evidence so far based upon the investigations that have already been conducted. Remember, there was an intelligence community investigation last year. The House Republicans have been doing an investigation for quite a while on Russia itself through the Intelligence Committee, and we have a bipartisan investigation through the House Intelligence Committee. I think just last night they finished their oversight plan to go forward. So I'm not going to get ahead of the investigation that's occurring right now, but just so you know, this has been investigated. We've been investigating it, and we're going to continue to investigate just to make sure no stone is unturned. Casey. I never give up a dream, Casey. I never give up a dream. I'm a Green Bay Packer fan. So I never give up a dream. Entitlement, by the way, 2 entitlements are being reformed with repealing and replacing Obamacare right now. That's 2 entitlements right there that we're reforming just this spring. So we're well on our way to reforming entitlements by repealing and replacing Obamacare. So I think that's a pretty darn good start. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Hope everyone's just having a great evening. Folks, we're about 40 minutes away from our live coverage starting up. We are just pretty much getting very close now to President Trump's first address to Congress. We will have it all for you. Don't worry. We will have every moment for you, from the lead up to the actual speech and then some post-action as well. We are here for you this evening on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll have a special stream starting in about 25 minutes. We're going to shut this one down in about 15, so stay right with us. It's going to be still on the Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page. Hopefully you've all subscribed to that page, and that way you'll always be in the know of when we are streaming and when we have a new stream out or when we have an event scheduled, so you never miss out on the action. It's going to be something to see there. So thanks so much for being part of the ride, everybody. We're going to get you caught up on some of the latest headlines here as we take a live look at our beautiful, beautiful Capitol here. Welcome. President Donald Trump signed an executive order today aimed at signaling his commitment to historically black colleges and universities, saying that those schools will be an absolute priority for this White House. HBCU presidents are hoping Congress will bolster Trump's actions to strengthen the schools with drastically increased funding in the upcoming federal budget. They're calling for $25 billion for infrastructure, college readiness, financial aid, and other priorities. Under President Barack Obama's administration, historically black colleges and universities received only about $4 billion over 7 years. The next step is the budget. You cannot have mission without money. Johnny Taylor told reporters just outside the White House after the signing of the ceremony. Many of the college presidents also went to Capitol Hill on Tuesday to lobby Congress for more funding. Taylor said that the $25 billion is needed to make up for years of underfunding and would cover the country's more than 100 HBCUs. Several presidents and HBCU advocacy organizations echoed Taylor's sentiments. And President Donald Trump has signed a resolution blocking an Obama-era rule that would have prevented an estimated 75,000 people with mental disorders from buying guns. The rule was part of former President Barack Obama's push to strengthen the federal background check system in the wake of the 2012 Newton, Connecticut shooting. It required the Social Security Administration to send in the names of beneficiaries with mental impairments who also need a third party to manage their benefits. But lawmakers, the National Rifle Association, and even the American Civil Liberties Union criticized the rule, saying it unfairly stigmatized the disabled and infringed on their constitutional right to bear arms. The Supreme Court says 5 justices are expected at President Donald Trump's speech to Congress, but sometime Trump critic Ruth Ginsburg won't be among them. Ginsburg apologized in July for negative remarks she made about Trump to the Associated Press and other news organizations. The 83-year-old justice attended all 8 of President Barack Obama's addresses to Congress. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Stephen Breyer and others are expected in the House chamber Tuesday evening. They have been attending regularly in recent years. Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas won't be there as well. The White House says President Donald Trump plans to visit a Catholic school in Florida. White House spokeswoman Sarah Huckabee Sanders says the president will visit St. Andrew Catholic School in Orlando, Florida on Friday for a listening session on school choice. Trump has a home in Palm Beach, Florida, and has spent many weekends there during the start of his presidency. And U.S. officials say the Trump administration is proposing a 37% cut to diplomacy and foreign aid budgets to help pay for increased military spending. The steep cuts raised immediate concerns among lawmakers and national security veterans about America's ability to promote its values around the world and avert wars rather than fight them. And we do have an update for you if you're joining us, but a little bit earlier in the stream this afternoon while I was on, we did have some aerials there in Massachusetts of a single-engine aircraft that crashed into a condominium building on its approach to the airport, killing the pilot and leaving the plane's tail sticking out of the complex's roof. The pilot was identified as Al Lavender, a former city councilor and mayor of Newburyport. That's what the police say. There was no reported injuries to the residents in the building located in Methuen across from the Lawrence Municipal Airport and about 20 miles southwest of Newburyport. The Federal Aviation Administration said the home-built plane was on its final approach when it crashed. Hi, everybody. Mike Page here, joining you on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Just a reminder, in about 10 minutes, we will be shutting this stream down, getting ready for our big event that we will be starting at 8 p.m. Eastern ahead of President Trump's first address to Congress. And President Donald Trump has signed a pair of bills into law aimed at recruiting more women in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math. Trump said at an Oval Office ceremony that it's unfair that only 1 in 4 women with a degree in one of those areas works in the actual field. One measure authorizes the NASA administrator to encourage young women to study STEM fields and pursue careers that will help advance science and space exploration. It also requires NASA to report to Congress on its plans for achieving the goals spelled out in the legislation. And a senior U.S. official says the Yemen raid by U.S. Special Operation Forces gathered valuable intelligence on the al-Qaeda affiliate there, including the explosives they're manufacturing and the types of threats they're developing. The official said the list describing the types of intelligence collected during the January raid filled more than 3 pages and included data on al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula's training techniques and targeting priorities. Such information gives insight into the group's attack planning. Questions have been raised about the effectiveness of the operation that ended in a fierce firefight. A Navy SEAL, 14 militants, and several civilians were killed. Senior U.S. officials have called it a success. The official wasn't able to discuss those details of the classified military operation publicly. You're taking a beautiful look at the U.S. Capitol as we are just about 90 minutes away now from the first address to Congress by President Trump. We'll have that for you here right on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to be shutting down this stream in about 10 minutes. You guys are watching right with us here, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute. And House Republicans rejected a Democratic effort to require the Justice Department to provide Congress with information about President Donald Trump's finances and possible campaign ties to Russia. The GOP-led Judiciary Committee on Tuesday defeated the resolution on a party line vote of 18 to 16. Republicans said it would be premature of their own efforts on the matter. The resolution of inquiry was introduced by Representative Gerald Nadler, a New York Democrat. It would request information related to an investigation on Trump's links to Russia and potential financial conflicts of interest, but wouldn't force the Justice Department to turn any of those documents over. All right, folks, we're just so happy that you'll be joining us tonight for this very special coverage on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are just about 90 minutes away from the start of President Trump's first address to Congress. We'll have that for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. So what we're going to be doing now, I'm going to give you a little roadmap of what we are going to be doing. On just a little bit, we're going to be shutting this stream down, and then we're going to be taking it onto another stream. This event is already been titled, and it's on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page right now. You can see the countdown clock going. We'll start it up a little bit early that way, so we'll have everybody in it when our show begins at 8 p.m. Eastern with special coverage tonight as we lead up to the first address to Congress by President Trump. So we hope you join us. We thank you so much for streaming with us all morning, afternoon, and into the early evening hours. We're going to shut it down right now, but please join us in about 15 minutes as we start up the new stream that will feature President Donald Trump's first address to Congress. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you just in a little bit.